Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku becomes Cyclist? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Inko was so happy. Her husband got a new promotion a few months ago, but a little surprise came just after a few weeks. She started feeling unwell in the morning, which turned into her vomiting. So her husband started worrying so much that he set up an appointment that day and called in sick for her at her job. What she suspected was only a stomach bug that she might have caught from the ramen place that they ate at the night before turned out to be more amazing. She was pregnant. Nothing could stop the doctor from the woman basically crying a river in the room at the good news. Later that day, both her and her husband was crying in joy because of the fact that they would soon have a child. They were both so excited. Hisashi even more so than her, as he already started to look at clothes and toys starting that night. She was just returning from the supermarket because she wanted to grab some eggs, noodles, green onions, and some other ingredients for dinner tonight. She was going to try out a new ramen recipe. But her life changed in that one moment when she heard a sniffling from the alleyway. Curious, but also cautious, she peered around the corner of the wall that led to the entrance of the alley to see a crying child. A child around 4 years old crying around a puddle of blood. They had pale blue hair that was covering their face as they wept at the ground. Inko was worried for the child, and so she approached with caution down the alley toward the child. She was hoping that she could do something to help them. She softly put her groceries down next to the dumpster closest to him. "Hey, are you okay? Do you need any help?" she asked calmly with a soft smile. The boy was startled at her voice and glanced up at her. Giving her view of the color of his eyes, his red eyes practically shone through the darkness. Who are you? Are you a hero?" The boy stuttered as he looked at the woman. "Well, my name is Midoriya Inko. And I am not a hero, but not everyone needs to be a hero to save someone." Inko responded with a smile on her face before asking. "So, what's your name?" "Tenko. Shimura Tenko," he replied as he looked in wonder at the green-haired woman. "Are you here to help? That's a lovely name. And if you allow me, I will help you any way I can. I am going to call the police and..." Inko stated as she started to stand up. "Wait, don't leave me," Tenko yelled as he grasped the skirt with 3 fingers. His eyes started growing misty with tears as he asked, "Stay with me, please?" Inko smiled as the mother instincts inside started to grow at the sight of the small toddler gripping her skirt like a lifeline. She nodded and said, "Of course I will." She reached for his hand, but he pulled back very quickly. "It's my quirk. It's dangerous and bad. I destroy stuff with 5 fingers." Tenko said, waiting for the rejection to show up on her face. Finding no such reaction so far, he tilted his head in question. "There is no such thing as a bad quirk. Your quirk sounds wonderful. You can help many people with that kind of quirk. You can help others just like I did with you," Inko replied lovingly as she held onto his 3 fingers in one hand. She crouched back down to the ground near him while she made the call to the nearest police station. "Hello? Yes, my name is Midoriya Inko and I am reporting an incident. Yes, there seems to be some sort of accident that happened in an alleyway. There is a child here named Shimura Tenko that I am with. Can you please send a cruiser to come help?" Inko said into the phone. She went on in detail about how she doesn't know what happened, but that she is worried about if the child is hurt anywhere. Tenko never let go of her as she went on with the call. He was just staring at her thinking that she was basically his new hero. The 2 police cars showed up a few minutes later at the scene. One of the policemen stayed with the 2 and asked some questions while the remaining 2 inspected the alley for any clues of what might have happened. All they seemed to find was blood and no body. The policeman that stayed with them provided some first aid to the boy's upper eye area and mouth since there were some cuts that needed some attention. When the police tried to ask Tenko, he said it was because of his bad quirk that they disappeared. Then Inko was quick to say that it was not his fault and accidents happen all the time. When they were done questioning, they began to talk about what will happen with the boy. "If it is all right with you, I will be his foster guardian until I can officially adopt him." Inko started with utmost authority as she held Tenko's trembling hand. "I would like to keep him safe as you continue the case, but he is still a child that is afraid. We can talk further about this case tomorrow," Inko said as she picked up her groceries with the other hand that wasn't holding Tenko's. "Right now, I am taking this boy home, so he can get a good night's sleep." Inko responded as she walked on with the small child still gripping onto her. "What should we do?" one officer with bad ears asked the detective. Tsukachi sighed. That woman was telling the truth. She honestly is a good woman, and she might have been acting on her motherly instincts from seeing a child be in some kind of trouble. The other officer with a hooked nose and beady eyes asked, "Wait, she was pregnant? Oh thank God, that's what I suspected but I didn't want to say anything because… You know. Tsukachi rolled his eyes before heading to the driver's seat of his police car. Yes, she was. She told me during the interrogation. He thought back to when she said it. The little boy looked confused before she explained that she was going to have a baby soon. There was no doubt his eyes had stars in them when she told him. Tsukachi smiled softly as he got in his seat and buckled. There is no doubt that boy has already considered Mrs. Inko to be his hero. And who knows? Maybe he will want to become a big brother to the upcoming baby. Midoriya Hisashi was worried. His wife went to the grocery store a while ago for some ingredients for tonight's dinner, but she hasn't come back yet. It usually takes her only 30 minutes since the store was small and only a short walk from their home. But it has been close to an hour, and she still hasn't shown up at the door yet. His thoughts went on rampage as he paced through the living room. His fire breath spitting out in little puffs of smoke as he talked his thoughts out loud. Oh my God, I'm a terrible husband and father. What if she was kidnapped all because I wasn't there? Oh my, what happens if she got hurt and went to the hospital, but they aren't able to call me because of some sort of accident with the telephone line? What if she was arrested in a false crime? What if, hi Inko, she was? Wait a minute. Hisashi turned back around to notice that he wasn't paying attention to the door unlocking because there was his wife in all her beautiful glory with the groceries in one hand and a child in the… Hold up, that's a kid. Paused in his mini celebration of having his wife back from whatever he was thinking about, to the child holding on her hand, but hiding behind her legs at the sight of him. Hello dear. This is Shimura Tenko. He will be joining with us for dinner and staying as long as he needs to. The love of his life says as she starts to introduce the child to him. This is my husband Midoriya Hisashi. I love him very much, and don't worry he is a good person. Hisashi nodded his head at the little boy before giving a small wave at the uneasy child. Hi there, little guy. Tenko responded with a stiff nod, still looking at him weirdly. Inko smiled at her husband before kissing his cheek. Sorry for the wait. I found little Tenko here and he needed somewhere to stay. I hope this doesn't bother you. Not at all, Hisashi responded truthfully. Great. Okay, so I will get started on dinner while you two get to know each other. Inko said while she set the groceries down on the counter. She crouched low to Tenko. You don't have to be afraid of him. He is not scary at all, he is like a teddy bear, she whispered to him, brushing back his bangs from his eyes. She kissed his forehead lovingly before standing up and walking to the kitchen, which left Tenko alone with Hisashi. Hisashi slowly sat down in the couch and patted the seat ext to him. He was expecting the child to ignore him, but to his surprise Tenko actually crawled up to sit next to him, carefully using 4 fingers to pull himself up. When he went to ask Tenko why, Tenko said as he swung his feet, Mrs. Midoriya likes you. And she is my hero, she saved me. Which must mean you must be a good person too. Hisashi smiled at the pale blue-haired boy. You know what, maybe this won't be so bad. Tenko smiled at him, plus, you are the one who she loved enough to make a baby with, so that's something to consider. Say what now? Is that all I have going for me? Hisashi thought as his smiling face grew pale at the statement the boy made. It has been several months since Tenko has joined the Midoriya household. It took some getting used to with how he accidentally cremated one of the vases Hisashi's mother got for them for the wedding day. Which Inko was thanking him for it in her head because she had seriously hated that vase as soon as she saw it. After the incident, Inko got him special gloves that covered his pinky and ring fingers only, so he had more freedom with the sense of touch. Tenko even started to call Inko mom and Hisashi dad, which caused both of them to cry while leaving Tenko confused of whether he did something wrong. They both wrapped in a hug that reassured him that it was totally okay. They fell into routine shortly after, with Tenko being homeschooled by Inko since she took out a maternal break from her work. She knew soon he had to go to preschool, but she wanted to keep him off for a little more time since he wasn't good around complete strangers. Hisashi, of course, still had to go to work in the morning, but he came home around 4 in the afternoon. Around that time, Inko will be done teaching or tutoring Tenko on his studies. Then all of them will gather around the table and eat dinner, talking about their days around the table. They would clean up after themselves, before finishing the night by watching TV together before retiring to their bedrooms. Sometimes Tenko came into their room because he had a night R, and all 3 of them will sleep over in the living room on 3 futons pushed together with a large comforter over them all. The day was just as normal as every other day, but today Inko was feeling a small discomfort in her belly, but she didn't think much of it. She wished Hisashi a good day at work while Tenko said goodbye cheerfully. Inko went on her day as usual, just excusing the discomfort for false labor pains called Braxton Hicks contractions. She had them before when she didn't know such a thing existed, which caused Hisashi and Tenko to freak out while bringing her to the hospital. But the doctor there confirmed that she wasn't going into labor, so it wouldn't be a surprise if she had them again. But these Braxton Hicks contractions were lasting a bit longer than she was used to. She went about her usual day. She tutored Tenko in history, teaching him all about how quirks came to life because of a glowing baby. Tenko took in the lesson with stars in his eyes as Inko withstood an occasional pain in her abdomen. Next, she cleaned up the house by dusting off some picture frames and folding the laundry. Tenko helped her with the dishes by drying with a towel. She couldn't help but be distracted by the pain by his adorable focused face as he scrubbed a plate dry. It wasn't until she was putting up the rest of the dishes when she felt her water broke. She braved her hands against the counter and called out for Tenko get her phone because she felt like she couldn't move from her spot. Tenko handed the phone to her and Inko took it in her hands as she thought about what to do. I can't call Hisashi, it will take too long for him to get here. I can't really call the emergency number or else Tenko will panic because strangers is basically taking me away. Taking in a deep breath when a sharp pain punched her belly, she scked it up and called someone she can trust and someone Tenko knows well enough. Hey Inko, what's up? Mitsuki said as she laid on her couch overlooking her husband playing with their 4-month-old son. She smiled at the sight while listening to whatever Inko had to say. The baby is coming now and I need help. Mitsuki paled before cursing, okay. We will be right there. Hold on. She hung up the phone before turning to her husband, we got to bring Inko to the hospital, that impatient baby of hers is coming early. She called to her husband as she rushed to get Katsuki's baby bag. Together as a family, they rushed over to Inko's house to bring her straight to the hospital. Tenko heard the knocking at the door, before he heard his aunt's voice yell out, "It's us, Tenko, let us in." Tenko automatically hurried toward the door from his position with Inko. He stood on his tippy toes to unlock the door before opening it quickly. Like a flash, Mitsuki had taken Inko into her arms while Masaru held Katsuki in his arms with a Tenko clutching to his shirt. Before anyone knew, they were headed high speed to the hospital. Meanwhile, after Inko had made a phone call to Mitsuki, she called her husband to give him the news to head to the nearest hospital. Which made Hisashi basically lose his sheet. I'm going to be a dad. He shouted with plumes of smoke out of his mouth unknowingly as he rushed to clock out. No one dared to stop him. They didn't want to interrupt a proud dad on the way to see his kid being born. Or it might just be because he is afraid he might lose control of his fire breath. On their face. Either way, he made it out the door in 2 minutes flat. Tenko didn't know what was going on as he sat outside with his uncle and their little baby while his aunt and his dad were inside with his mom. All he knew is that he heard yelling and screaming. He asked his uncle what was going on and if his mom was okay. His uncle just smiled while holding a passed-out blonde-haired baby. Everything is okay. It just takes a while for a baby to be born. It takes some pain, but it will all be worth it in the end. Okay, Tenko answered. That was a good enough explanation, I guess. It seemed like hours had gone by before the door was opened by a sweaty, smiling Mitsuki. Hey, Tenko, come meet your new brother. She said as opened the door widely to let him in. Tenko rushed through the door as Uncle Masaru followed behind silently. Tenko sidled up right next to Hisashi's side of the bed with his mother looking tired while holding a swaddled wad of blue blanket. Hisashi moved, smiling, so Tenko could take a closer look as Inko brought the blanket down to his eyesight. Tenko looked at his baby brother in adoration. He could see the beginning of dark curly hair on top of his head. When the baby blinked he saw the emerald eyes of his mother, that reminded him of the night when she saved him. Tenko, this is your little brother, Izuku. Izuku, his is your older brother, Tenko. Hisashi said softly looking at his boys while they stared at one another. Hisashi looked to his wife to see her smiling softly at the situation as well. He glanced over at the Bakugo family before looking at his own again. Hisashi has tears in his eyes as he thought, I love my family. It has been a year since Inko had taken Tenko under her guardianship, but now it was time for him to officially be adopted. Hisashi held open the door for his wife Inko as she strolled to the courtroom with a dark blue stroller containing a 7-month-old baby. At her side, Tenko walked proudly dressed in his new green dress shirt and black slacks that Hisashi bought for him for this special day. His hair was brushed, with difficulty, and held back with some red hairpins. Inko herself was wearing a pale blue dress with a lace detail belt around her waist and her hair tied back in a bun. And Hisashi wore a dark blue dress shirt, a pale blue tie, and solid black dress pants. Hisashi couldn't contain his mess of black curls, so they were fully on display and bouncing with each step he took. Izuku wore a red bow tie with a plain blue onesie with his dark green curls on full display. In less than an hour, the court had let Tenko be officially adopted. Shimura Tenko was now Midoriya Tenko as he hugged his parents. Before smiling at his brother in his stroller, Izuku returned his smile waving his hands towards him. Tenko smiled as he looked at his family. This is one of the best days of my life. He thought to himself. He never would have thought his life would be like this, but since he has it now, he won't ever let go of it. All Might looked on at the happy family just outside the courthouse. When he received word that Nana's grandchild was found, he didn't know what to think, especially when a green-haired woman took him in. He didn't know what to do since he promised not to get involved with his past mentor's life. But looking at the family now, he knows that the child, Tenko, was happy right where he was. Nana would be so proud to see her grandchild now. It seemed like it was only a few months after the adoption became official. But in actuality Tenko had now been part of the family for about 4 years. He had never been happier in his life than he had been living with his mom, dad, and his baby brother Izuku. He could just imagine the times when he was playing with Izuku with stuffed animals and plastic toys. He remembered when Izuku would wake him up along with his parents in the middle of the night. Tenko smiled at his memories of Izuku growing up before his eyes. The crawling stage was difficult to go through since he kept bumping his head against everything. The teething stage was hell to go through since he would try to find anything, and he means anything, to chew on when he didn't have his cold toy to help. When he first started talking, Tenko's heart melted because his third word was Nichan. He did his best when Izuku started walking by guiding him through it with his hand. Every moment that Izuku did was captured by his mother and father's camcorder. His father had put all the holidays, birthdays, and special moments of Izuku and Tenko's life on DVDs. Tenko was embarrassed at first before getting his revenge by filming Dad in his most funny moments. He was thankful of his family and would do anything to protect his little brother. That's why he was watching him in the park playing with his best friend Kaken. They both didn't know he was watching them, but it has become a habit to protect his little brother from what might happen. He was watching them play with 2 other boys in the playground. Tenko didn't really like the attitude Bakugo was giving to his little brother. He especially did not like how Bakugo always made Izuku either play the villain or the civilian while they are playing a game of heroes. He noticed how Bakugo was pulling away from the Izuku once he found out a few weeks ago that he got diagnosed as quirkless. It was a very bad and sad day for Izuku. He was sitting next to him when the doctor crushed his dreams. When they arrived back home, he went to comfort his little brother only to find him crying in a chair looking at the video of All Might he loved so much. Nichan. All Might always saves people with a smile. Do you think I can do that? Do you think I can become a hero? Izuku asked his brother as streams of tears escaped from his eyes. Tenko smiled at his brother with his own eyes getting misty. Of course you can. And I'll be there to help you, he said while he hugged his brother tightly against his chest. Mom and Dad came in shortly after. They hugged their sons tighter with all of them having tears on their face. Tenko noticed the change when he picked Izuku back up from his preschool. Kaken normally would wave and say goodbye. But he sneered and started walking faster to get to his own mother. Tenko thought the young boy would get over it soon, but apparently not as he watched Kaken try to hurt another young boy who fell on the ground. Izuku rushed in front of Kaken and pleaded for him not to hurt the other boy. Tenko was about to rush in to threaten Bakugo to stop, but he saw a scarred red-haired boy a little older than him step up to the group. Hey, stop! The older teen said to the smaller blonde. The blonde got angry at being challenged. Oh, yeah? Deku deserves it because he is worthless. I'm just showing him that he can't be a hero. He is quirkless. Bakugo said with a sneer on his face as his 2 friends started to back away from the teen. Oh, really? The red-haired teen said with a frown deepening on his face. Yeah, the blonde yelled. Well, okay then. The red-haired teen waves his arms and lights his left hand with blazing blue flames. That's an interesting excuse to hurt someone who has done nothing to you. Now how about you scram before I have you reported? The blonde huffed at the threat before scoffing and walking away. The red-haired teen turned to the green-haired child on the ground. The other child that Izuku was standing up for ran off as soon as he got there. The teen had to admit that the child looked pretty adorable, especially since he was staring at him with no more tears in his eyes. His wide eyes of emerald reminded him shortly of his little siblings that he left behind with that poor excuse for a father and pro-hero. Tenko rushed over to the spot that his little brother and the older teen were. The older teen got on the defensive side when he saw someone rushing up until he heard the little childish cry of Nichan. His face got sort of somber when he heard those words, but nevertheless he allowed the other to scoop the child into a hug. Tenko pauses in the hug to look at the older teen. Would you like to come over for dinner? Izuku wants to ask because you saved him, and I asked because I think you haven't eaten in a while. Tenko asked before trailing off looking at the teen's figure. Izuku's looked sheepishly at his shoes with a hidden smile. What? The older asked in confusion. His electric blue eyes widen at the offer. Really? Are you sure? Yep. Now come on. Mom is making katsudon tonight. Tenko said while taking Izuku in one hand and dragging to older with the other. The oldest let himself be dragged by the younger boys as they led him to their house. Toya doesn't know how it ended up with him sitting in the couch being cared for by two grown strangers. The mother opened the door and immediately took notice of his scars, but took special notice in a wound that was fairly still fresh from the day he ran away from home. She frowned at the sight and started taking care of the wound when he came in. The teen expected her to pull her children in and close the door like he witnessed others do when he was walking down the street, but she was different. She took notice that he was only a child, that he was hungry, that he ran away from home, but most of all how he was hurt. Not just physically from what her maternal instincts told her. She took care of his wounds while her husband got a futon ready. He wanted to cry when the two asked him about how he came to be where he was now. I'm Todoroki Toya. I ran away from home because my father is a BAS-. The redhead took notice of the child in the room before censoring himself. My father is a bad guy. He hurt my mother and siblings. I was able to escape when I failed on of his trainings. But I wasn't able to help my little siblings or mother. My mother was admitted to a mental hospital and now the youngest has to undergo the same abusive treatment. And I couldn't save them. I just ran away, I couldn't help them. The redhead ended with tears starting to escape from his eyes. Tenko reaches over with Izuku to give the oldest a hug. The parents looked at each other. The name of Todoroki, also known as Endeavor, rang a few bells in their heads. Hisashi was about to get into lawyer mode, when Inko stopped him with a whisper. Now's not the time, but start an investigation as soon as you can just in case. What he needs now is comfort that he hasn't been given in a long time. Hisashi nodded as he prepared dinner on 5 plates. Inko went over to the somber 3. Hello, Toya. Would you like to stay here for the time being? Toya nodded with his bright blue eyes growing misty once again at the generous offer. Inko smiled as her sons looked to already be growing attached to the oldest. After they finished their delicious dinner, everyone ignoring the fact that Toya ate his too quickly. Inko made a note of that kind of behavior to reiterate to her husband about what kind of treatment that Endeavor has been giving his children. Toya climbed into his futon in the living room. But he was followed by Izuku and Tenko, who seemed to be carrying every blanket and pillow in the house on top of their arms. Sleepover! The two shouted in unison before crawling to the large futon with the confused older teen. What? The teen asked, laughing slightly at the actions of the younger two. They reminded him of his young siblings. Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Shudo. God, how he missed them, but when these two started to gather the pillows and blankets around the three of them, he couldn't help but feel at home. Inko awoke in the morning to see all 3 sons in a cuddle pile of the futon when Hisashi already left for his early work. Hisashi sat at his office chair planning to take down Endeavor while his wife looked over the sleeping children at home. Chapter text. Tenko was standing outside Izuku's elementary school with Dabi. The two were standing there right next to the front gate as the time passed by. So, is anyone going to teach the little boy a lesson? Dabi asked Tenko as he ran his fingers through his newly dyed black hair. He was so lucky that Inko has allowed him to get rid of his red hair. She even gave him the idea of adding dark purple highlights to make it seem less edgy. Hisashi really liked his new haircut, and Izuku loved it even more, saying that he looked more happier. And he agreed, he loved it. Tenko adjusted his newly fitted gloves that covered 3 of his fingers. His mother, I expect, gave him a talk, but other than that nobody. Everyone just praises him for his quirk, which makes his ego even bigger. I just can't wait for the day he breaks down and realizes that he isn't the best out of everyone. Tenko said with a tone of calm boredom while speaking about the young blonde. He still didn't like him, and nothing can change the fact. After Tenko finished his statement, the bell rang and children came running out to go home. They looked past the crowd of children to see Izuku looking sad with Kaken coming up behind him with his 2 groupies. Izuku noticed Kaken and was about to say goodbye to him before he ran off with his 2 friends behind him. Izuku's face crumbled to sadness at the way his friend was ignoring him. His eyes turned to see his brothers standing by the gate. His face cheered up immediately as he ran to his brothers. Ten-chan! Toy-chan! Izuku called out before launching himself at their ankles. Oof! Hey buddy! Toya said, bending down so he could fully hug Izuku before Tenko got a chance. Toya glanced up only to laugh quietly at the betrayed look Tenko had on his face when he didn't get to hug Izuku first. Tenko glared silently at Toya when he let Izuku go. Tenko then took his own little brother into a tight hug. Hello, small brother. Izuku giggled at the pet name. The 2 brothers smiled at the adorableness. The 2 brothers didn't really want Izuku to focus on the way Bakugo was acting to him right now. It has been a year since Toya came in, but since that incident Bakugo lessened his attack on Izuku from physical to just verbal taunts. They will wait until tonight to tell them about his behavior again to their parents, because even if he has stopped hitting him, he is still hurting emotionally. But right now, they just wanted to cheer Izuku up with some good old brother bonding time. Hey, small brother. Let's head to the park and hang out for a bit. We can play in the forest and pretend we are heroes. Tenko said cheerfully to his younger brother Izuku while Toya nodded in agreement. Izuku smiled before Toya added, we can get ice cream afterwards. Izuku's smile grew larger, really? Yay! Tenko looked over at Toya while Izuku was at a short distance away from them. I don't think Mom will let us ruin our dinner. Relax. All you got to do is get one scoop. There won't be that much of a difference in hunger. Toya said try to relax Tenko's nerves, which earned him a blank look from his blue-haired brother before they rolled his eyes and stated, fine. I'm getting chocolate. Toya smiled as the group of brothers headed to the park. They didn't see any sign of Bakugo or his mean friends, so they escorted Izuku to the lush nature near the clearing of the park. Izuku charged into the large towering trees and berry bushes before the two older brothers could stop him. Wait. Hold on. Toya called out to his youngest brother as he disappeared from sight. He followed Tenko inside the forest area heading toward where they saw Izuku's run to. But they didn't see him. They both grew a bit worried. What happens if something happened to Izuku? They stated to call his name while wondering about the bushes and tall grass. Tenko and Toya didn't want to lose their little ray of sunshine brother. After 10 minutes of searching, they caught a glimpse of tiny red sneakers lying down by a tree. They rushed to the site ready to scold their brother only to gasp at the sight before them. Their brother was hugging a girl about the same age as him who was crying her eyes out. The girl was dressed in an elementary school uniform that looked dirty. It had some rips and holes around the sleeves and scuff marks on her little brown shoes. The girl had her little golden blonde hair in messy buns that didn't look like they were brushed in a while. Her little face had tears streaming down her pink cheeks as she cried into their little brother's shoulder. The brother's appearance caused the two children hugging to look up. Izuku brightened at seeing them, but the girl grew quiet and a little scared at the strangers. But her fear disappeared when her new friend said, "Don't worry. These are my brothers I was talking about." The girl's face still held a little bit of hesitancy when Izuku introduced her to the taller older brothers. From what he told her, they are very nice despite their outer appearance. Hey! Sup, Tenko and Toya greeted to the young girl. The young girl nodded at them before turning her gaze toward the ground. So what's wrong and why do you look like that? Tenko asked bluntly before Toya punched him with his sharp elbow. Ow! Okay, sorry. What's your name? The girl looked at the blunt blue-haired boy that looked only a few years older than her. My name is Toga Himiko. The older brothers didn't really want to force a backstory out of her, but Izuku encouraged her that she was safe. Don't worry. My family and I can help you. My brothers have similar stories and now they are the best family I could ever ask for. I want to help you, Himi-chan. Izuku said to her, which caused her to break into a kind grin showing her sharp incisors. Okay. The girl agreed before telling her story. Well, ever since I got my quirk. I really like the color of red that a pretty bird had on, but my parents didn't. My parents have been trying to make me not act like myself or trying to make me something I don't want to be. They got me a quirk counselor who said how I had a villain's quirk and that I shouldn't use it ever since it wasn't a good quirk. My friends didn't like me anymore since I really like red color of blood. Everyone started avoiding me. And my parents started to hate me. They never really made dinner anymore, they would just give me their leftovers or nothing at all. I ran away a few days ago because of a thing I did to a boy who hurt me. She ranted without a phase for a breath. The brothers were stunned at the story while Izuku hugged the young girl again. Tenko didn't have to look at Toya long before the two did something that has become a tradition with the family now that they find something in need of help. Do you want to come home with us? Himiko didn't realize how much she was seeking attention or affection by people until she walked into the loving home of the Midoriya family. She was just thankful that a young boy listened to her problems, but she surely wasn't expecting to be invited to stay for dinner. But she second-guessed herself, maybe they were just going to kick her out the next morning. But the more she looked into the eyes of her new friend, she thought she was safe from ever being left alone again. She felt a welcoming presence that seemed to say that she will never be unloved ever again. Himiko was inside the home on a tour led by Izuku while Tenko and Toya explained her situation to their parents in the living room quietly. Safe to say, Inko and Hisashi were already ready for the new daughter as soon as she walked in. Hisashi started to type into his work laptop on the table, so that would be adoption papers and lawsuit papers against her parents? She probably needs new clothes, so we have to stop by to the store tonight or tomorrow to get her suitable stuff to wear. Inko nodded along with her husband. By the way, when is the court date for burning trash pile, honey? Hisashi chuckled along with the two older boys as they knew who she was talking about. It is very soon, my dear. My friends in the police department have been spying and gathering information, and they found more than enough to arrest him on many charges. Pro-hero or not, he will be going down. Toya couldn't help but feel happy at being able to help the family that he had left behind. Wait, what happens to my siblings? Inko and Hisashi shared a glance. Hisashi shrugged and added a new tab. Do you want me to look for bigger houses? Inko smiled at her husband. You know me so well, dear. Tenko smiled as Toya laughed at the exchange between their parents. Toya wasn't adopted officially yet, but an unknown friend of a police detective allowed some strings to be pulled to allow Inko to be legal guardian until further notice. They didn't know who Yagi Tashinori was, but he made sure that the family was kept together. Once Himiko was finished with Izuku's room tour, they both headed to the living room giggling as they talked about the heroes they know. You could be like Vlad King. His quirk is related to blood too. Her eyes lit up in a way that the family recognized when Izuku would light up for all might. Really? Yeah. You could be an awesome hero with your quirk. You could be like a spy or a ninja. Wow. A ninja. Himiko smiled big at the idea of her being a sneaky hero. Inko and Hisashi chuckled at the younger two children before suggesting to order takeout for dinner. Apparently their father tried to make dinner and tried to use his fire breath to cook the casserole faster. They all laughed as Hisashi turned a shade of flustered pink. So 20 minutes later they were all eating large cheese and pepperoni pizza. Toya piled on the pepper flakes that it came with only to regret it. Tenko laughed loudly as he drained the milk from the fridge. Himiko started to cry when Inko and Hisashi offered to become her new family after they cleaned up, which led to more crying when the family hug commenced around the new addition. Izuku offered Himiko to have a sleepover in his room for the night. The other two older brothers agreed to the sleepover even though they had their own room. She felt happy as they all fell asleep around her on the large futon on Izuku's floor. She felt content as the warmth from her newfound brothers. She finally felt like she truly belonged. Today was the day that they were going to go shopping for Himiko's new clothes, and while they were there, they could get new clothes for each of the kids. Inko wanted him to cook a quick breakfast before they went to the store. There was only one problem that his family keeps forgetting. There is a 50% chance he will burn everything because he doesn't have patience. Hisashi was standing over the stove trying to figure out how to cook the bacon quicker when Dabi came in. Dabi rubbed his eyes tiredly as he strolled into kitchen with Hisashi standing at the oven with a pan of bacon over the fire. Good morning, sport. Hisashi greeted the fuzzy black-haired teen that looked like he wanted to go back to bed. Ready for the shopping trip today? Ready as I'll ever be, Toya sighed. So what are you trying to burn today? Bacon. Hisashi said loudly to him as the bacon seemed to escape from the spatula he was holding. Toya stood by his side until Hisashi flipped over each bacon trip. When he flipped them over, he put down the spatula and tried to make conversation with his son. So good dream? Hisashi asked with a soft smile. I don't really remember, Toya said quietly, looking away from his dad. Dad, not father. What he always truly wanted, not that fire bstrd that he grew up with. Hisashi placed his hand gently on Toya's shoulders. We are going to make sure your siblings are safe from him. And we will make sure he can never get to your mother to use her ever again. I'll do my best to keep him away from them, Toya. I promise you. He said earnestly into bright blue eyes that seemed to tear up at his words. Thank you. Toya said gratefully as a tear escaped from his eye. Hisashi wiped it away with his pinky before smiling brightly. And then we will become the ultimate family, Hisashi said in a weird dramatic voice which caused Toya to laugh slightly. Before they both noticed the weird burnt scent in the air, their eyes slowly turned to see the black forms that used to be bacon only minutes before. Hey, Dad. Yeah. Why don't we just have some cereal instead? Okay. Or should I warm the milk? Hisashi asked to the calm teenager that looked to be keeping themselves from laughing. No, that won't be necessary. Toya declined with a chuckle escaping at the last word. Inko came down to see her eldest son scraping out whatever her husband burnt out of the frying pan while her husband set up 6 bowls of cereal. Good morning, dear, Hisashi called from the kitchen as he poured milk and cereal at the same time into one of the bowls. Morning, sweetheart. What happened to the bacon? The fire on the stove has cursed us all to have our bacon burned any time that I make it, Hisashi explained as Toya stifled his remains laughs while scraping off the burnt crisps. Inko smiled at her husband's excuse before greeting her eldest. Good morning to you too, Toya. Morning. Toya called out to her as he walked the pan over to the sink to scrub away the grime leftover. All the commotion from the kitchen caused Izuku to wake up, which caused Tenko's big brother senses to go off, making him awaken from slumber. Himiko woke up shortly after as well, and the three of them headed to the kitchen together. Tenko's eyes lit up at the sight of his mom and brother eating cereal while his dad sprayed the kitchen with Febreze. He yawned when his nose caught the scent of burnt bacon. No wonder we are having cereal, he thought as Himiko and Izuku ran to their bowls filled with sugary cereal and milk. He smiled softly as he sat down next to his little brother and little sister. He started to eat his cereal while he watched his mother and older brother talk about something. His father sat down with his bowl when he finished trying to cover the scent of disgraced bacon. I love this family. They aren't anything like my memories of the last one. They are all loving and they saved me. They are my heroes. Tenko thought as he listened to Izuku's retelling of his dream of becoming a hero and adopting a pink dog that breathed fire. After breakfast was eaten and everyone was dressed, they made their way to the store that Inko said had a sale going on. She dressed Himiko in Izuku's clothes. She took an old Vlad King shirt happily with some cargo shorts. Inko led the group of children on the way to the store with her husband behind them all. They all went inside and took to their different sections. Inko, Izuku and Himiko went one way while Hisashi took Tenko and Toya the other way. Toya was eyeing a leather vest that had a cloth hoodie to the back of it. In his arms was a solid black shirt with the rock band Kiss on it and a more maroon shirt with the band Queen. He always liked their music when he was trying to get away from his past, so he held a soft spot for them. He also had a pair of combat boots and sneakers in his hand for him to try on later. Tenko had a pair of jeans in one hand and a shirt with an old pro hero on it. It was hard to tell which hero, and since it was in the clearance section of the thrift store, it must be someone no one actively knows. She had her hair up in a dark ponytail, she was dressed in a cape, and she was smiling brightly with her fingers pressed to her cheeks. Tenko knew who she was and what she meant to him. He has never let go of the shirt since he found it. Tenko also latched onto some new bright red sneakers with red laces. Hisashi was looking over the boys while they chose their new clothing. He was happy they could find something they like in this vintage thrift store. He was even more happy when he found a wacky silk tie that had a picture of a peacock on it. He didn't like the tackiness, but he did like the fact that it made him laugh. He should buy more ties like this to really push the tacky dad aesthetic. Meanwhile, at the other side of the store next to the woman and children section, Izuku and Himiko were having a blast picking out clothes for each other and themselves. Inko watched over them as they laughed and pointed out different choices to the other. Himiko already had a decent collection of clothes since she was the one who needed the whole wardrobe. Inko had a cart filled with items for Himiko to try on, but if she was right in her guess from the school uniform Himiko had on. Himiko was most definitely the sizes that she picked out. Inko had 5 jeans, 3 shorts, 4 skirts, 3 jackets, 5 dresses and a multitude of shirts and blouses for Himiko. Inko also picked out about 6 pairs of shoes for her new daughter as she decided about a Vlad King shirt she found amongst the racks that was different than the one she had on. Izuku mostly stuck to hero merchandise that he could find. Inko already added a pair of jeans and a few shorts to the basket since he needed some new bottoms. Inko even found this cute little dark green bucket hat that she knew would look so adorable on him. Izuku picked out a vintage All Might t-shirt, a thrifted Present Mike hoodie, and a Best Jeanist denim shirt. He found a pair of used Ingenium running shoes that he clung to his chest when he found them. Inko picked out a lovely sundress for herself with a little brown belt before taking Himiko and Izuku to change. On the other side of the store, the husband did the same with his 2 sons. After about an hour of changing and looking around more, the family had their clothes all ready to check out. While the parents were checking out, the siblings talked to one another about the clothes they got. If you only found a MCR or ATD shirt, then you would be complete, Tenko said to Toya after he described what he found at the end. Apparently Toya had found a bunch of his favorite band shirts at the store. Hey! Toya complained, what about that new pair of gloves? Black with spikes, really? Hey, they are fashionable. Black can go with any outfit. Tenko argued back to him as the 2 young children watched their conversation go down. They giggled as they too argued back and forth about what style they picked out. All the while a retired pro hero looked at the family with a curious gleam in his eyes as he looked at Nana's grandson. He saw the young one pick out one of her only shirts with a look of happiness and recognition deep in his eyes. So he must know about her, Gran Torino thought to himself. No wonder, Toshinori is helping them out. They are a pretty happy family. The older smiled as the parents called out for the children so they could leave the store. There is no doubt she is smiling at the future that little Tenko has with his new family. The family of 6 headed down to the court. Midoriya, Hisashi and Izuku in matching suits. Inko wore a dark green skirt with long black turtleneck, and Himiko wore a dark red skirt with white turtleneck. Toya wore a blue shirt and dark slacks while Tenko wore a dark red shirt and dark slacks. Each family member was suited for the tough day ahead of them. Hisashi worked closely with Detective Tsukachi and the underground hero, Eraserhead, obtaining evidence to use in the case. Right now, they have 2 witnesses to his actions. They would call Toya up as the first witness. But if the opinion doesn't go towards them because people might excuse him for being a pro-hero, they made a video interview with Rei. Rei was easy to interview since she really wanted her children out of that house as fast as she could. It was a long story that made Inko cry multiple times. Photo proof of the injuries he caused on Toya. All the permanent scarring that he forced out by making Toya use his quirk too much. Inko and Izuku cried at the sight, Himiko held his hand tight, and Hisashi planned out Endeavor's death in his head. Tenko had greater plan of just touching him, but he didn't want to endanger his new life with his family. And a DNA test confirming that Toya was his son. He wasn't dead, missing, or off to boarding school like others believed. All of that combined with reports of his general behavior and attitude toward his hero jobs made for a compelling case on their end. Toya stiffened when he walked in and took a shaky breath at his siblings that haven't noticed him yet. Fuyumi was dressed in a simple gray dress with her duo-colored hair down. Natsuo had a neutral stare while standing next to his older sister in an uncomfortable orange shirt and brown slacks. He almost cried before heading behind his parents to hide at the face of his youngest brother. Tenko turned to look at the sight and almost did the same. The sullen face of a child as young as Izuku. The left side of their face was marred with a red scar that was trying to be hidden in his split hair. They looked too stoic and silent to be a child. Why did they look so empty? They needed to get them out of that house. Let the court begin. Midoriya versus Todoroki. The judge said before a court of jury. For the jury to be fair, a group of people who weren't biased was called to stand. People who knew that even if you are a pro-hero, it shouldn't be excused if they committed a crime. Endeavor and his legal team sat to the left while Hisashi and Toya sat to the right. By now, the Todoroki siblings noticed that their big brother was back. Fuyumi smiled at seeing her brother alive, Natsuo looked happy to see him, and Shudo looked to be showing longing in his eyes. Hisashi started with the DNA test to prove that the person to his side was Enji's son. The jury gasped while he told the story of how Toya came to live with his family. When Enji's lawyers tried to make it out as kidnapping, Hisashi proved it by legal documents declaring them guardians signed by Yagi Tashinori. The jury accosted the evidence and so it moved on. Hisashi made his young children and anyone not comfortable with witnessing the evidence to close their eyes or turn around. He showed Toya's burn scars that were forced upon him by overusing his quirk. When the other lawyers tried to make them out as accidents, Hisashi placed Toya on the stand. Toya, I'm sorry for what I'm about to ask you, Hisashi whispered to his son. It's okay, as long as I can bring that sucker down for good, Toya responded back quietly. Toya swore to tell the truth and nothing but before Hisashi questioned him on his treatment. So state your name for the court. Hisashi started in a respectful tone. Todoroki Toya, Toya said with a slight grimace at his last name. Hisashi began with the big question, now, Todoroki-kun, how did your father treat you with his so-called training? After I turned 4, it started and I couldn't take a break from it. Each day he pushed me over my limit. My flames aren't like his, mine are blue which are hotter than his by a long shot, but my skin and body couldn't keep control of the heat. Each day, no matter how much I screamed or begged to stop, he kept pushing me even though I burned and blistered. He kept saying how my quirk wasn't what he wanted for his greatest creation, but it was strong enough to pass until he could make another. Toya responded. What do you mean make another? Hisashi questioned gently as the jury began to look sickened. Objection. Endeavor's lawyers interrupted. Overruled. Sit down. Continue please. The judge replied. My father doesn't look at us like his children, he looks at us as experiments and creations toward his own personal goal of defeating All Might and becoming #1 above him. After me, Fuyumi was born. She had a weaker ice quirk, so my father continued in trading me and ignored her. Natsuo was born who didn't have enough strong enough quirk for father. I continued my training while I saw my siblings separated from me and neglected by father. My mother was constantly sad. Then Shudo was born. He got his quirk, and my father began his hell training on him. He still kept me training just in case it didn't work out. Toya continued on avoiding the eyes of his siblings. Then one night I stood up to father when he tried to train Shudo past his limits for too long. He caused me to burn myself to a degree where my skin burned through. Now, I have to live the rest of my life with permanent scars in remembrance of dear old father. The jury was whispering amongst themselves as Endeavor grew heated. His siblings were staring at him through his whole testimony, silencing wishing for their father's demise. It was Endeavor's lawyer's turn to question him. The lawyer began with, did your father take care of the house and expenses? Toya responded back, yes. In what ways did he neglect you? Endeavor's lawyer asked. He hired help to watch over us and cook for us when our mother was feeling too ill to be there with us. Even though he was often the reason of her not seeing us all the time. Toya explained. Your father works as a pro hero? The lawyer questioned, cockily. Yes. Toya stated tensely. Then he must have a busy schedule and can't take care of his children on hand and foot. And this training must be his way of making sure you can take care of yourselves and be strong for the future. The lawyer replied. Are you saying he had the right to abuse us to get us ready? Toya questioned back at the lawyer, getting angry. The jury began to discuss the case a little louder than necessary, which made the judge quiet them. Endeavor's lawyer, who looked too sure of himself, rested his case. Toya returned to his seat only for Hisashi to stand up and present his last witness. He submitted the tape as evidence and let everyone know that it was a video before playing it in the small television the court provided. The screen fades into a scene of a white hospital room. An image of a lady with white hair and sad brown eyes filled the screen. The siblings jumped up at seeing their mother, who they hadn't heard from since she was taken away. Shudo looked the most expressive to see her face. Hisashi's voice echoed and asked the questions in the video. Inko squeezed her 3 children sitting next to her in a tight hug when the video started. Endeavor looked like he knew he lost. What is your name? Hisashi asked on the video. Todoroki Rei. But just call me Rei. I don't care for the other one. Rei answered. Can you tell me about your lovely children? Hisashi questioned gently. She had a brightened smile but sad eyes when she responded, Toya is my eldest son. He is the more protective one, but he is also the most mischievous. Toya did a trick for his siblings once when he made popcorn in seconds. Fuyumi is my lovely only daughter. I taught her how to make snowflakes and she lit up when she saw the designs she could make. Natsuo is my little troublemaker, but he is a goofball and tries to make all his siblings laugh. The siblings, in question, all smiled and held back tears as their mother talked about them fondly. Shudo is my youngest. Rei started to tear up. I never wanted for him to have this kind of life. I never wanted any one of my children to be treated the way they are being cared for. Shudo, if you are watching, I'm sorry. I love you. I love all of you so much. Rei reached for the tissue and wiped her eyes. Shudo looked to cry at his mother's words. He was so happy that he knew that she didn't hate him. She just hated his father, it was never about him. Can't you tell us about your... Hisashi started to question before Rei interrupted. My forced contract? It was never a marriage, so I wouldn't call it that at all. The judge scooted closer to the video. If she was saying what they thought she was, Endeavor will never see the light of day. I'm part of a quirk marriage. My parents sold me to a fire user, so they could have the perfect combination of a quirk. Fire and ice. It took him 4 tries to get what he wanted. I always wanted to just escape with my children and run away from him. But no one will believe my side, my story. They would just see a pro hero and his deranged wife kidnapping his children. Rei replied. The jury and judge were in silent anger. All 4 siblings were crying with love for their mother. It didn't take the court that long to decide Endeavor's fate. Practicing illegal quirk marriage, child abuse, non-SXL, child neglect, and spousal abuse. His hero license was revoked and never to be returned. His life now in the prison with chance of parole. Everyone in the Midoriya family rejoiced with the Todoroki siblings. They welcomed the new 3 into their home until their mother could recover fully. The hospital cost was covered by the settlement that Endeavor had to pay. Rei was happy to know her children were being taken care of and would give notice when she was ready enough to see them in a visit. Fuyumi, Natsuo and Shudo was happy to finally embrace their brother again. The Midoriya parents looked at them with supportive gazes. Tenko, Himiko and Izuku joined in after the siblings caught up with each other. Thank God they got the new house in advance. Hisashi was glad that they had already finished moving into the new house before the court trial even began, which gave them more time to move the siblings into their new place with ease. Hisashi and the help of some of his friends moved the clothes from out of their traditional house to the new house where they will stay. He didn't want them to go back to Endeavor's house anytime soon. Inko stayed at the new house introducing everyone to where they will be staying. Shudo and Izuku have one room. Himiko and Fuyumi in the other. Tenko, Toya and Natsuo will share a room as well. Meanwhile, Inko and Hisashi have their own master bedroom near all the rest so they could get to them fast. They scheduled for Rei to join them when she got better, until then they will have many frequent visits. Toya was very glad that his siblings didn't need to go through any more of the treatment that their SPRM donor put them through. Tenko was happy that Toya got his family back and only a slight bit worried of what they would think of him. Himiko was ecstatic to get another female in the house. Izuku was ready for all the new family members to hug. The siblings, however, were happy about their new home, but didn't know what to feel about their new situation. They didn't know how to fit back into this already seen to be complete's home. They had family dinner. Never had they once had family dinner all together. They were all sent to their own rooms to eat. How were they supposed to fit in? Fuyumi was the second oldest after Toya left, but she wasn't able to do the brave things he could. He stood up for his younger siblings when father got mad. He was the one to cheer them up. But she couldn't do what he could. She tried her best to take care of Shudo after the training and played with Natsuo as much as she could. She wanted to help them like her brother, but she wasn't strong enough. Before mother went away, she said that she took good care of her siblings, and she hoped she could help younger kids as well in the future. But she wasn't strong enough. All she wanted was for them to be a family. The one named Tenko interrupted her from her thoughts as he strolled into her new room she was sharing with the young girl, Himiko. She looked at him from her new bed to stare into his bored red eyes. "Sup? How are you feeling?" Tenko asked casually to Fuyumi. "Good, I guess." Fuyumi mumbled to him. "Yeah, that's a lie." Tenko rolled his eyes. "Wha? How can you dash?" Fuyumi was interrupted by him sitting down next to her on the bed. "Trust me. I know when people are lying." Tenko explained shortly to her, red eyes gleaming with a promise. "I just don't know how to feel about this whole thing. One moment we are living in control but now we are living with you guys. And Toya is here." Fuyumi stuttered slightly while trying to explain herself. "Yeah. Must be pretty confusing as to why complete strangers would help out, huh? My own family didn't help when I was being beaten in front of their eyes. I see the same guilt that my mother had in yours." Tenko replied, lightly scratching his neck before stopping himself. "I'm not strong enough. I never was. Toya was the only one brave enough to stick up for them while I dash." She started to cry. "I couldn't do anything to stop him. My power is too weak up against him, so I did the best I could to help them when father was done. The guilt of not being able to save them still drags along with me. Why can't I just be strong enough for my family?" Tenko rubbed her back with his gloved hand as he comforted the crying girl. He blinked openly at her words. "Did my mother feel this way too? You don't have to worry anymore. I felt almost the same as you, about not being strong enough to protect someone you care about. Inko found me after I wasn't able to save my own family from myself." Fuyumi looked up to see him fighting back tears while smiling. "She took me in and gave me another chance. A new family to protect. A supportive and loving family that really helped me become better. And I wouldn't give them up for the world. Trust in me. They won't let you or your siblings down, they will bring you all up. And for the first time in forever. Okay. I trust you." It sounded like she could have the family she wanted. Natsuo wasn't exactly used to attention. He was mostly ignored by their father for not being even worthy enough to take a second glance at. He played mostly with Toya, but when he disappeared, Fuyumi didn't really play as much as she did before. And he couldn't even go near his youngest brother because of the rules their father set up for the greatest creation. He had to try day by day to prove himself to be worthy enough to be paid attention to. So most of his life he was fighting for attention. Until he moved into the Midoriya household with his two other siblings and with Toya. He was expecting them to ignore him because he mostly fell into the title of middle child. So he was preparing himself to prove his worth to a whole new set of people. Hey, you are Natsuo, right?" "That's my name, don't wear it out." Natsuo replied smugly at the blonde-haired girl entering his new room. "Cool. So do you want to come play with me? I noticed you are all alone over here, so I came to drag you out of your cave." Himiko responded cheerfully at Natsuo's dumbfounded face. "Wouldn't you rather play with someone else? Did you only come here out of pity?" he asked, trying not to get his hopes too high. "Nope. I want to play with you. I think you can handle what it bringing to the table, but can you handle what I can bring out?" Natsuo smiled. "Heck yeah." And that's how Natsuo ended up playing Just Dance for a straight hour. No breaks. He stood there with his hands on his knees to catch his breath while Himiko lay in the ground to chase the last breath she had. "You are so good at dancing." Himiko wheezed out between desperate breaths. "Thanks, you aren't too bad yourself." Natsuo complimented to the girl on the floor. "Round 2? Natsuo challenged. "Heck yeah, man." Himiko accepted. And that's how Natsuo became dance friends with a girl 2 years younger than him. The same girl who actually beat him in the next round. Shudo didn't know what to feel. He was currently surrounded in a room surrounded by his father's #1 threat that he started training him to best. Shudo's favorite hero. All Might. All Might is my favorite hero. I want to be just like him when I grow older. I mean, I don't have a quirk, so it might be a little harder. But I'm going to try my best. Izuku states to the stunned Shudo who was still admiring the decoration in his new shared room. "I like All Might too," Shudo timidly added. "You do?" Izuku asked in excitement. Shudo hummed while nodding in agreement. He found himself in a surprise hug afterwards. Yay! Izuku said loudly in happiness. Now we can talk about All Might together. And watch his movies and stuff. Yay! I have a new friend. Friend? Yeah. Izuku said, tilting his head. You want a friends, right? Shudo shook his head up and down. Yes. Yes. I want to be friends. Yay! Now Shudo wasn't as alone as he was. He had a friend. He never had a friend before. And before he knew it, he was dragged to the front living room where all the rest were gathered. His sister sat with the blue-haired teenager on the couch while Natsuo talked to the young girl with her hair in the buns. His older brother sat with the older Midoriyas after coming back from a grocery run. And he joined Izuku on the floor in front of the television. Movie night. Inko announces happily. Yeah. Izuku yelled excitedly. I'm voting for Cinderella. Himiko called out. I'm all for watching Mulan, Tenko said from next to Fuyumi. What's that? Shudo questioned with his confused look copied by Natsuo and Fuyumi. The Midoriya family gasped. You never heard of Mulan? Cinderella? Disney? Izuku asked in disbelief. Natsuo rubbed his chin. I've heard about it from my tutor. We haven't watched any animated movie before. Fuyumi summed up. Toya remembered that they weren't allowed to since they had to focus on studying. They were allowed to watch some shows in television, but only the more live-action ones. Hisashi stood up from the couch, all in favor of a movie marathon. Say aye. Aye. Everyone said, especially the new three siblings, because they were excited to see what they missed. Okay, let's start with Snow White and work our way up. Inko planned. Fuyumi, Natsuo and Shudo smiled throughout the time spent in that living room. They laughed and cried together. They spent time with their newfound family. They couldn't wait to spend even more time together. It was safe to say that after multiple movie nights, the Todoroki siblings had a very deep love with the animated movies. They were currently watching Moana when they noticed that Hisashi was arriving later than usual. Inko noticed as well, looking between the clock and the door. Tenko and Dabi kept watching the door in between parts of the movie. Izuku and Himiko were sitting with Shudo, looking anxious at the time. But everyone's worries subsided when Hisashi opened the door. Hello everyone. I have some great news and good news. Hisashi said before locking up the door. Inko greeted him with a kiss. I would love to hear the good news first. Everyone's ears were open for whatever Hisashi was about to say. Good news, I got a promotion. Hisashi said, nothing the happy expressions. Great news. We are going to Tokyo Disney. What? Fuyumi, Natsuo, and Dabi questioned loudly as the rest gasped exaggeratedly at the thought. Yay! Tenko, Shudo, Izuku and Himiko yelled in excitement. The family rejoiced while Inko looked questionable at the new promotion. Wasn't this the one that he told me if he got, he would have to go overseas? She thought to herself. The family arrived at Disneyland that Saturday morning. Safe to say they had a lot of stuff planned. First up, Tomorrowland. They would ride Space Mountain and Buzz Lightyear's Astro Blasters. Next, Toontown. To let the kids see the Disney characters, they would go see Mickey and ride Donald Duck's boat. Next, Fantasyland. They would line up to ride It's a Small World, Peter Pan, Snow White, and the unique one that they heard about if it's not too crowded. Critter Country would be where they ride Splash Mountain and ride the rivers of America. Westernland would be where they ride Big Thunder Mountain. Lastly, they would visit Adventureland to sail the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. Then finish with the World Bazaar to buy stuff while on their way out. It was planned out and everything was set in motion. They couldn't wait. And neither could the two spies still around to make sure no one steals the children away. Wait, two spies? Tashinori, what are you doing here? Gran Torino asked from behind the bush. Tashinori coughed and asked, well, what are you doing here? I have come to make sure nothing happens to them. Gran Torino groaned, same here. But don't you have to go be a pro hero anytime soon? My patrol doesn't start until later in the day. Tashinori responded slowly. Gran Torino sighed, well, looks like they have double the protection for today. Let's make sure nothing happens to any of them. First in the list was Buzz Lightyear's Astro Blasters and Natsuo was feeling confident with his aim. I'm so excited. Aw man, I can't wait, Himiko said as they waited in hotter line than usual since they got there pretty early. I am very excited to try my aim out, Fuyumi contemplated as she looked at the illustrated instructions on the wall. But alas, Natsuo's confidence was for naught when his partner was Tenko. May the best player win. They said to each other before taking up their player guns and aiming towards the targets. Natsuo was having fun aiming and shooting down the targets in excitement only to peek at how Tenko was doing. Tenko with practiced ease took down each bullseye in complete calmness. Safe to say, Tenko got the high score in Buzz Lightyear's Astro Blasters out of all of them. which ended with him slightly being confident in himself. But that ended shortly after he got scared along with Izuku from the Space Mountain ride. "It's just so dark in there," he complained while carrying a slightly scared Izuku in his arms. Izuku hid his face in his shoulder when he mumbled his agreement. At this point of time, the parents decided to guard over the children in a specific way to further allow them to be safe while walking through the very populated park. Mama Inko took Izuku, Himiko, Dabi and Tenko under her watch while her husband behind her watched over Fuyumi, Natsuo and Shudo. She hoped that this would allow the relatively still new members to get used to a better father figure in their lives because they were still nervous around him. Up next was Toontown. Izuku, Himiko and Shudo were excited to meet Mickey Mouse. So they all lined up to meet him and take their picture with him. "I can't wait to meet Mickey, can you?" Izuku asked excitedly. "I want to meet him," Shudo said with complete happiness in his eyes. "Whoa!" Himiko cheered while they moved up a few spots in the line. When they got to meet him, Hisashi took his camera out and let Inko lead the up to the mouse himself. They all smiled and hugged him. And yet somehow, the kids ended up yelling for their other siblings to join the picture, which led to ultimately the parents chuckling as they all posed with Mickey Mouse. Inko and Hisashi took a couple pictures before they moved on. Inko was looking down at the map she picked up at the front and the guide list that she planned out. "Okay, up next is Fantasyland. And oh, I need to check where we made plans for dinner." Inko took out her phone to notice that she forgot to charge it, so it was completely dead from her use of it of the 2 hours that they have been there. "Oh drat, honey, did you bring a portable charger with you?" Inko asked her husband behind her. But she frowned when she heard no answer. Kids, stop for a second." Himiko looked back first with Izuku following suit. Tenko and Dabi were talking but froze in their steps from the worried tone in their mother's voice. "Kids, where is your father?" Inko asked gently, trying to make them not freak out. Tenko looked around and didn't spot them. "Dad? Dad?" His red eyes went wide in a panic as his little brother, Izuku, looked confused and worried. "Dad?" Izuku asked softly to the never-ending mass of people walking. They must have been separated from the endless amount of people traveling from Fantasyland or heading towards their direction. "Where on earth is he? Wait, if he is gone, then..." Dabi started to panic. "Fuyumi? Natsuo? Shudo? He just got back his siblings, he can't lose them." His blue eyes searched the never-ending crowd for any white hair that stuck out beyond the rest. "Where's the next stop again?" Fuyumi asked offhandedly to Hisashi as they walked across a long brown bridge into another area of the park. Hisashi smiled and said, "Good thing I gave you the map, Inko. We both know I am terrible with directions." He smiled and chuckled at his own self-deprecating joke. But he frowned when he didn't hear the little bells of his wife's laughter. "Right, honey? Honey?" Hisashi asked his wife only to receive no answer. He turned back around to see that he lost them in the crowd. "Inko? Honey." They were separated from Inko, and not only Inko. Tenko, Dabi, Himiko, and Izuku. "Okay. Now is the time to freak out." Chapter text. Hisashi looked around frantically again before sighing. "I don't see them. Maybe we lost them with all the walking? Let's head to the Fantasyland and see if they are there yet." Fuyumi offered up to him quite shyly as her brothers stood behind her. Hisashi nodded slowly. "Yeah, let's see if we can go there and see him, if not then back to where we last saw them." Natsuo and the rest followed behind him as he took a small lead right next to them, keeping a watch over them. Natsuo watched him walk with confidence, leading them towards what they believe was where Fantasyland might be. Natsuo looked to the right of him and read a sign quietly. "Mermaid Lagoon?" Even Shudo was suspicious about where they were from the sign. And he noticed a lot more water than usual. The park didn't have that much water, right? Eventually the four were standing in the middle of Lost River of Delta with a confused look on their faces. Hisashi looked around and seemed to notice the differences, mostly being all the water he could see. "Wait, don't tell me." Hisashi looked around, finding a sign that read where they were, for the first time since they began their trek. "We're in Disney Sea?" "Okay, don't panic, they are not in Fantasyland, but we can find them somewhere else. It will be okay. They shouldn't have gone that far," Inko reassured her children after they didn't see and trace of their father and new siblings. "But, Dad, is so bad at direction, what happened if they got lost somewhere?" Tenko asked, starting to scratch his neck even though his glove kind of restricted his other fingers from indulging. "Nichan. No. No scratching. Dad will come, he has to," Izuku said to his brother, who looked a hit more calm with his little brother's intervention. Toya was still a bit worried about his other siblings while Toga tried to keep him from burning a large flame to signal them. Little known to anyone, two pro-heroes hid in the bushes, watching the confusion go down. Sorahiko looked at his former pupil and chirped in, with Takayuki crumbs near his mouth. "So they lost the father in all the crowd?" Yes, it seems that way, Toshinori replied to his former teacher. Mommy, what are those two doing in a bush? A child clutching an ice cream in his hand asked his mother. The mother guided the child closer. Look away, sweetie. Honey? The husband turned to his wife and surveyed the situation. Honestly, I have no idea. Let's just continue on our way and leave them be. The two heroes didn't notice the exchange, instead focusing on the family they have been watching over. What do we do to help? Toshinori asked himself before turning to his former teacher to find his advice on what to do in the situation. He knew to listen first to what he had to say during those training sessions. Sorahiko sighed, go find the father. You are faster than me and can find him more swiftly. After you find them, I will guide the other half of the group, so they can meet in the middle. All right. Toshinori agreed before Sorahiko took off towards the opposite way. Okay, and I will stay and watch over them. Okay. All right, let's do this. Mommy, why is that sad man talking to himself? Another child asked, passing by Toshinori while he talked to himself about protecting the family. Ooh, honey, let's just leave him alone for a little while, their mother said, gathering her small child in her arms and walking briskly away. Kay, don't panic, don't panic. We are in a whole different park, but all we have to do is find a way back to the other one. Alrighty. Hisashi reassured to the children but mostly to himself. So, we just need a map. Fuyumi answered while taking a conveniently placed map from a stand nearby. Here we go. Hisashi smiled gratefully. Ah. Thank you, Fuyumi. That was very smart thinking. Heck, I would have just walked around until we found the bridge again. Fuyumi flushed at the praise. She felt bad that early on she considered him to be the same as her father because she thought that was how they acted. Especially since they both had fire quirks. But growing to know the man, she realized that he was a great father. Thank you, she responded quietly to him as Natsuo came up from behind her. Hey, I saw that thing. It's, like, over there. Yeah. Natsuo said, pointing at a place on the map and gesturing to it in real life. Hisashi smiled at him. Good job, Natsuo. Now we know exactly where we are and can go from here to where we got separated. Perfect. Natsuo grinned big at his words while Shoto took a grip on his pant leg. Shoto looked a little worse for wear since they were walking for quite a while. I'm a little sleepy. He mumbled to himself while staring downwards. Shoto was surprised, however, when Hisashi lifted him up into his arms. Up we go, Shoto. I don't want you to fall asleep while walking. Shoto's eyes widened before settling onto Hisashi's hold. It was very comfortable up here. And it was nice. Yes, he wanted more of this. Alright, let's head to where the map will tell us to go. Hisashi started his little group before walking slowly with them in tow. They didn't walk very far until an older-looking fellow in yellow stopped in front of them. Hey, you wouldn't happen to be Hisashi, would you? The older man asked to the taller gentleman. Yes. Why? Hisashi asked, slowly shifting his hold on Shoto. I'm just here to guide you back to the other half of your family. Trust me, I'm a retired pro hero. I'm just here to help. Sorahiko replied, showing off his old license. Oh, Gran Torino. I used to watch you beat the villains with your speed. It's nice to know that you can help us. Hisashi said, relieved. It's okay, kids. We are safe with him. He's a very good hero. It took a while to find you, but let's get you back where you belong, Gran Torino replied before guiding the family through the park, back to where the rest were. Toshinori just planned on watching over the family, but now he was having a lovely ongoing conversation to the family about heroes while Sorahiko gathered the other half. So, your friend is somewhere finding the rest of my family? Inko asked as Izuku talked with Himiko. Yes. Trust me. I know that might seem difficult since I'm still a stranger in your eyes. But don't fret or fear. I'm just here to help. Toshinori reminded her, receiving a short nod. Honey? Hisashi's voice came from behind him. Hisashi? Inko shouted in excitement, gaining the attention of the other kids. Tenko breathed out heavily at the sight of his father in relief. Toya finally took a steady breath in with the sight of his safe siblings. Izuku and Himiko were overjoyed that they were finally back. The two halves of the family reunited in a warm, slightly tearful hug. You're back, oh thank goodness you are safe. Inko said to her husband. Yeah. You won't believe me but Gran Torino helped us out and hey, where'd he go? Hisashi started before noting the missing presents. Inko turned around to see her help had also disappeared. He must have gone with that Toshinori fellow. He helped me and the children calm down while his friend helped to find you. Oh well, I wished I could have said thanks before they left. But, hey, now that we are together, let's continue our vacation. Hisashi retorted in excitement. And so the newly reunited family headed to the waiting line for one of the rides while two spies watched on from a distance away. They were so happy that they could have helped the family find their way back to another. After the incident, Inko made sure to entangle her arm with Hisashi's left arm to make sure he didn't wander off. Toya chuckled at the sight while walking with his sister, Fuyumi. They knew that even though they hit a rough patch, it didn't mean the vacation was over just yet. But everyone was so happy to be together again. They still need to go to the rest of their list. They have so many things still ahead of them. Together the family made their way through the Fantasyland rides that they were most excited for. Okay kids, It's a Small World is next on our list. It's a regular classic. I can't wait for you kids to enjoy it. Hisashi exclaimed with his arm wrapped around his wife, guiding the children in front of him to the ride. Fuyumi asked, pointing out a building with pastel colors. Is that it? Yes. Let's get in line, Inko said, leading her children to the end of the line to wait patiently. The line felt long and short at the same time. The ride was lovely. The boat ride on the water was so calm and the little dolls in their costumes were so pretty. Natsuo thought the singing was kind of creepy, maybe some of the dolls' unending stares as well. Safe to say, he didn't want to ride this again, he doesn't trust their eyes. They wanted to do Peter Pan next, and the line was terribly long. Hisashi rubbed the back of his neck and shrugged. They family decided to wait for the hour to get inside the ride that drew such a huge crowd. Izuku was amazed as the ship sailed the family in groups across the scenes of the movie, traveling in the sky over Neverland. Tenko was slightly scared of the height, but Toya seemed to think that maybe they were up that high and the island was just scaled down to size. Either way, the ride was delightful despite the waiting. They decided to skip Snow White because of the horrendous, humongous line filled with very loud children throwing tantrums because they were standing for too long and not moving. Inko and Hisashi looked at each other before deciding to move on to the next section of the park. Okay, next is Critter Country. Inko exclaimed while holding tightly to her husband and map. Hisashi smiled sheepishly, having both their phones in one of his large pockets charging with a portable battery. Our ride is Splash Mountain, kids. Hisashi said loudly, leading the way towards the water ride with logs as their boats. Despite the movie's questionable background, the ride was very fun. Izuku seemed to find this ride one of his favorites because he sees himself in the rabbit going on the long journey through the ride. Toya wasn't a fan of all the water splashing on him, but Shoto brightened up at seeing his big brother getting doused with water. After Splash Mountain, they'd started to head towards the rivers of America before seeing the huge wrapped-around line with the wait of almost 3 hours. Each member looked at one another and unanimously decided to skip it for their next location. Alright, I didn't expect this much line waiting. I anticipated it, but still, Hisashi commented looking at the site before him. Big Thunder Mountain had about half the amount of people in the Splash Mountain line, so they got on the ride fairly quicker than the other. It was amazing with the train going all through the dusty light orange mountains of Big Thunder. Whoa! That was amazing! Natsuo yelled, having Shoto nodding at his brother's excitement. Next stop, Adventureland. Pirates of Caribbean is waiting for us. I can't wait for this. Toya commented while walking towards his soon-to-be favorite part of this trip. He loved all the movies. The ride was so awesome. It was just a calm boat ride with one drop at the beginning, but the animatronics really sold the story of the movie. God, Jack Sparrow was Toya's favorite character. Himiko was most excited by the scene with all the ladies chasing the men around with brooms. Hey, can I do that? Toya asked Inko after they all got off the ride. Inko looked over to the hair braiding station and nodded. Toya got his hair braided with bright blue beads that Izuku positively loved. Tenko decided to get his hair braided with some red thread as well, which made him fall more into Himiko's favorite because of the blood-red color that he was sprouting in his locks. When the sun is setting, before they got dinner outside the park, they decide to go to World Bazaar to buy some nice stuff before heading out. Okay kids, each one of you gets to have at least 2 gifts, because everything here is very overpriced, Hisashi said as his kids began to look over what they could get in the large stores. Fuyumi decides to get a very nice dress themed from Fantasyland Castle with the tan cardigan to match. Inko loved it on her. Natsuo automatically picked up a plush Baymax and Lion King shirt with Simba outline in the Night Star constellation. Shoto shyly makes a decision of a soft Duffy bear with his matching friend, Shellyme. Toya expertly picks out a Jack Skellington pullover hoodie with a more Sally-themed shirts with stitches and patchwork all over it. Izuku smiled as he picks up a limited Winnie the Pooh headband with a plushie of Pooh on top. He also picks up a small plush of Pooh's jar of honey. Tenko hugs a soft plush Stitch that looks like he is taking a nap, and he also had a hoodie in Stitch's alien likeness on his arm. Himiko asked for a Disney Animator Collection dress with a tiny snack-themed purse as her 2 items. Inko acquired one of the purses she was looking at for ages while Hisashi got a customized watch. So at the end of the day, with pizza in their stomachs and aching feet, they headed back to their hotel room to rest. Today was a good day, don't you think? Inko asked kindly, relaxing into the chair in the rented room of the hotel. Yeah. I liked that part where Tenko looked like he was going to be sick on the Peter Pan ride. Toya said, earning a snicker from his younger brothers. Oh, be quiet. Off with you head or something. Ugh. Tenko said, not really in the mood for talking, more in the mood of sleeping off his exhaustion. Izuku asked, can we do this again sometime? He hugged his new jar of honey close to him. Yeah, can we go on vacation like this again? Himiko asked, clutching at her mini purse that looked like an ice cream cone. Inko and Hisashi looked at each other before smiling. Hisashi responded, ruffling up both their hair with his warm hands. Yeah, maybe next time we can go to Disney Sea. And the family couldn't wait for something like this to happen again. Maybe without the whole getting lost thing next time. So after the vacation everything returned to normal. Well, almost normal. Toya will start high school soon with Tenko following right behind him. Then Hisashi and Inko have to work out the whole job thing. And now they have new neighbors moving in. Himiko and Natsuo were the most curious about who could be their new neighbor. Since they were both watching secretly through binoculars that were just their hands circled around their eyes. Who do you think is moving in? I don't know, but they have a lot of junk. I know. And they have a bunch of black and a lot of colors. Hello, potential problem children. A tired voice called from above them. They both stood still, hoping if they just stay still enough that they won't see them again. Hey, I'm not a T-Rex. I can still see you too. The tired voice sighed. Himiko and Natsuo looked at each other before looking up to see a very tired-looking man with his dark hair in a bun. I'm the new neighbor. Izawa greeted. Also me. I'm what you can call the roommate. A long blonde man with a short little mustache came duo and wrapped his right arm around the dark-haired man. More like parakeet who pays the rent. Izawa mumbled to the left when Yamada wrapped his arm around his shoulders. Hello there. I'm Yamada and this is Izawa. We are the new neighbors. Yamada greeted with happiness. Hello, Natsuo greeted. I'm Natsuo and this is Himiko. We have a lot of siblings, so I might have well just tell you the first names. Geez, how many siblings do you two have? Yamada asked, his eyebrows raising up. Himiko thought for a moment before counting on her finger, like, 7. So many kids, Yamada mumbled, looking at the two most curious ones. Well, if you need us, we'll be over here. Or maybe we won't. Izawa replied. Shota. Don't be like that. Yamada reprimanded tiredly, following behind his friend into their new home. Stopping to pick up a box to carry it in. I can't wait to tell the others about our new neighbors. What do I do, Inko? Hisashi asked, placing his head in his hands. Inko placed a hand on her husband's shoulder and replied, I don't know, Hisashi. I really don't know which one is the better option. What are you guys talking about? Izuku questioned curiously, tilting his head up at his parents. Inko didn't know what to say. We are talking about my job situation. Hisashi replied, aiming a small smile at his young son. Okay. Then what's the problem? Fuyumi asked, peeking her head around the corner. Apparently, everyone was awake to hear them. Everyone's faces came around the wall to face their parents in the living room. Inko laughed slightly at seeing her children all come out of the shadows like they just won the hide-and-seek game. Hisashi sighed, I'm getting a promotion, but there are 2 options to take. Either stay in Japan, but I have to move to Tokyo to work at a company branch for the Yayorozu business. Or I move to America to work in the I-Island with David Shield. Tenko looked momentarily sad before collecting himself with a deep breath. He brought his hand up to his chin, wearing one of his favorite painter gloves. He explained, okay. How about we talk this through? Like, measure the pros and cons? I mean, I don't want you to go anywhere since you are the best father I ever had. But if it means the better option, then I have no problem. Toya nodded, turning his attention to the one good father figure he had, same. No matter if you have to be a little far away. And so all the family gathered in the family room on the couches to weigh their options. Okay. Tokyo provides you with a paid-for apartment for you to work at the company. Tenko announced, placing back and forth. So does the I-Island job opportunity. Natsuo muttered to him, thinking hard. All right. So they both give you the same salary and housing. Toya recounted. Let's see, with Tokyo you can come to us if there is any emergency by train. If you go to America, it will take longer to reach us if anything happens. Fuyumi vocalized. With Tokyo, we can come visit you. Just a train ride away. Izuku suggested. Shudo nodded silently next to him. With the Yayorozu business, they have many workers for different things. Inko said, looking through her phone at the site her husband pulled up. Wait, hold on a minute. They have a connection to Island. They do? Himiko asked from her spot on the floor. Yes. They provide money and products to them. So if you work there, you might still get to work for the support side of things and work with David's shield. Now, that is a very good reason to stay in Japan, huh? I think I'm staying in Japan, just moving to Tokyo. Yes. Tenko mumbled, pumping his fist into the air, trying to be silent. Himiko and Natsuo looked at him with a smirk. What? I'm happy he gets to stay. I'm going to miss you so much. I will too. But don't worry, they provide an apartment just big enough to have you guys over. You can always visit as long as you guys hop a train on the weekend. Remember to call. I won't ever forget. I will give you updates on how everything is going. Does this mean we get to visit you whenever we want? Yeah. I always have the weekends off. I can even come home for the weekends if the workload is light enough. And when I get a grip on the city, I can show you all around. The family separated with tears in their eyes. They waved as they watched Hisashi enter the train to go to Tokyo. When the train started to move, the family moved with it by the window their father was at. They ran after the train until their father was out of sight. Can we go visit him now? Izuku suggested, making Tenko smile at his little brother's innocence. Wait until he gets settled, dear. Inko replied, picking up Izuku in her arms and then picking up Shudo in her other hand. Toya helpfully took Shudo from her arms to carry him. It's too bad he didn't get to meet our neighbors before he left. Natsuo said, shrugging after wiping his tears. Yeah, they always seem busy. Himiko replied, following after their family with Natsuo's hand in hers. She dragged him to catch up with Fuyumi, who was slowly down for them to catch up. After Hisashi had been away for a week, Inko approached Toya, who was sitting looking at the kitchen. Toya. Inko greeted. Toya responded, turning his attention to her. His blue eyes, burning into existence in the darkness. Are you okay? Inko asked, approaching him slowly. I've been better. Toya snorted. Inko smiled sadly and sat next to the oldest son she had. It'll get better. I promise. Toya and Inko sat in comfortable silence as Toya wiped his tears as they exacted from his eyes. Inko never overstepped his boundaries, only hugging him as he cried on quietly. It took a while before he calmed down. Hey. I think I know what I want to do. Toya said quietly. What? Inko questioned. I want to be a hero. A better one than my father ever was. A hero to protect everyone. Toya replied, tilting his head to tuck his head on her shoulder. That's a great idea. Where are you going to go? Inko asked. With a gentle smile aimed at him. UA. Toya mumbled with a smirk. They both looked at each other and laughed. Inko suggested, you show him what you can do. I will. Toya walked up to the gate of UA for the entrance exam. He wore an old thrifted shirt and black gym shorts for the second part of the exam, the physical one. He spent time going over and studying for the written exam with his mothers Inko and Rei. Izuku tried to help as well, giving his insight on how to use his quirk in the physical exam. He was swarmed with hugs of encouragement when he tried to make it to UA without being Kate. He still remembers, fresh in his mind, the calls of his family as they waved him off. Bye, Nichan. Shoto called out after him, shouting while waving at him excitedly. Toya smiled as he headed to the written exam. He knew he had to make it in. He has the support of his family lifting his spirits up. He ran his hands through his newly dyed black hair, which had little navy highlights in them. He was glad he also had support for dyeing his hair, so he would get rid of the remnants of their old BSTRD father. After an hour, Toya was released from the classroom. He sighed, stretching out his arms over his head. He hoped that he did good enough. He was always bad with calculus and it was practically all over that math portion. He lazily followed after the hero potentials into the huge auditorium where they were taking their seats. He chose a chair near the door as he listened to the announcer list the obstacles. Which was robots, huge robots. What did he get himself into? After a few minutes of listening to the announcer droning on, it was finally time to start the physical exam for the heroics exam. And start. The announcer yelled out after the countdown. Toya was the first to run, getting a head start among the rest of the others. When the first one-pointer robot came up, he reared back and let loose a controlled stream of blue fire. In less than a few scones, the robot was partially melted and was unable to work anymore. Okay, that's 1 point, Toya mumbled to himself. He didn't know how much time has passed already, but he was trying to get as much robots as he could with his fire. One after another, he tried to get track of how many points. I think I'm at 40-something? God, I don't know. Sweet niblets, help. Toya looked over at the cry to see a boy with a cowboy hat on. The boy's legs seemed to be stuck under a huge chunk of metal that was from the robots. He rushed forward to help get him out from under the huge piece of fallen robot debris. Hold still, Toya demanded, getting under the piece just enough to let his legs slide through. Go! Go! The boy schooled his legs out from under just in time before Toya completing let go of the debris. He just finished helping the boy get to his feet when the buzzer went off, signaling that their time was over. Time's is up. The announcer called. He didn't know who it was, but they didn't seem thrilled to be announcing. Toya took a deep breath and turned to the boy he just met. He asked, "You okay?" The boy took off his hat with a smile. "I am. Thank you so much." "No problem. It's what a hero would do," Toya replied, returning the smile. It was almost a week since he took the entrance exam. He was still worrying about the amount of points he scored. Was it enough? Did he make it in? What happens if he didn't? Hisashi was there in the couch with him. It was the weekend, so Hisashi traveled to spend it with his family since there wasn't much work to do. Since he started working there, the workload has gotten easier to carry. He placed a hand on Toya's shoulder with a calm smile. "I'm sure you got in." "I'm sure of it." "What if I didn't?" Toya questioned, leaning back into the sofa cushions. "Then, it is their loss. They just lost the most spectacular fire hero. Plus, there are still other hero schools to try out for." Hisashi said to try and brighten his spirits. Fuyumi came in. The letter came. "It's here. It's here." He waved the letter with the UA symbol on it. The rest of the family who were in their respective rooms came out to watch. Toya opened the letter while he ended his breath, only to let go of it when the projection said that he passed. Not only did he pass, he passed in the top 10. Safe to say, he laughed hard as his family crushed him into a bear hug initiated by Izuku, who was followed by Shoto, then his dad, and then everyone crowded in to follow. They celebrated that night by going out to the open grill restaurant that Toya loves. It was a lovely night of celebration. "Did you remember your handkerchief?" Inko asked, following her eldest son to the door. Hisashi went back to Tokyo, but he made sure to instruct Himiko to take a video of him going to his first day of school. "Yes," Toya said. "Do you have all your pencils?" Shoto tilted his head to look up at his brother. "Yes," Toya answered. "But what about the pens?" Izuku asked, worried about his variety of tools to write with. Toya rolled his eyes fondly. "Yes. I have got all of the black, blue, and red ones that I might need for the rest of my life." "You have your bento?" Himiko asked. "Yes," Toya answered back, pointing at the bento in his first pocket of his large backpack. "A fresh pair of underwear?" Natsuo questioned loudly at his big brother. "Hey!" Toya said loudly in embarrassment, Natsuo snickering with Himiko. Himiko still had the recording camera in her hands, documenting the whole thing. "Okay, we are just making sure you have absolutely everything you need." Inko replied, taking a break to look at him in his new uniform. "You grow up so fast. Look at you. I remember when you were a bit smaller that I could actually pick you up." The sound of a camera clicking came from his younger sister, Fuyumi. "I'm taking a picture to remember the day. Now smile." He snorted with a glare before grinning at his sister. She took a picture, commemorating her smiling big brother in his UA uniform. "Okay, am I ready to go yet?" he asked his family, pulling at his backpack straps. "Yeah, go ahead," Tenko said, gesturing his head for him to go. So after hugging everyone for what felt like multiple times, he waved to them farewell as he continued to his first day of the rest of his high school life. Where is he going? Apparently UA by the looks of his uniform. I heard some pro heroes are teaching there. Ooh, sounds like fun. Maybe we should do it soon. I don't want to deal with kids. We just recently got out of UA that was surrounded by children. You mean teenagers the same age as us? Hisashi remarked back at his friend who looked absolutely tired of the conversation. Yeah, absolute children. Aizawa retorted back, gesturing to his loud roommate. Hisashi threw a pillow from the couch at him. Ha, this is now my pillow now. Nap time. How was your day? Inko asked her element son when he walked inside. He sighed, collapsing into the couch face first right into the cushions. I'm guessing bad? Ugh. Yeah. Toya groaned out, thumping his head into one of the throw pillows he liked. Tenko strolled over with a juice box in his hands. The red painter gloves he wore that day matched well with the apple juice carton as he took a long sip before asking, what happened? Toya ummed out, running his hands through his spiky black hair. We had battle training today. And there was just this one guy who ruined the whole thing and I was his partner. He didn't listen to anything I had to say. And just, ugh. Yeah? Tenko questioned, sitting down by Toya's head. Toya complained, yeah. I literally had to drag his butt away to be able to take care of the challenge. At least you showed him how it's done, right? Tenko said. Toya smiled, yeah. Thanks, dude. You're welcome bro. Tenko responded, patting his shoulder. Hisashi sat in a hospital room with Rei watching the sports festival from his mobile device's screen. Rei watched with little tears in her eyes as a smile grew on her face. Oh, he looks so handsome, look at him all grown up. Hisashi smiled, making sure to provide her with tissues. He has had enough experience from his very emotional wife to know to always carry tissues. He watches with the sports festival with her in the hospital room, reminiscing on times that he would visit to make sure everything was okay. Some good news just came recently, she is getting close to being out fully from the mental hospital. Meanwhile, the rest of the family watched from home as their big brother completely annihilated the competition with his roaring blue flames. Woo, go get him! Izuku shouted at the screen when Toya took down his opponent who had an octopus quirk. Yay! Shoto silently cheered sitting next to Izuku. He made sure to stay still since Himiko was braiding his ever-growing hair in short little twists. Ooh, yes! Himiko called out, making sure to take a glance up for the biggest move before returning to her serious work of braiding hair. Natsuo handed her a little star clip before standing up when Toya finally got his opponent out of bounds. Yes. You go, big bro. Fuyumi sat next to Tenko watching their big brother raise his arms in victory. He did great, didn't he? Fuyumi asked. He did amazing. Now, he just has one more round to go. Tenko answered back with a growing smile. He couldn't wait until he saw him win. And it didn't take much waiting since Toya won his next match over a girl with a grass-based quirk. Why do you have to go? Izuku questioned, holding on to his pant leg. Toya smiled fondly, because it's an internship. It's part of my grade. Why? Shoto asked more quietly than Izuku, but still held tight to his other pant leg like a koala. Because I have to. Toya agreed back. Why? Natsuo retorted back, trying to slow down his brother by hugging him in the middle. Toya looked down, because it can further my goal of being a pro hero. But I'm going to miss you. Himiko admitted, pulling her head onto his arm. I'm going to miss you too. All of you. You think I won't? Toya responded, ruffling each younger sibling's hair that he could reach. Who are you interning for again? Inko asked, trying to keep her own sadness to a minimum. Tenko helping her by handing her a handkerchief. An underground hero called Eraserhead. He said in his little notes that I had potential, so I'm interested to see what he has to teach me. Toya remarked. Achoo! Eraserhead sneezed, someone's talking about me. It might be my new intern. I thought I recognized that black and blue hair from somewhere. Aizawa just didn't know where until he remembered that day he saw that same face on the kid who lived next door. Toya was not expecting that Eraserhead that he had to intern under literally lived a door over. He got the news when he met with Eraserhead only to follow him back to his house. Wait, are you bringing me home? Toya asked when he showed up at the meeting place in his hero costume. He got the costume from little ideas that Izuku and Shoto shared with him. It was pretty simple, only a long black coat that had dark blue details along the ends and seems to represent his fire. He had breathable pants and a shirt that were both fire-resistant to his flames. He had a face guard that masked the lower half of his face from being recognized and also acted as a gas mask to breathe through smoke. No? I live next door. Eraserhead retorted, guiding him to the front door. You need to open your eyes to your surroundings. Now come in, Midoriya. Oh. Toya said, stepping in still in shock. Toya's eyes widened, wait what? It seemed like years passed in such little time. 3 years to be more exact. Toya was about to graduate from UA. The whole family was there, well mostly. Hisashi was running a little late since he said he had to run a quick errand. Fuyumi was almost at graduating age herself at the normal private school that she is going to. She is planning on going to university to become a school teacher for younger kids. Natsuo was in his last year of middle school and was about to head towards the school that his sister is about to graduate from. He doesn't really know yet what he is going to be, but he is thinking about possibly doing something with film. Himiko was in her second year in middle school, becoming a senpai to her 2 younger brothers. She was also planning on becoming a hero like a mixture of Vlad King and Recovery Girl. Yeah, that's what she wanted to do. Shoto and Izuku were starting their first year in middle school. Shoto has already proven himself as a good protector by defending Izuku against Bakugo when he comes too close. But it doesn't look like Bakugo is up to anything bad since he mostly ignores Izuku now, so Shoto doesn't have to fret that much. Tenko was starting his first year at UA soon actually. He tugged at his painter's glove for what seemed like the 11th time since they got there. He smiled when he closed his hand into a fist. He reached over to ruffle Izuku's curls which caused giggles from his little brother. He really wanted to follow in his grandmother's footsteps. Become someone smile even when all hope is lost. He just hoped he didn't get the new teacher as his homeroom teacher. He has already learned from his brother that he is a hard person to please. Toya gave him to lowdown that not only was Eraserhead the no-nonsense teacher, but he also literally lived right next door. Which apparently Toya had figured out during his internship, since he literally just had to walk 5 steps from the door. So no escaping, he gulped. Hopefully he thought he had enough potential to not be expelled. Inko was sitting at the end of the aisle, holding a seat for her husband with an empty seat still not taken on the other side of her. She couldn't wait to watch him walk across the stage to revive his degree and official pro hero license. It might take a while for him to become a full-on pro-her, since most hero students start off as sidekicks and work their way up when they are ready for the responsibility. Without further ado, the ceremony began to start and Hisashi arrived just in time for the lights to dim. "Hey, did I miss anything?" Hisashi asked out of breath. Inko shook her head. "No. But what took you so long?" "Nothing much. Just getting things ready," Hisashi explained, smiling with a tacky dog pattern tie around his neck. It was a long time of speech after speech, but finally the graduates were taking up their diplomas. The family had to wait a bit more until they heard Midoriya Toya. They clapped the loudest out of everyone in the auditorium, but apparently they weren't allowed to scream because of a rule the school had. It took more time before every student got their diploma and was allowed to go back to their parents. Toya ran right up to them and started his round of hugs. When Toya hugged Dad last, Hisashi said, "There is one more person you haven't hugged yet." "Huh? Hello, Toya." A familiar voice called out from behind him. The voice brought tears to his eyes as he turned around. "Mom? Mom!" Toya cried out, hugging his mother close to him as the rest of siblings gathered around to join the reunion. "I'm so proud of you," Rei said, tears falling down her cheeks while looking at her eldest son before smiling down at her children. "And look at you all, you have grown up so nicely." Toya questioned, rubbing the tears off his cheeks. "How are you here?" "She is free," Hisashi stated, hugging his wife to his side. Inko looked so happy from the news, she started to cry happy tears. Inko has waited so long for Rei to finally complete the family. Toya started, "You mean, I'm finally discharged? I'm ready to come home," Rei said, smiling gently. "I think we did good, Torino," Toshinori said before coughing. He held his left side after coughing, the pain spiking up through his body. "Geez, take care of yourself more, Toshinori," Torino scolded before sighing as he looked at the young children. "Tenko seems to be following in the footsteps of Nana. I heard he is starting UA soon. Do you want him to be your successor?" Toshinori looked at the smiling face of Tenko as he got pulled into a hug by Inko. "He is a perfect candidate, but I don't think he needs the help of my Quirk to accomplish his dream. Night Eye says he has a successor candidate of his own that I am willing to see about." Gran Torino nodded. They grew up so fast, and their journey doesn't stop here. It was Halloween and the Midoriya family was spending it in Tokyo with Hisashi in his home. Inko decided to do Halloween there because she wanted to opportunity to trick or treat somewhere other than apartments. Hisashi was renting a home in a more warm and welcoming place away from the real heart of Tokyo with the bright lights. It was a bit separated from the big buildings, but it wasn't that far away from where his job was. So Inko and Rei ushered all the costumed kids with their bags onto the train for the awesome weekend they were about to have. Inko was dressed in a white lace dress with white wings on her back, a golden halo headband on her head. Rei was dressed in a gray hood with a plastic scythe in her hands. The parents decided to have a theme. Inko would be an angel, Rei would be a reaper, and Hisashi would be a happy devil. The kids all went into different directions with their costumes. Izuku and Tenko went the hero route. Izuku was dressed as All Might and Tenko dressed like Nana, his grandmother. Fuyumi was the good witch from the Wizard of Oz story. Natsuo was dressed as a mummy with toilet paper and gauze wrapped around his plain white t-shirt and jeans. Toya opted out for Frankenstein, which he commented, "I already have the scars for it." Himiko was a well-dressed vampire with a long black cape behind him. Shoto was dressed like a fantasy prince because he wanted to be Prince Charming. Before long, they arrived at the station to see Hisashi in a suit with a dark maroon tail sticking out from his back and a pair of horns atop his head. He greeted them with open arms for a hug. "Hello, it's me, Devil Dad," Hisashi welcomed, picking up Shoto and Izuku after hugging everybody in turn. "Hello, honey." Hisashi kissed his wife before hugging Rei with one arm, passing over Shoto into her arms. With a wave, he led them back to his van to take them all back to his house in a very safe neighborhood. While the youngest were looking out the window, Tenko and Toya fought over who would get the privilege of music. They fought so long that Fuyumi took over with her musical soundtracks, and they didn't dare to challenge it away from her. She could be a fierce fighter when it came down to it. Not too long afterwards, maybe only 20 minutes, they arrived at Hisashi's home. "Hey, before we go trick-or-treating, do you guys want to carve some pumpkins?" Hisashi offered, raising a brow. "Yeah. Izuku and Himiko cheered. Izuku wanted to make a pumpkin have a really happy face and Himiko just wanted to carve something. Tenko rolled his eyes before Toya knocked his shoulder to rush inside first with Tenko following fast behind him. Natsuo and Fuyumi shook with the moms as they followed the rest of their excited family inside. Shoto stayed calm in his mother's arms as they headed inside only to walk fast to his brother Izuku at the table. Rei smiled after him before following Inko. On the table there were several real pumpkins and the same number in fake ones that Hisashi had gotten from the craft store. Okay. Pick the payout pumpkin, the white ones will basically last forever while the orange ones won't last as long. You can use the same tools to carve them, but with the real pumpkins you have to get their insides out. Toya, Himiko, Tenko, Hisashi and Inko went for the real pumpkins to carve what they wanted while Shoto, Izuku, Natsuo, Fuyumi, and Rei took the crafty route of using the fake ones. With each of them having their own carving tools, the family begun their carving. I'm going to make look like All Might, Izuku added, trying to shave off the pumpkin skin to make the hair. Shoto spent extra care in his pumpkin which looked like a familiar character. I'm trying to make Ghost Dog from that movie. Shoto commented, trying to make the shape of the character he was thinking of. It looked like a sheep more than a dog, right? Zero? Izuku asked, looking over to Shoto's pumpkin. Yeah. Shoto answered, trying to make a circle for his nose. Tenko was busy chopping away at his pumpkin's mouth making it a huge circle to match the wacky mix-matched circle eyes. Toya looked over and laughed, what the hell are you making? None of your business. All you need to know is that it's going to be funny to me. Tenko smirked, giving his older brother a look. Toya shoved him away as Tenko started laughing mockingly. Mine is going to look so cool. I'm going to paint it red and out a skull on it and stuff. Natsuo added, his carving looking like a pirate ship more and more he worked on it. Even though, the pirate ship was a little wobbly with its lines. Fuyumi sat concentrated on making a silhouette kind of style with one of the princesses she really loved. Inko and Rei chatted while they made classic pumpkins' faces. Rei went for a smiling pumpkin with triangle eyes and Inko made a more silly one with half-moon cheerful eyes. Hisashi made his one spooky face on his pumpkin trying to emulate a more dragonic expression on the produce. Midway through Tenko's carving he out-th soup-like back inside his pumpkin. Oh, Toya I don't feel so good. Oh, bleh. Tenko acted sick, making his pumpkin push the seeds through its open mouth. Oh, gross. Toya laughed, pushing the piece over the open hole of Tenko's pumpkin. Tenko pushed the cork back out to continue pushing the seed-filled pulp out of his pumpkin's mouth. Before long, everyone was done with their pumpkins more or less. They finished off their creations with little battery-operated candles inside the pumpkins. Shoto's pumpkin was basically a very cartoonish version of Zero. Izuku's really tried with his All Might depiction. Tenko stood laughing with his pumpkin's huge mouth lit up with a light orange light. Natsuo's pirate ship was recognizable to say the least and Fuyumi's masterpiece was very beautiful princess silhouette. Toya just decided to make a really bored expression. Himiko made a spooky smile with sharp vampire teeth and happy eyes. Inko, Rei and Hisashi was proud of their classic pumpkin faces. Now, time for trick-or-treating. Woo, cavities. At the first house, the children got really good candy from a older married couple who wanted to spoil the little children with fun-size candy bars. The next 5 house was a pair of teenagers who thought it would be hilarious this acre the children away from the candy. However, they didn't expect the protective older siblings, so they handed over. The next house, the children hide their true feelings when a really nut yoga mom gave them raisins and candy corn. Tenko took the initiative and disintegrated the raisins. The other house gave them huge marshmallows. Toya shrugs as the giant marshmallow before roasting it into a golden brown and popping twist into his mouth, which he regretted since Obey-gui was still very hot. Hisashi followed them with Rei and Inko flanking his sides as they watched after their children from a safe distance. They steered clear from the other loud children who were rather rude compared to his own children, but he wouldn't say that out loud to the entitled parents. Izuku and Shoot got so excited when the next house gave them a full-size All Might chocolate bar. Himiko got so excited to eat the eyeball gumballs she got from a few houses back. Fuyumi started to snack on the candy corn as she followed her family through the streets. After wandering around the neighborhood for about an hour, the parents took the suggestion to go home after they started to see how the children were moving a bit slower. They even noticed how Natsuo started to drift off in the middle of walking for Tenko to wake him up mid-step. Inko smiled, I think it's time we go home. Yes, we should head back. Rei responded back, following Inko to grab their children's attention. But the time they got back home, all the children's candy bags were filled with sweets. Their plastic pumpkin heads practically falling out of their hands' grip. They each put their pumpkin heads down in the counter to relax their feet on the couches in the living room. Tenko groaned, throwing a hand over his eyes to quell down the headache he got from all the screaming young children. Oh my god. Why did they keep passing out candy corn? Hey! Speak for yourself, I like candy corn. Fuyumi retorted, straightening up herself to look at her brother. Tenko sighed, well then you can take mine because I won't eat those stale triangles anytime soon. Hey, spare some candy for your dad, eh? Hisashi added into the conversation, his mouth with 2 licorice straws in his mouth. They decided to end their night of activities with a Halloween animated movie called The Nightmare Before Christmas. When Jacka DJ Sally finally embraced under the moonlight, the family yawned. Inko looked over to her husband, so who will keep the pumpkins? Hisashi grew a bit sad with his answer, can I keep them here? I want something to remember my children by when you guys finally leave me. Dad, we come visit almost every other weekend. Toya said. But I miss you. Hisashi whined, making Inko laugh softly. It's okay, Dad. Hup. Izuku exclaimed before jumping onto his father's lap to hug him. Shoto followed him with Himiko hot on his heels. With Hisashi's laughter as the background sound, all the kids eventually piled on top of their dad in affection as Rei and Inko laughed. In the end, no one really went to separate rooms. Hisashi just laid down multiple futons on the ground so the whole family could spend the time in a giant sleepover next to each other. The teacher stood at the front of the class, I could pass out some career tests but why bother? I know all of you want to be heroes. The whole class cheered while showing off their quirks while Izuku wrote in his notebook about the fight before school he saw. It was a shame that he didn't get to see Kamui Wood's power move just because Mount Lady made her debut. But hey, at least that's one more hero to add to the notebook even though it kind of seemed like she was planning on stealing the spotlight to make her debut bigger. The teacher made the class calm down before Bakugo added, hey teach, don't lump me in with these losers. I'm the real deal, these guys would be lucky to end up as some sidekicks to some busted up old D-lister. Bakugi ignored the comments towards him acting too cocky by several classmates. Oh, you wanna fight? Come on, I can take you all on no problem. Izuku sighed as the teacher praised Bakugo on his good grades. He heard the teacher talk about Bakugo having a very good chance of making it into the hero course at UA. The class began to whisper to themselves about the famous UA and how it's impossible to get into. The class began talking amongst themselves as Izuku remembered that Bakugo soundly be the first one out of this high school to be in UA. In fact, he remembers just last year when Himiko started her first year at UA. Goodness, he missed how she would basically be like a protective older sister beat him. She would threaten anyone who tried to mess with him, especially Bakugo. When she left, Bakugo resumed his taunts and bullying towards him since his bodyguard sister wasn't there to protect him every moment of the day. UA is the only place worthy of my power. I aced all the mock test. I'm the only one at this school who stands a chance of getting in. The classmates looked to 1/P, knowing there was someone else just as powerful as him in the next classroom down the hall and how someone from here had already made it in. Bakugi bragged, I'll end up more popular and stronger than All Might. People all across the world will know who I am. And it all starts at UA. Oh yeah, Midoriya. Don't you want to go to UA High too? The teacher commented, eyeing his papers. Izuku froze at his desk, silently cursing the teacher for saying it out loud. Only a few seconds passed before everyone was laughing at him. Izuku groaned, hurriedly stuffing his notebook into his bag as Bakugo crept closer to him. Listen up, Deku. You are even worse than the rest of these extras here, you quirkless wannabe. You really think they would let someone like you in? Bakugo asked, glaring at Izuku while he backed him up against the classroom wall. Izuku replied, well, I mean, my older brothers had already graduated from there and my sister is going to start her second year soon. It wouldn't hurt to try to get in. You'd never be able to hang out with the best of the best. You'll probably die in the entrance exam, Deku. Bakugo ridiculed, looking down at Deku. The class laughed before they continued their lesson. Izuku sat back in his chair and did his best to ignore the stares. While somewhere else, All Might had begun a chase on a sludge villain that had just committed a robbery. Wow. The fight from this morning is all over the news. Might as well write some notes down really quick before meeting up with Shoto. Izuku whispered to himself, taking his notebook out of his bag only for it to be snatched up by Bakugo. I don't know what you're thinking you're doing, but we aren't done here. Bakugo threatened. Wow, does that say hero analysis for the future? What a dweeb. That's so pathetic. One of Bakugo's groupies said, making the other snicker. Yeah. Just give me back my notebook. Izuku said only to watch Bakugo burn it with his quirk before chucking it out the window. What the heck? Izuku exclaimed, looking out the window before Bakugo placed a hand on his shoulder. Bakugo added some heat to his palm, making Izuku's shoulder burn. Here is some advice for you, Deku. Don't even think about applying to UA or else. Bakugo walked off with his laughing groupies, while they ridiculed how Izuku didn't fight back. Izuku turned around to look at their backs with a determined look. Bakugo looked over his shoulder with a smirk. If you really want to be a hero, there might be a better way. Just pray for a quirk in the next life and take a swan dive off the roof. Izuku angrily marched down the steps after every one of his classmates left, especially Bakugo and his goons. He brushed away the tears of frustration while he made it outside to look for his notebook. Telling me to kill myself in order to get a quirk? Aren't you supposed to be a hero, Kaken? Izuku mumbled to himself, hurrying when he saw his notebook right in front of the fountain. Ha! My notebook isn't fish food. Izuku exclaimed, triumphing that his notebook was only burned and not at all water damaged. Although it did have a few droplets of water. Izuku must have guessed it bounced against the edge of the fountain on the way down. When has your notebook ever been fish food? Spa deep monotone voice said from behind him. Izuku turned around to see it was Shoto, his brother. Sometimes he wished they were in the same class as well as the same grade, so he would have someone to talk to. Some of the time, Shoto came into their class to have lunch with him, but it only made his classmates ignore him even more to talk to Shoto. And it really didn't help that Bakugo had started his own rivalry with Shoto since they both had the strongest quirks in school. Luckily, Shoto would often just drag him out of class to someplace private on school grounds to eat in peace. Izuku smiled. Shoto. Oh, sweet brother of mine. How are you? Shoto tilted his head. Fine. But may I ask why you have to retrieve your notebook from the fountain? Well, Izuku started before Shoto furrowed his brows. It has something to do with Bakugo, doesn't it? Do you need me to lend some fire or ice? Because I can do that. Shoto responded. No. Everything's okay. Izuku lied, not wanting to tell his brother yet about what Bakugo had said to him. What about you? Breaking any more girls' hearts? Shoto scoffed. No. And I make sure to decline very nicely each time I seem to get one. Shoto looked at Izuku with a very helpless expression. When will they stop? Izuku laughed at his brother's miserable expression as they both walked down the street towards their home. Hee. They won't stop until they have you as a boyfriend. I think you got the title of the Prince of Aldera High. Ugh. I just can't wait for both of us to go to UA. Maybe it will give me a chance to get away from all of this. Shoto added. Izuku shook his head. I have a feeling you will charm everyone there as well. Shoto whined as Izuku laughed at his misery of being too good-looking. Izuku felt a buzz in his pocket which made his laughter quiet down. He looked at the text sent from their mothers. Oh, it seems like we need to get milk and eggs. Do you want me to come with? Shoto asked. Izuku shook his head. No. You need to go home and study for your math test tomorrow. Shoto pouted at him. Izuku gave him a look which made Shoto give in since they both knew he needed to. Fine, Shoto said, but don't be too late coming home. I won't. Now get a move on, your notes won't study themselves. Izuku commented, pushing Shoto towards their home. I wish they could. Shoto smiled before turning to walk in the direction of their home. See you at home. See you. Izuku called out to his brother before turning down a shortcut to get to the store quicker. He has never been down this way before, but the tunnel seemed to be a quicker way to get to the marketplace in town. He heard a gravelly voice from behind him say, "Oh goody. A perfect disguise to get the hero off my trail. Thanks for this, kid." Huh? Izuku asked before his body got enveloped in green sludge. He couldn't breathe. He grabbed at the sludge but couldn't get a grip on it to actually get it away from his nose and mouth. The villain laughed at his misery. You're like my hero, kid. Just relax, another 20 seconds after this and I can use your body. Izuku struggled with his arm in the sludge villain's grip until he could finally free up one arm. With a muffled yell, he threw his fist into the sludge villain's eye. The sludge villain cried out, temporarily making his grip loose enough for Izuku to escape. Why you? The sludge villain got ready to attack again as Izuku backed away. Never fear. Why? A loud booming voice asked from the entrance of the tunnel. The sludge villain suddenly got punched hard, making his body splatter against the wall. Because I am here. All Might exclaimed, laughing. All Might? Oh, hello young man. Don't worry. All Might said before quickly pushing the sludge villain into a huge bottle. The villain has been captured. Also, you aren't injured or harmed in any way, correct? I'm just fine, thank you for saving me. Can I get your autograph? Izuku exclaimed, bowing as he extended his notebook to his hero. Of course. All Might said, signing his name across 2 pages. Wow. These notes are very well detailed. Are you aiming to be a hero, young man? Yes, but I'm quirkless. Do you? Izuku took a deep breath before continuing with a smile. Do you think I can become a hero? I think you have a great potential to be one based on these notes. Your analysis skills are fantastic. All Might commented, there we go. Thank you so much. Izuku said, before All Might launched into the air with the bottle in his pocket. With a lighter heart, Izuku skipped his way to get some milk and eggs for his mom. All Might landed on the roof, letting his muscle form disappear to reveal his normal form. He coughed up some blood into his fist before smiling softly. Little Midoriya seems to have grown up into a fine young man. I hoped I gave him hope into following his dream. Toshinori mumbled to himself as he remembered how much the little one has grown up. It has been a while since me and Torino have checked in on them. Ever since my accident, we haven't seen the family all that much, but I feel like they are doing just fine. He smiled as he remembered young Tenko's debut as Nova. He wore a white cape similar to his grandmother's that matched his gloves. He followed after his older brother's hero debut as Phoenix. That's enough reminiscing. It's time to turn this villain in. Toshinori said, reaching into his pocket to find nothing but a hole at the bottom. Oh. I forgot these pockets had a hole in them. Oh no. Well, hopefully, the villain hasn't gotten too far. Just then, a huge explosion came from the right side of him. Dang it. Toshinori mumbled, quickly transforming back just to jump off the building and start to head down there. Izuku had just picked the groceries from the store when he heard a massive explosion from down the street. He paid quickly before rushing outside to see what was happening. It was all the heroes from that morning. Backdraft was putting out fires, MT Lady was holding back Civilian, and Death Arms was watching a scene with Kamui Woods. Izuku walked closer to see the same sludge villain from before, but this time, it had Bakugo in their grip. Izuku watched the heroes look at the scene without moving, and he knew if they waited any longer Bakugo would suffocate. He was just starting to form a plan in his head when Bakugo looked pleadingly in his direction. Gathering up his courage, Izuku ran towards the danger with his backpack in one hand and his groceries in the other. Hey! Sewerage breath! Izuku taunted, ignoring the hero's calls for him to get to safety. Eat salt! Izuku reached into his groceries to hurl a container of salt straight into the sludge villain's other eye. Izuku rushed in to save Bakugo while the villain loosened their grip. While the heroes watched this reckless kid save somebody, Toshinori smiled before rushing in to help with the small amount of strength he had left. I can't wait to see what Mom is cooking for dinner. Tenko said, hopping over the rooftops with his older brother. They just finished up their last patrol and was heading home. All heroes in area, please report in. We need some help taking down a sludge villain. Tenko smiled, nudging his older brother's shoulder. One villain couldn't hurt. And it's on the way home, so why not? If we are late to dinner again, I'm blaming it on you. Toya groaned, jumping from rooftop to rooftop, using his quirk to propel him faster. Tenko followed suit after him, outing his way through the alleyway for a shorter way. By the time they were halfway there, they noticed how there was a sudden rush of wind before the sky started to rain. Looks like All Might beat us to it. Toya smirked, staring up at the sky. Tenko shrugged, continuing his way there. What's the harm in checking it out anyway? Who knows, maybe we will run into someone we know. Toya rolled his eyes before following his brother. It looks like everything is wrapping up. The heroes look like they are giving reports. Tenko remarked, surveying the area. Hey, is that Bakugo? Toya asked, pointing to the angry teen who was being praised by some heroes. What was he doing here? Izuku? Tenko yelled out, seeing his brother getting reprimanded by two heroes. Toya asked in confusion before his eyes settling on their youngest brother, Izuku? Izuku? Izuku looked up to see his brothers, while the civilians around them started to whisper about the rising rookie pro heroes who had just recently graduated. Kamui Woods and Death Arms looked over to them as they approached. What seems to be the problem here? Toya asked, approaching the three. Nothing. It's just that this kid was too reckless. He marched in there without a quirk to try to save that boy. You weren't doing anything. You were just standing there watching him. Izuku argued back. Izuku, what happened? Tenko asked, holding his brother's shoulders still. I threw a salt container into the villains, SI to loosen their grip on Bakugo. After I got him mostly free, All Might came in and punched him. Izuku summed up. Tenko shrugged, he saved someone. What's the problem? Well, Kamui Woods tried to say. Izuku glared, they were praising me Bakugo right before chastising me for running in to help him. And what were you two doing? Were you actively trying to stop the villain? Tenko asked, tilting his head with a threatening smile. We were waiting for someone with a better suited quirk? Death Arms replied with his excuse that sounded more like a question. Toya folded his arms. Quirk, huh? Let me tell you one thing, Izuku is quirkless. He threw a salt container in the villain's eye. The eyes looked to be the only weakness. Izuku added, fixing the grocery bag on his arm. Hopefully the eggs were okay. Yeah, now tell me, how did someone with a container of salt do better than two pro heroes? Explain that. Toya demanded, throwing an arm over Izuku's shoulder. Kamui Woods agreed back, he wasn't the one who defeated the villain. Yeah, he was the one who basically went in to rescue someone who was being suffocated. The hostage didn't have any time to breathe, but you two were just standing there watching it happen. At least he did something. Hey, where are you? Death Arms tried to stop them before blazing blue eyes interrupted him with a sharp look. We are taking our little brother home. Go finish up those reports. Toya retorted back condescendingly. By the time they got home, everyone except their dad was there. Fuyumi was back from her teaching job, furiously checking young children's homework. Natsuo was studying for his history class. Himiko was still dressed in her UA high school uniform, the only thing missing was the blazer. Inko and Rei were in the kitchen, working on dinner. Shoto laid down on the ground by his other two siblings with his math notebook very close to his face. Shoto looked up first, he became worried when he saw that Izuku was close to crying. What happened? Izuku chuckled, I got groceries. Tenko pulled him into side hug as Toya locked the door behind them. Himiko's big sister senses were tingling, so she automatically brought Izuku into a hug, which he melted into very fast. Izuku? What's wrong, honey? Inko asked, coming around the kitchen table to see what was going on. It's a long story. Toya said, sitting down by Natsuo, who stopped in his NP homework to look over at his sad little brother. Fuyumi paused in her grading to pay attention as well. Those freaking idiots. Izuku has the biggest heart, he will be a great hero. I have no idea what they are about. Himiko ranted before pulling her brother in close to try to raise his spirits. Don't worry about them, Izuku. You're wonderful. You're amazing. You don't need no man. Izuku laughed at his sister's antics as Inko's face darkened to show off her protective mama bear side. I see Bakugo hasn't done much to fix his attitude. Rei nodded, I can always freeze him, and set him off to sail in the water. Shoto shook his head, I already offered. Izuku said that he would probably just explode his way out. Rei paused, then I will just do it when he is sleeping. Shoto laughed. You know what? Screw them. Izuku has the best potential to be a hero. Natsuo argued back, getting fired up. Izuku nodded before retelling them about his encounter with All Might, but he still kept out Bakugo's words. All they have to know is that he burned his notebook and threw it out the window. He couldn't tell them about it yet. Or else he would have to come up with multiple excuses as to why his family didn't murder Bakugo. Wait, brilliant idea. Mom, would you allow us to train Izuku? Toya asked, gaining a smile as he began to think about his plan. What? Rei and Inko both asked in surprise. Oh yeah, that makes sense. You two already graduated, Himiko is already a student, and all of us have some sort of thing that we can teach him. Maybe if we just work together we can make Izuku practically unstoppable by the time the entrance exam rolls around, like, in 10 months. Tenko explained. Izuku brightened up. I hereby promise to make you, Izuku, into the first quirkless hero even if I have to break a few rules. Tenko promised. Toya and Himiko nodded, crossing their heart with their pointer fingers. We promise. Toya and Himiko added in as well. Izuku felt the comforting warm hug of Shoto from behind him as his siblings all started to bury him in a large group hug. Inko softly laughed at their antics before grabbing Rei's hand for them to join in. Izuku still had to go to school, but Shoto paid extra attention to his little brother during the day. He made sure that as soon as he got from his class, he would check on him. And he accompanied his two mothers as they approached the school on their behavior towards their son. Safe to say, when someone threatens with a lawsuit, the school becomes very apologetic. With that encounter, the bullying was finally kept a minimum, with his teachers doing the bare minimum of not allowing any kind of quirk usage in the class and not allowing any kind of bullying to go on in their eyesight. No one wanted to lose their job. Little did they know, Hisashi was gathering some proof on their quirkless discrimination over the years, so they could get the school in serious trouble for their treatment of Izuku as well as others. Shoto kept an eye on the bragging Bakugo across the lunchroom before glancing over to the gossiping teachers standing with their coffees off to the side. Izuku looked up from his noodles to see his brother looking somewhere else. Shoto, what do you keep looking at? Nothing worth paying attention to. Shoto. Answer before turning to look inside Izuku's bento. Ooh, is that a little panda rice ball? Yeah, why you want it? Izuku asked, holding it up with his chopsticks. You know me too well, brother. Shoto said seriously before opening his mouth. Izuku laughed before basically stuffing the rice into his brother's mouth. Delicious. So all you have to do is move the number up here and divide. You got it? Fuyumi explained, writing on a dry erase board to show how he should get the answer. Yeah, wait, hold up. Okay, I think I understand now. Izuku said, erasing his solution a bit to correct his mistake. Even though he had to train, his studies was still important. Fuyumi might be a school teacher for kids, but she could help Izuku with his work. She tutors him at home after he returns from school sometimes to make sure that he retained all the information he learned. Most of the time, he doesn't need as much EP, but he would get stuck on certain lessons. Some days, Fuyumi will bring him out to a gazebo in the garden area of the park to improve his analysis skills. She even recommended that he should write in code. Because if his notebook gets stolen or lost, then his analysis won't be used for evil intent. She brought up ideas of thinking outside the box while writing down specific notes for heroes. Maybe think about the scientific side of the quirk to see if there might be any disadvantages you could use while fighting. For example, Bakugo sweats nitroglycerin, so he can research a solution to defeat him based on a different chemical. Now think about how you can use their own quirk against them. Turn the tables. Think of it as a "stop hitting yourself" kind of thing. Fuyumi suggested, drawing out an example of a hero that is getting splashed by their own water quirk. Use it against them by thinking ahead. Izuku whispered, writing down the note in his notebook. Fuyumi nodded happily before continuing to sketch out what Izuku could use against the most dangerous evil of all, trigonometry. Natsuo was a college student with a graphic design major with a minor in dancing. At first, he didn't know what he could bring to the table except fun until he started thinking about it. He had friends in different majors that could help give him advice, and he even realized that he could provide some help by thinking more in the fun way. So stretch first, always a must. You need to loosen up those muscles and joints. Natsuo mumbled, guiding Izuku to stretch on the mat. Natsuo taught Izuku multiple kinds of dance moves that he could integrate into fighting. Izuku can learn some ballet-type moves to help with balance. All kinds of stuff. Dancing helped improve so many things. It increases strength and overall health because it basically increases Izuku's physical ability level. It can boost memory because dancing incorporates several brain functions at once that can further help with neural activity. Dancing helps with flexibility, so it can help give a wider range of motion and lengthen your muscles. Natsuo also heard that it can reduce stress and depression. And when they both had break days, Natsuo will bring him to an arcade to watch the movements of the video game characters. How they have a pattern in which they attack and what different kinds of offensive and defensive moves that he can do. And Natsuo would always kick his butt in Dance Dance Revolution. Natsuo patted the back of his sweaty brother, ready to try expert, little bro. Izuku took a deep breath, dislike you very much right now. Natsuo chuckled before grinning, so sweet. Next round. Come on. Izuku whined before bracing himself on the railing behind the dance pad. Okay, let's see how well your self-defense is. Himiko said before throwing a punch Izuku's way. Izuku dodged fast, before throwing his own fist towards her shoulder only for her to block it. Tenko and Toya had called the whole weapon training and parkour part, so it was her job to reteach him old and show him new ones. So every other day, she would have her own time when the sun was starting to set. Perfect time because they could both work up an appetite for dinner. Sometime during the training, she saw his dark-haired watching from the balcony with a black cat sitting by his ankles. Glancing back to her brother to see him stretching for the next round of sparring, she looked back up to her neighbor to wave. Her dark-haired neighbor returned the wave before their blonde roommate came outside to check on him. Himiko returned to her match with Izuku while Hisashi gave Aizawa a cup of coffee. Hisashi sighed, they are really trying to help their two younger brothers, huh? I saw the oldest take the other towards the beach, so I can only assume he is doing the same as her. Aizawa still stared at both of their forms. He knew that they were just off a bit. He had potential, but he still had a lot more to improve on. Hisashi spied his face. You are thinking about helping out, aren't you? What? Aizawa asked, turning his attention towards his close friend. Hisashi scoffed, come on, we both know how soft you are towards your students, or at least some of them. Plus, I know that you can't last that long without giving some form of advice to them. Aizawa turned to him, allowing his cat, Luna, to brush against his legs. Why do you think that? You know potential when you see it and you won't let it be extinguished. Hisashi replied, brushing back his blonde hair to pull it into a ponytail absent-mindedly. Hisashi went back inside with Luna while Aizawa continued to watch. Aizawa sighed thinking to himself that Hisashi didn't know what he was talking about. Hey, mister. Himiko called out while Izuku took a water break. Aizawa looked down in surprise to see Himiko waving at him. Himiko smiled before asking, can you help me with a move I'm trying to teach my brother? I forgot how to do it, but I know you are more familiar with it. Do you mind? Aizawa sighed before running a hand through his hair. He slowly walked down the stairs, reminding himself that this was possibly the last Midoriya he ever had to come across. He got lucky last year since Vlad King was Himiko's homeroom teacher, but he still encountered her. Aizawa approached the two while tying his hair back. What do you need to know? Hisashi came out 5 minutes later to see his old friend coaching the two during another round of sparring. I knew he wouldn't last that long without intervening. Just like all the other times, Hisashi thought out loud, watching as the two teens fought against each other in a fair battle. Tenko and Toya both agreed to team up to train Izuku in the beach while Shoto trained with Himiko. Toya would work on his control with weapons and Tenko would help him learn the ropes of parkour. But they will both help him on increasing his strength. And what better way than community service? Tenko exclaimed. Izuku gasped, you want me to clean the whole beach in 10 months? Tenko shook his head, no, I know you won't get everything done without some help. I'm not really asking for the whole beach to be done because I know that we already have you training for quite a bit with everyone teaching you a different set of skills. It's more like Shoto does one side, and you do the other. On Shoto's side, I'm getting him to control his heat by working on trash that is basically a kindling to his flame. And then using his ice on the water to see how it will hold up. Toya explained, pointing to the other side of the beach. Tenko nodded, your task with this beach is to adapt to it. I'll teach you parkour so you can navigate through alleyways and stop rooftops. I will start you off slow with like fridges and stuff. And when parkour lessons are done, then you will carry some bigger pieces of trash dump into that old pickup truck. Where'd you get a pickup truck? Izuku questioned, looking back at the old truck. Don't ask questions. Tenko replied, tilting Izuku's head to instead look at a large pile of trash. Your basic goal is to get rid of the huge hill of trash. It's basically the minimum goal, the maximum goal would be like half of the entire beach. Izuku nodded, allowing his older brother Tenko to drag him off to begin his parkour lessons. Tenko was aiming Izuku toward an old stained couch by the wet sand while Toya stayed behind. Toya looked around the beach while he heard his brothers training in the background. He chuckled as he heard a thump followed by Tenko's laughter. He stopped when he stubbed his toe on something hard. He cursed, holding his toe through his shoe while silently cursing. He looked up to see what caused it only to find something that he didn't really expect. It was a motorcycle. Or what used to be one at least. It was a dark green color, and both of its wheels were missing. Rust had begun to take over the whole body of the bike. Toya pried it out from the pile it was stuck between, staring at the old thing. It was missing several important parts like an engine for example, but it did remind him of someone. Toya looked back towards his brothers to see Izuku stick a decent landing off a mini fridge onto a bigger couch. He looked back to the motorcycle to see the same color of his brother's hair. This might help Izuku if I can get it to work, Toya thought to himself as he ran his hands over the body of the rusty motorcycle. Toya only knew one person that he trusted enough to work on this old motorcycle. An old acquaintance from UA, a transfer student that got a scholarship into the support department. You want me to work on this and somehow make it ready in 9 months? Max asked, taking a look at the bent-up metal of the bike that Toya dumped at his feet. His tentacles poking at the places where tires were missing. Max pushed up his glasses further up his nose to inspect some of the missing parts that the bike might need. Max had a very useful quirk for support because he had 8 tentacle arms along with his 2 normal human arms. They can regrow if they get cut off and it allows him to move super fast in water. He had light red hair that matched his tentacles' color. His eyes were a mix of dark and light green that were slightly hidden behind the lenses of his glasses. This is a very old model of a remake of an even older model. At Toya's confused expression, Max explained a bit more. It looks like it is one of those remakes of the Kawasaki H2 SE motorcycles. They only existed during the time where quirks just started appearing, but some companies would actually remake the design to fit it into our new society. Can you fix it up or make it into something useful that Izuku can use? Toya asked, leaning over to watch Max inspect further with his tentacles pulling and pushing on stuff. Just then, a girl with a short green pixie cut appeared at his side out of nowhere. This is for Izuku? Oh! How is that little munchkin? Sakai, aka Synthesis, was a sidekick that helped out by protecting civilians with her grass manipulation quirk. Her short hair often reminds people of freshly cut lawn since her half-shaved head made the soft spikes resemble grass. Her spikes are covered in small flowers clips. Her eyes are an aquamarine shade that matched her earrings. She wears soft brown eyeliner that make her eyes doe-like. Toya's eyes widened in surprise. Sheet, Sakai. You scared me. Izuku is doing perfectly fine, and we are actually helping him enroll into our old high school. UA? Ah, that takes me back to the sports festival where you kicked our butts. Sakai sighed, smiling at the memories, still waiting on my rematch. Anytime, anyplace. Toya responded to her, giving her a fist bump. Max, will you be able to fix it at that time? Toya watched as Max smirked, pushing up his glasses. You underestimate how fast I can get this done. I can get this baby ready for you with added features in about 3 months. Maybe you can give it to him as a Christmas gift. It had only been 2 months, but Izuku and Shoto were getting stronger. Their neighbor, Mr. Aizawa, gave his advice on short-distance combat that fit both of their skill level. Toya watched with Mike as Aizawa taught them in the park when he said he had nothing better to do. Aizawa was a very strict teacher, but he made sure that they always took care of themselves first. He set a steady pace for them to work at each day until the deadline point. On some weekends while at their father's house in Tokyo, Toya and Hisashi helped Shoto with his fireside while Tenko and Himiko took care of Izuku's handle on parkour and weapon control. Natsuo helped Izuku control with balance by learning more dance moves that he can combine with fighting moves. Fuyumi helped Shoto calm himself to better have control over both his quirks since when his emotions got out of hand, his quirk would become quite a handful. Inko has been keeping up on a suggested diet from Tenko that he recommended for the two. If they both stuck to it, they would be more than ready to deal with the kind of training that UA had planned. Himiko nodded at his statement. Remembering how grateful she was that Tenko helped her build up her stamina to deal with some of the stuff she had to do in her first year. Whatever they had ahead of them, they would do it together as a family. So while Shoto was off with Rei, Hisashi helps plan out some support items that his son might need in the future. I can get some items commissioned ahead of time from my island. The company actually sponsors their expo each year, so they have a few connections with them. I even talked with David Shield personally about some items that might help. Hisashi explained to him as they listed off possible ideas for his gear and costume. How about a gun? Izuku asked happily. Izuku, Hisashi started before shrugging, maybe with non-lethal bullets, or darts, Good idea. They both agreed on a grabbing hook, a bow and arrow, a taser gun, a defensive shield, and smoke bombs. Hisashi need a little bit of convincing on Izuku's knives idea, only agreeing when he was convinced that Izuku would use it as a last resort if he needed it. Izuku even suggested a sword, suggesting that it was just a longer knife while Hisashi just laughed. He promised that he would only agree to it if both Inko and Rei said it was okay and that Izuku be properly trained by a professional on it. Izuku hid his smile since he knew that Synthesis had a katana, so he can easily ask her for any lessons. What would your costume be? Hisashi asked his son. Izuku took a moment before he started sketching out his overall plan for his hero costume. Inko smiled from the kitchen, watching them whisper while drawing out an idea in a notebook. It was so weird to think that only a few years ago, he was still her little boy. But she knew that her little boy was becoming a man. And she was going to support his dream every step of the way. You guys ready for movie night? Izuku asked. Shoto nodded, eyes glued to the screen. Heck yeah, I have been waiting to see the sequel of this. Who is making the popcorn? Himiko asked from her spot on the bean bag. Dad. Izuku answered. He sniffed the air. Is something burning? Izuku, Shoto and Himiko looked up to see their father come in with a bag of microwave popcorn being poured into a bowl. Their father looked a bit tired and smelled significantly like burnt kernels as he walked inside the living room. Newsflash. The stove still hates me, the curse is still in effect. But luckily, microwave popcorn never lets me down. Now let's do this. Toya laughed, the curse of the flame strikes again. Where is the evidence of your failed attempt? Tenko asked, teasing his father. Don't tease your father. Inko added in. Hisashi replied by poking his tongue out at Tenko, who gladly returned the favor. Ooh, popcorn. Natsuo said, sticking his hand in and stealing a handful. He munched on them unknowing of the lost expression in Hisashi's face when he stole the popcorn. Tenko noticed it and started snickering at the utter betrayal his father had. Fuyumi eyed the popcorn bowl before standing up. I'll get started on some more popcorn. I'll bring back some chips as well. Rei smiled before following her daughter to acquire some more refreshments and snacks for everyone in the living room. She was not only glad that her family was happy, but also that her family had grown bigger. Tenko and Toya was dealing with a villain in downtown Muzutafu for their late morning patrol. It was Christmas Eve and the two scheduled for a mostly free Christmas holiday to spend with their family. It was nearing the end of their patrol when they were sent to deal with a group of villains in a gang that was holding people hostage in a jewelry store. To you left, Nova. Phoenix called out before punching a low-level thug that came too close. He aimed a flame fist towards the thug who tried to tangle hostages back into their spot. Tenko, aka Nova, threw his attacker over his shoulder. He narrowed his eyes at two thugs who were aiming to escape. He took off his left glove with his teeth while the other held down his attack. His left hand disintegrated a telephone in half that landed on the two thugs who tried to run away from the hero fight. Thanks, Phoenix. Watch out. Phoenix took a trash can lid to the head before looking over his shoulder with a glare. His attacker tried to hurriedly escape before Phoenix threw up a ring of fire that trapped him with the attacker. He even captured more of the thugs inside the circle to help out Synthesis as she guided the hostages out of the store. Nice call, Nova. Let me take care of these guys. Thanks for the help, Phoenix. Synthesis called out, using her vines to shield the hostages away from any thugs nearby. One of the men charged forward with a knife, but Synthesis tripped them with her grass. He fell to the floor with a cry, slamming his face into the ground. Synthesis allowed her sidekick friends to take away the hostages as she apprehended the man after sliding the knife away with her foot. Tenko passed the 3 thugs over to another hero before he saw the main villain heading for his brother. He glared before glancing down at the rope on his waist. He grinned as he got an idea. Tenko sneaked over while he surveyed his target. He was right behind his target as he grew closer to his brother, with his blue fire slowly being diminished as he took down the multitude of men. Hey, big guy. Look over here, got an early gift for you. Nova called out, drawing the attention of his target. He maneuvered his rope with his hands, lighting it on his brother's blue fire. Surprise! His target's eyes widened as he whipped the rope around the villain's foot, yanking it up to trip him up. The villain's eyesight was blurred when his head hit the ground. They were seeing double. The villain's eyes began to focus when he saw 4 figures coming over to him. His sight started to clear, showing that it was Phoenix and Nova approaching him. Gotcha, Nova said with a bright smile that matched Phoenix's sadistic grin. The 2 brothers dealt with the police reports afterward before returning to the hero agency to change into civilian clothes. After everything was taken care of, the 2 brothers were walking with their hero costumes in special duffel bags. Phew! That was a workout. Can't wait to get home. Tenko said, stretching his arms over his head as he walked with his older brother. Toya nodded with a dry chuckle, I know. Also, where did you learn that move that you did with the rope? Tenko looked at his brother with a tilted head, remember? I did an internship. With Midnight. She taught me how to use some whip-like moves and to use my disintegration in a more creative way with my surroundings. Oh right? Toya responded before asking, wait, who taught you the parkour moves? Tenko replied, same as you. I also had an internship with Eraserhead in my 2nd year. Midnight was in my 3rd. I think Present Mike was in my 1st. Remember when Himiko went on her internship with a Vlad King? Toya asked. Tenko smiled as he remembered, oh yeah, she was so pumped for it. Hell, I think she is going to take him again this year if he can. Toya's phone notified him with a ping. He took his phone out of his pocket and checked the screen. Oh sweet, Max texted to say that Izuku's gift is not only ready, but also wrapped up in a bow for me to pick up. Tenko grinned, oh sheet, can't wait to see his face. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and pick the bike up from his shop. I'll see you at the house. Toya replied, stuffing his hands in his pockets. Tenko nodded, okay, I'm going to stop by the trash beach before I go home, so you might be there before me. Alright, don't stay too long at the beach. Or else I'm going to eat all the food. Toya called out as he walked backwards away from his brother. Have fun with that, bro? Tenko answered back, waving as his brother took a shortcut down the alleyway to get to Max's shop fast. Tenko walked slow as he looked at the trash piles on the beach. Since they started training, the piles have slowly started to disappear, revealing the nice white sand of the beach. Tenko was walking with his duffel bag while staring distractedly at the beach before he ran into a tall man. Oh sorry, sir. I should have watched where I was going. Tenko apologized, bowing slightly in respect. Oh no, don't worry. How are you, young man? The tall man asked in return, waving Tenko from his bow. Oh, I'm doing well. I'm actually about to head back home to spend some time with my family for the holidays. Tenko replied before his eyes narrowed at the familiar face of the man. Do I know you from somewhere? The tall blonde man coughed into his hand. What? Pardon? Tenko shook his head. Sorry, it's just you remind me of someone that helped my family a few years ago. You wouldn't happen to have visited Tokyo Disneyland in the past few years, have you? Toshinori had 2 decisions, feign ignorance or admit to the truth. He decided the latter, so he might have a chance at further contact with his mentor's grandson. Toshinori smiled. Oh. Yes, I have. I remember helping out a few lost family members rejoin the rest of their family. Tenko smiled. Oh yes. That's where. I think there was also an older man as well. I'm Midoriya Tenko. Thanks for helping out my family all those years ago. Ah, no problem at all. I'm Yagi Toshinori. Here, take my card. Toshinori said, handing over his business card to Tenko. Tenko looked at it, inspecting the details. His eyes widened when he read the last line. You are All Might's secretary? Wow, that's awesome. All Might actually helped out my little brother not too long ago. When you see him, can you tell him thanks for me? He really made Izuku's day. Toshinori's eyes slightly widened in recognition. Izuku, you say? Alright. I'll make sure to tell him the next time I see him. Tenko smiled. Thanks again. Well, I'll be on my way. Have a Merry Christmas, Mr. Yagi. You too, young Tenko, Toshinori replied softly, waving as the young adult walked away. Nana would be so proud of who you have become, Tenko. I hope to tell you someday just how much. Toshinori thought as he smiled at the ground. He looked up to stare at the cloudy blue sky. I should tell Gran Torino about how young Tenko is doing. And tell him about Nitai's pick for my successor. Mirio seems to be a very good candidate for one for all. Inko and Hisashi talk all cutesy. When Tenko finally comes home, sitting right next to Toya, who is so excited to see the look on Izuku's face. Hisashi got a whole bunch of tacky ties from his children. A medium-sized box held a practical mountain of different kinds of ties. He got a shaving kit that a lot of tools to cut and trim his facial hair. He got a large panda onesie with a small amount of candies. His last gift was a huge picture frame for him to hang up in his home back in Tokyo to always remember his family back in Mizurufu. Inko got 2 new pairs of pajamas. One was a brown bear onesie. She got 3 new cookbooks that contained all sorts of recipes for her to try out. She got a waffle maker, a set of cookie cutters, and a brand new coffee maker to replace her old one. She even got a frozen yogurt, sorbet, and ice cream maker that she can use for desserts. Her last gift was a scrapbook filled with special memories from the past few years. Ray got a vanilla oil diffuser that was shaped like a flower. She got a white silk robe with fluffy bunny slippers. She got a polar bear onesie with a matching sleeping mask. She got multiple soothing honey and lemon-scented bath bombs. She was gifted a foot bath with a built-in massager like ones that are in a spa. Her last gift was a photo album full of pictures from the family's favorite moments. He got a nice heavy-weighted blanket that has cooling technology to cool down his body temperature. He received a Swiss Army knife with a wooden keepsake box. His last gift was an impressive wireless speaker system that could connect to his phone to play his music. His last gift was a nice leather jacket that had 2 blue phoenix wings on the back. Tenko got the new gaming system with 2 brand new games for it. He also got a few games for his old handheld gaming system. He received a huge Mimikyu plush that he couldn't wait to put in his room. He received many pairs of long-sleeved plaid button-down shirts. His last gift was a special pair of new gloves that covered up 3 of his fingers on each hand. They were a different color from his last ones, but this one had his initials stitched at the bottom with love. Fuyumi got a nice simple silver charm bracelet that represented different things in her life that she loved. She got a lovely scarf that had a floral pattern with lace at the ends. She also got a nice almond color sweater dress with a pair of soft brown boots. She received a lacy white tiered skirt with a gray turtleneck sweater. Her last gift was the entire book collection of Jane Austen. Natsuo received a patchwork denim and sweatshirt combination jacket. He got a bunch of movies that he really liked. Most of them were either comedy or action. He got a Bluetooth banana that can connect to his phone when he takes calls. His last gift was a pizza blanket that was so very soft, it was perfect for cuddling. Himiko got a red dress made of cotton and a pink one that had a flower pattern. She got a few hair ribbons that matched well with her blonde hair. She got a knitting kit for beginners and a starter set of needle felting. She got 3 succulent plants for her room for her to take care of. Her last gift was a string of red LED lights to hang in her room. Shoto got an All Might figure that was a special Halloween edition with the pro hero dressed as a circus ringmaster. He got a bonsai tree kit and a pair of wireless headphones. He received a Himalayan salt rock lamp that was shaped like a crescent moon. He got a black turtleneck sweater with a nice wristwatch. For his room, there was a string hammock that he could hang from the ceiling corners to handle his weight. His last gift was a globe and a large cork board for him to organize his thoughts. Izuku got a collection of old pro hero comics, most of them were All Might ones. He received some new hoodies with a pair of new denim jeans. He got a short dark green cape his mother had made just for him for his hero costume. He got several support items that his father approved on for his hero's journey. He got a grappling hook, a stun gun, pepper spray can, a bow and arrow, and a katana. Finally he could ask Synthesis to teach him a bit on how to handle the weapon. Toya exclaimed, "Wait a second, Izuku. You are going to love this." Izuku turned around with a smile. "Okay? Should I close my eyes, Toya?" Toya nodded, "Yes. Close your eyes and keep them shut." Izuku chuckled at the visible excitement of his eldest brother. Before closing his eyes, Tenko went further to hold his gloved hands over Izuku's face to ensure that he didn't peek at his last gift. Izuku heard a bit of noises coming from behind him and a few gasps from his other family members. One that sounded a lot like Natsuo made a long exaggerated gasp. Okay, open your eyes, Toya softly ordered. Tenko smiled before taking his hands off of Izuku's face for him to see a huge gift-wrap thing that looked mysteriously like a bike. Whoa, Izuku whispered in awe. Well, go on and open it. I didn't get it custom-made for nothing. Toya said. Custom? Izuku mumbled before completely ripping into the wrapping paper. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw a motorcycle underneath the massive amount of wrapping paper. His excitement grew as he kept unwrapping his gift until there was no paper at all covering the motorcycle. Toya watched as Izuku did a slow turn in silence with a big grin on his face. Izuku rushed at him, and, luckily, Toya was prepared for the giant hug that came afterwards. Wow, Rei responded with wide eyes. Oh my Kami, Inko whispered as she looked at the huge motorcycle. Ha, brings me back to our dating days, Hisashi said, kissing his wife's forehead. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Izuku said loudly while Toya swayed him in a huge hug. Toya smiled, you are very welcome. Thank Max when you see him too, he is the one who basically took trash and made a treasure out of it. Toya was forever thankful that he got permission from his parents ahead of time to get the motorcycle for Izuku. Although, Inko looked a bit surprised at how it looks. Rei looked astonished at the gift, patching attention to the add-ons that Max put in. The motorcycle itself was a nice shade of forest green that was the shade of Izuku's hair. The front wheel had a retractable metal cover that could hurt someone if Izuku wished to. The bottom of the frame at the back wheels had a small compact jet. It worked great when Izuku decides to pop a wheelie and can have a surprise attack with his front wheel. That retractable metal cover can do some real damage. It has a glider that could allow him to glide smoothly on roads when taking a turn. The headlight on the front of the bike acted as a flashbang. The headlight acted normally, but if he clicks a button it will suddenly get really bright in order to momentarily blind his opponents. It even had a small radio that could play music, but it also was a police radio that can make Izuku aware for any villains in his area. What someone can't see is the clear shield that the motorcycle can put up if it senses any danger. Max put it as a defensive mechanism. If something huge comes at the bike, it will form a clear shield all around the bike in a ball form that covers Izuku entirely. For example, if a car was going full speed towards Izuku, the bike will form the ball shield and safely roll Izuku out of harm's way. And then there was a little rubber duck decal that Toya added at the last minute as a prank. It was a little decal sticker that didn't quite fit in with the green and black color theme since it was a bright yellow. But the decal had cool black sunglasses, so it kind of matched the bike. That's awesome, Izuku. Shoto said. Izuku cried out, I can't wait to ride it. Be careful though, wear a helmet. Inko replied at her son's excitement. She smiled as she looked at her son's utter enjoyment. Toya walked over to the couch and plucked a shiny black helmet from behind the couch. Way ahead of you, auntie. Izuku laughed when his older brother crammed the black helmet on his head. Toya placed an identical rubber duck decal sticker near the back of Izuku's motorcycle helmet. Tenko offered, we can go out after Christmas if you want, Izuku. If that is okay with everyone. I'm okay with it. Rei said with a calm smile. Have fun, you three. Inko nodded, as long as everyone is safe. Only after Christmas. We are going to spend day as family in our pajamas tomorrow. No worries, just comfort. Hisashi replied with a determined look on his face. Deal, Tenko, Toya, and Izuku said at the same time. Izuku's agreement was muffled from the helmet. Shoto's soft laughter made everyone join in with their own little chuckle. It was 2 days after Christmas when the three went to the beach to allow Izuku to start practicing on the motorcycle. Hisashi stayed true to his words as the family relaxed for the entirety of Christmas Day. The family spent the whole day with animated holiday specials and movies on television. Toya instructed Izuku on how to ride a basic motorcycle and also explained a lot of its mechanics that Max added. Toya explained, okay, it's sort of like riding a bike. You already know how to ride a bike, so this should be sort of easy. Just keep your balance. We are right here to make sure you don't severely injure yourself. Tenko replied, stepping back to join Toya by his side. Wow, thanks for the vote of confidence. Izuku answered back, securing his helmet on his head. Izuku readied his stance on the motorcycle, aiming it in a straight line of the sandy beach. He kept one foot on the ground while the other was on the step of the bike. Starting it up, he breathed in calmly before kicking his foot off to drive in a straight line. The brothers watched as Izuku drove a mostly straight line before he barked, kind of rocking at the end before he ran into a trash pile. Izuku looked back at his brothers with a thumbs up. Toya clapped before Izuku accidentally stepped on the pedal of the motorcycle, making the bike try to launch into a trash pile. The motorcycle, thankfully, sensed the danger and stopped the bike itself before activating ball shield mode. Izuku bounced on his seat, a piece of rubble from the trash pile bounced off the top of the ball shield onto the sand below. Sorry. Can I try that again? Toya commented, we have got a bit of work to do. Izuku cried out as the bike went backwards, letting the ball shield come down. Tenko looked at him with a raised brow, a bit? Okay, maybe a lot of work before the entrance exam. But I think we can do it. Toya said confidently as he watched his little brother mumble to himself about the motorcycle's workings. Yue won't know what hit them. It was finally Izuku's time to shine. After months and months of training with his family and some guidance from his neighbors, he was finally ready to take on Yue's entrance exam. He finally learned how to ride his support motorcycle. He even qualified for his license a year early, which was great news to him. He even started talking about bringing the motorcycle to the entrance exam. Toya pondered before checking the website to see if there were any rules about it a month ago before the exam started. Tenko even got up in the research, getting the answer that he might have to get papers for it ahead of time to allow him to use it. They allowed any non-lethal weapons and most items that won't bring harm to any peers around you. Yeah, they are actually really picky about the rules now. Apparently someone brought a tank because the rules didn't say they couldn't. They got into the support course very easily after that since they made it themselves, decided they didn't want to be in hero course anymore when they actually thought about it afterwards. Tenko explained. So all we have to do is get my motorcycle approved before the entrance exam? Izuku asked his brother. Tenko shrugged, yeah, pretty much. And luckily enough, it did get approved after they sent its blueprint, his license, and a list of its functions. Max even called in to say that he made sure everything is safe and fully functional. Today was the day of the entrance exam. Both Shoto and Izuku were dressed and had their backpacks for their clothes to change into when they got there. Inko sighed, collecting her stray tears into a tissue. I can't believe our babies are growing up. Ah, it seems like just yesterday that they were still tiny enough to pick up. Rei said, sipping her chai tea. Oh, goodness, stop growing. Hisashi's voice came from his mother's laptop. Unfortunately, he was stuck doing work back in Tokyo, but he didn't want to miss anything. So Inko set up a video call for him to see the two off before they went to their entrance exam. But have fun out there you two. Also, don't get hurt. We won't, Dad. Izuku shouted at the screen with a smile. Shoto looked up, at least, I won't. I have no idea about Izuku though. Dude. Izuku cried out, looking betrayed at his own brother. Shoto looked at him right in the eyes. I am calling it like I see it. Natsuo laughed from his seat on the couch. It's okay, bud. Hey, good luck out there you two. I can't wait to see you guys both pass and then just wipe the floor with everyone because you guys are badass. I can say that I have no doubt that you two will make it in and be spectacular heroes. Fuyumi commented. Ah, they both hummed back at her. Fuyumi added, I mean it. Now, hurry up and eat something to put something in your stomach before you head out. Got it, Izuku nodded before turning to Shoto. Are you still riding with me to UA? Shoto nodded, heck yeah. Oh right, I should probably get my helmet from my room. Izuku said, get the pink one. Fine. Shoto said loudly as he strutted down the hall back to the bedroom. Still can't believe you got him a pink helmet. Nothing against it, but I just wonder why. Tenko said, watching as Shoto hurried back to the room to look for his helmet. 2 reasons. One is that his hair is red and white, and when both colors mix they make pink. Second reason is because he likes strawberry shortcake. Toya answered. Tenko's eyes widened when he remembered, oh, so that's why there is a sticker with a little cake with a strawberry at the back. Yeah, that is exactly the reason. Good work there, detective. Toya smirked. Shut up. Tenko grunted, shoving at Toya as he laughed. Got it. Shoto sighed, showing his pink helmet proudly to the room before joining Izuku at the dining table to slurp up the cereal bowl waiting for him. They both hurried to eat their cereal and a few fruit slices. Slow down. Save some strawberry slices for me. Himiko commented, walking over to steal the strawberry slices. Hey, not too much, I like those too. Shoto complained softly, as he took some more to put on his cereal. Cool. Have fun at the exam. You are going to need all the luck you can get to defeat what they have in store. Himiko said, clapping Izuku on the back. It was hell for me to get enough to pass into the hero course. Izuku questioned, leaning towards his big sister to see if he can get any hints. How did you pass? Well, I mostly used my knives against what they had. But I'm not telling you anything else. Himiko said, popping a strawberry into her mouth before rushing to the couch next to Natsuo. Can I have some slices? Natsuo asked, holding out his hand for some snacks for Himiko to provide him. Sure, lean back, let me aim for your mouth. Himiko said, waiting for Natsuo to surprisingly follow her order and leaned back against the arm of the couch. Oh dear, don't get fruit all over the couch again. Fuyumi worriedly said as she saw their parents all gathered near the kitchen still talking about today's big event. I won't, hopefully, as long as he lands it. Himiko said, aiming a strawberry slice directly into Natsuo's mouth. Natsuo actually caught it this time, which was a surprise from his sisters. Wow, good job. Next one. Himiko said unexpectedly as she randomly threw an apple slice towards his mouth as well. After finishing their breakfast, they hugged all of their family members before both of them got onto the motorcycle. Shoto asked, "You do know how to drive this thing safely?" Izuku answered back, "Of course. I have my license after all." "Aha," Shoto said, giving him a look as he put on his helmet. Izuku turned back to him as he started to fasten his helmet. "I can still hear the sass in your voice even though your helmet muffles it." Shoto tilted his head as Izuku started up the motorcycle. "Sass? What sass?" Izuku rolled his eyes. "Just hold on tight." They were at UA in record time with Izuku driving his motorcycle. "I have to get used to that eventually," Shoto mumbled as he straightened out after getting off the motorcycle. "Yeah. It takes a while to get over the feeling right afterwards, but you get used to it," Izuku said, holding his helmet as he walked with his bike inside the school. Shoto questioned, "Did they tell you where you can put it since we have written exams first?" "Yeah, they said I can retrieve it after changing for the physical exam. They are apparently putting it where they stationed me for the physical part," Izuku explained as they walked inside. "Wow, that's a really cool bike." A girl's voice came from behind the two. "Oh, hi. Thanks for the compliment." Izuku sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Uraraka asked with a smile, "You guys are here for the hero course entrance exam?" "Yep. I'm Midoriya Izuku and this is my brother Shoto," Izuku introduced. Shoto nodded to her politely. "Nice to meet you both. I'm Uraraka Achiko. I'm also trying out for the hero course. I'm so excited," she said, clapping her hands together. The announcer called out that written exam would begin shortly and that participants must head inside, which made Uraraka run ahead of them cheerfully to get inside fast. "We better hurry," Izuku said to his brother. Shoto nodded. "Bet I can beat you in a race. Ready set go." Shoto took off without a pause or giving Izuku a chance to even get into position. Why you gotta do me like this? I have a motorcycle and everything." "Ugh." Izuku hurried after his brother while trying to keep his bike straight. The written exam was easier for them since Fuyumi helped them out with their studies. Izuku saw an interesting-looking guy with purple hair sit a few seats in front of him. All he knew was that guy looked like he needed a friend. He even gave the teen a pencil when he saw his pencil broke its lead midway through. The next part of the entrance exam was of course the practical exam if they wanted to shoot for hero course. Unfortunately Shoto and Izuku sat near Bakugo, but Shoto took one for the team and sat next to him to block him from Izuku's reach. "Are you ready?" Everybody say yeah. "Yeah." Izuku yelled with Shoto giving a half-hearted shout with his fist risen up. All attention was on them for a short moment while present Mike just looked excited that someone actually responded. "Oh DMN, someone actually responded." Present Mike whispered to himself in happiness before going over the rules to the exam. "DMN, I was really looking forward to crushing that DMN nerd." Bakugo mumbled while holding his card. Shoto saw this and looked at his own card and ummed. "Oh, it seems they are splitting us up if we are in the same schools. It might be to prevent us from teaming up." Shoto replied, showing Izuku his card that said Battle Center C. Izuku looked to see he was Battle Center B. "Oh, that does make sense. Excuse me, I have a question." A guy stood up in the crowd with his arm raised. "Hit me." Present Mike replied. "On the handout, it says there are 4 types of robots, not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on official matters from UA, it would be shameful," the glasses guy said as the spotlight shone on him. Then he whipped around to point at the 3 of them. "Additionally, you have been muttering this entire time, stop it. If you can't bother to take this seriously, leave." Giggles rang from the cop rows as Shoto and Bakugo fixed him with glares. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck embarrassed. "My apologies. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. You don't have to do anything with it at all, it only serves as an obstacle. Just ignore it and focus on the others." Present Mike answered. "Thank you very much." The glasses guy bowed before sitting back down. Shoto watched him with narrowed eye before listening to present Mike say the rest of the rules. Present Mike hid his smile as he saw his little neighbors. He knew those voices sounded familiar. They look so small from all the way over there, he thought to himself as he watched the examiners talk about the 4th type like it was one of those obstacles in a video game. He couldn't wait to see them strut their stuff. And now, Izuku was left to his own devices, which he means by he was left with his motorcycle with the other examiners while Shoto was off in another section. Spying a familiar face of the girl he spoke to, he went over just to say hi. Well, he was until the glasses guy from the exam stopped him in his tracks before he could make it to her. Switch a sigh, he ignored his other peers who seemed to write him off as he got on his motorcycle. Go! Present Mike yelled out. Izuku slammed on the gas and started his way on the course from a distance. He heard Present Mike encourage others to start since heroes don't wait. Izuku sped away on his forest green bike to head towards the tall robots in his way. The bike started to activate the shield while Izuku popped a wheelie with the compact jet at the back. He braced himself as the bike started to travel up the robot's leg. He unsheathed his taser gun and stun gun to aim right at the robot's weak spot near its neck and fired. Instantly, the robot was shut down. With a roar of its engines, the motorcycle traveled through the air to land in the next robot. He did the same with the next few robots he came across. Sometimes he used his katanas to cut the wires he saw, or he just used the electricity from his taser right at the small board that controlled it at their neck. Once he used the front wheel attack head on right in the middle of a three-pointer's face, but he did end up going into ball smiled mode afterwards from the bouncy fall. But one time, a sparkly boy fired a laser at a robot that Izuku was about to hit. He numbly waved at the boy before he shot off like a glittery rocket with his stomach laser. All the while they were battling somewhere in a building, the teachers were watching the screens of all the battle centers to observe the students taking the practical exam. All of them look quite promising. A woman said, observing a television screen with a boy that freezes an entire wave of robots before helping others. Let's see how well they react to this, one of them said as the pay pushed a big red button. One of the teachers stared at the young boy on the motorbike as he took down another one-pointer. The ground started to rumble and buildings started to crumble as a large robots walked down the street towards the crowd of examiners. It took another step that launched a dust cloud over all of them, which caused them to scream in surprise. Izuku looked from through his helmet to the tall robot. Everyone started to run away. He even exchanged glances with the glasses guy from earlier as he ran away as well. 2 minutes remaining. Present Mike announced as Izuku starters position his bike to turn around from the giant robot. Help! Help me! My leg! I can't get out! A girl shouted, trying to crawl her way from underneath the rubble that trapped her leg. Izuku looked at her before looking at the approaching robot. It was still a good distance away from her, but she was still in its path of destruction. With a nod to himself, he rode his motorcycle to the scene while everyone kept running away. For a moment, the glasses guy looked back to see him going to help the other girl. Izuku took off his helmet for a brief moment. Hey, remember me? Huh? Midoriya? Uraraka asked. Yep. Leg is stuck, right? Izuku questioned. Yeah. Uraraka nodded. Gotcha. Izuku said. Without another thought, Izuku lifted the rubble just enough to allow the girl to weakly pull herself forward on the ground. It didn't take much since he had been lifting fridges basically all summer. We gotta hurry. Have you ever ridden on a motorcycle before? Izuku asked quickly. Uraraka shook her head, no. Well, there is a first time for everything. Izuku said, hurrying to put on her helmet as the robot slowly tried to step towards them. Luckily, the robot was still a good 20 feet away from them since Izuku's motorcycle was faster in speed than the large robot. The robot was steadily making its way towards them as Izuku helped Uraraka settle into the motorcycle. Narrowing his eyes, he quickly set a trap with his grappling hook by setting it up on the two buildings between the robot. Izuku activated the ball shield before speeding away from the giant zero-pointer. Come on. Come on. Come on. Izuku changed as they drove away fast right as the 0 point started to fall from the wire placed between the two buildings. Izuku sped away with Uraraka holding onto his waist as the robot slowly started to fall onto the wide street. The robot crashed on the ground when they were a safe distance away right as Present Mike called for time. Right on. Izuku mumbled, allowing the ball shield to fall from the motorcycle. Uraraka took off her helmet, holding her stomach. I think the ride made me more uneasy than I already am. Uraraka ummed, holding her hand to her mouth. Oh hell. Izuku said, digging his hand into the small compartment made to be a cup holder to pull out a plastic bag. Here. Uraraka spit up into the bag while Izuku grimaced at the sound. My brothers and sisters needed some when I first started driving. I have some extra in the cup holder just in case something like this happens again. Recovery Girl walked around giving gummies and kisses to anyone who needed them. Recovery Girl came over to them and gave them gummies before Izuku donned back on his helmet. After the practical exam, Shoto and Izuku met up at the front of UA to ride back home. Meanwhile, a tired teacher wrote down Midoriya Izuku name into his class before writing another person's name from the recommendation exams. Hello, everyone. I have never done an author's note before, the previous issue has been dealt with. None of my stories will be limited now. Everything is okay now. Also another update. I plan on finishing. Ghostly whispers. Oh no, she's cute. Screw you Kaken. Flowers can make even the worst situation better. By May. Hopefully I can also finish the Quirkless Gamer of North Muzudafu by May as well, but who knows with my schedule. So if you are looking forward to certain updates of specific fics, I apologize for the wait. I do hope to update about 3 or 4 other fics per month if I have the time. Thanks for reading. Smiley face. If you want to talk or ask anything about the fanfics I write, just use the links below. Ask me stuff on Tumblr or talk about stuff on Discord. Tumblr, https, www.tumblr.com blog passing hostfriend. Discord, https, discord.ggd8s2fdz chapter text. So, she puked? In a plastic bag, not in your helmet. Don't worry. Ah, Shoto replied, looking into the inside of his helmet to double check. I'm just surprised they let you in with the bike in the beginning. I got permission for it, so it's still fair, Izuku commented, swinging a leg over his bike. Do you want to share your entrance exam? I will when we get home so everybody can hear about it. Well, after yours though. Your story sounds more interesting than what I did, Shoto replied while fixing his helmet. Izuku shrugged before asking, do you know how many points you got? Shoto shook his head while situating himself behind his brother. Izuku threw a look over his shoulder before flipping down the visor on his helmet. With a step on the gas, he took off from the school. And then the nurse came over after all of that to heal everybody. Then I just came home with Shoto. That's it, Izuku finished. I remember those robots. Freaking couldn't get past them, Himiko commented while Toya and Tenko nodded sympathetically. The robots were easy for them, but they weren't expecting the surprise points that came from a hidden part of the test. Fuyumi furrowed her brows, then how did you get in? Himiko chimed in, oh, you'll see when you get the acceptance letter. How was your day at the entrance exam, Shoto? Their dad asked from the videocam. He wished to come home in about a week or 2 to be in time for the acceptance letter opening when it came in. Oh. It's my turn. Well. Shoto started running as soon as the announcer yelled, go. He rushed towards where the robot obstacles would be, glaring straight at them as soon as they came into view. It was 3 robots in a row down the fake city street. He looked around, surveying the area quickly to make sure no one was on the street before letting his ice soar down the street. The robots froze in place, the ice crept up until it covered the whole entire giant robot. He nodded before freezing a whole line in front of him, skating across the street to find other robots. The next time he saw another 4 robots down a fake city street, he used a huge fire blast while skating underneath their legs quickly. The robots were half melted onto each other as Shoto took down another street. I wonder why I haven't heard Bakugo screaming yet. I was sure that I would hear his whining scream by now, Shoto mumbled while he continued to skate across the pavement. Shoto spotted a boy with purple hair styled almost like a troll doll trying to help out a kid to get to the sidewalk. He looked closer to see that they were limping. It seemed that the participant hurt their ankle. He approached the other participant. Hey, do you need some help? The purple-haired kid looked over to him. Yeah, thanks. Shoto nodded before taking the other kid's arm and placing it around his own shoulder. Together, he helped the purple-haired kid guide the injured one to the sidewalk. They helped lower him to the ground before Shoto ran off to take care of any robots in the area. And I just kept burning or freezing robots until they called time. Shoto finished to the listening ears of his family. Good grief. Thank goodness, my school didn't let us fight robots to get in. Natsuo commented after a low whistle. He snuggled into the cushions of the couch while Toya nodded at his story. Toya raised a brow. Did you use the move I taught you? Oh, definitely, Shoto confirmed. I used a small version of it when the fast one was me approaching from the back. Nice. Toya added, rustling his little brother's hair. I'll teach you everything I know, young follower. It was family dinner time at the Midoriya apartment. At least once or twice a month the family will try to meet at either the apartment in Muzudafu or Dad's abode in Tokyo to have a huge family dinner. Hisashi came over to their house because he guessed the letter would be soon because he has already been through the waiting process 3 times already. Toya and Tenko had their own apartment and Natsuo spent more than half of his time at his dorms now at university. Fuyumi was looking into some cheap apartments close by that she could pay for with her teacher salary. Fuyumi excused herself to check the mail when everyone started finishing up their dinner. Inko was about to drop a plate when Fuyumi came rushing in with 2 wax-sealed stamped envelopes with UA's symbol on them. They are here. Fuyumi soda loudly, holding up the 2 envelopes excitedly. Shoto and Izuku both turned towards the envelopes in almost slow motion. Fuyumi rushed with them towards the living room while everyone followed them to see. Everyone surrounded the two in anticipation of what the letters would hold inside. The two brothers looked at each other before Himiko's hand came to rest on both of their shoulders reassuringly. With everyone's calming presence, they nodded to themselves before glancing at each other's invitation. "Should we open up at the same time?" Shoto asked. Izuku nodded, which led to both of them breaking the wax seal quickly to reveal a circular piece of metal. "What the dash?" Natsuo mumbled under his breath. Then all of a sudden the piece of metal came out as a projection of All Might's face. All Might's voice rang out, "I am here as a projection now." "What? All Might? Isn't this UA? Will he be teaching?" Fuyumi asked with a hand propped under her chin. "You are looking at the newest UA faculty member," Shoto and Izuku's invitation projection said at the same time. Hisashi remarked, "Oh, would you look at that? Will All Might be a good teacher?" Rei asked softly from Inko's side. Inko added in, hopefully, "Huh? Yes? What's the matter? Who is showboating? Wait, I have to do many of these things." "Ugh," All Might asked a person off-screen. Tenko broke into a grin. "Pfft. Young man, you have acquired approximately 60 villain points. And you have been rewarded over 10 rescue points from helping out another participant. You have 70 points in total, which brings you to 4th place. All Might's projection said to Shoto. "You have only acquired 21 villain points, that wouldn't be enough to make it into their hero class. But you have been rewarded 57 rescue points from an anonymous panel of judges, making you jump to the 1st place with 78 points in total." All Might's projection said to Izuku. Toya interrupted, "Oh my god. Look at who you beat for 1st. Izuku looked at the projection to see Katsuki's name right under him. Shoto laughed as All Might's voice welcomed them into UA's hero class. "Yes. Yes. Yes," Himiko whispered as she brought her hands together to rub her hands together excitedly. Hisashi clapped, "Whoa. Let's celebrate. We could go out for ice cream later on when our food settles," Rei suggested gently. "That sounds like a good idea," Inko agreed. Shoto and Izuku hugged each other in celebration, which led to Himiko joining, then Natsuo, then Fuyumi, until everyone was in a family group hug. "Are you ready for the celebratory makeover day?" Toya questioned as he led his brothers down the street. He and Tenko took the day off just to celebrate personally with their little brothers. Toya wore his favorite leather jacket over an old shirt and jeans. Tenko was wearing a very baggy hoodie over jeans with a huge pocket in the front that he often hides his 5DS in. Tenko looked up from his phone to turn to him. "Whose idea was to call it that?" Toya shrugged, the chains connecting his bottom and upper ear piercing moving with his head movements. "Probably you. I don't think I came up with it." "So what are you two planning on doing to change things up?" Tenko questioned to his two little brothers. "I was thinking about a haircut. I was to maintain the steadily growing plant bush on top of my head," Izuku remarked, grabbing onto some strands of his hair. "So no more fluff?" Shoto asked curiously. Izuku shook his head. "I was actually thinking of something to trim it down a bit, but highlight the fluff too. Like an undercut of something to bring out more of the curls." "Good idea." "Ugh, remember when I tried to make that mohawk work?" Tenko reminded. "That didn't work at all. You tried to look cool, but you just looked like a total dork." "Ah, the photos we took of you during that time. Those were the best photos I have ever taken. They must be in the photo album right next to when Natsuo went for an ombre effect thing with his hair." Toya laughed. Tenko nodded at the memory, "And now I'm wearing it long since I actually like it like this. My hair is down to my shoulders, the perfect length for me." Tenko turned to Shoto. "So, undercut for Izuku. Shoto, do you want to do anything? Like a haircut or something?" "I was actually thinking about getting a piercing," Shoto commented. Tenko added, Oh. Toya, this is your case." "Okay, Sho." Toya clapped his hands. "What are you feeling like? I can take you through all the piercings you could get. Nose is good, ears are okay, lips are solid maybe, but I would ask Mom about getting an eyebrow or tongue piercing though." Shoto tilted his head and thought, "I was just thinking about ear piercing. I don't really want to cut my hair right now, I'm thinking about letting it grow a bit." And so, the two split up. Toya went with Shoto further down the street to a tattoo parlor that Toya visits to get his piercing done. Tenko went with Izuku towards the nearby hair salon to get the haircut he wanted. After an hour, the two walked home with their brothers. Shoto had a simple lobe piercing done and he was carrying home his saline spray for the recovery process. Izuku got a haircut which had longer curls at the op, but the sides were shaved down a bit. It wasn't completely shaved down to the skin, and it created a nice fade. When they came home to show everybody, they were impressed with the EW looks. Of course, the mothers almost felt like crying because their little ones were growing up. "Oh, who are we kidding?" Of course, Inko cried while Rei was trying to not follow suit. After some time preparing, it was time for their first day at UA. Well, if their family will let them leave. Their father watched from a video call on the computer on the kitchen table as Himiko rushed out of her room to join them. She quickly shifted her feet into her school shoes as their mothers fussed over their youngest sons. "Do you have your handkerchief?" Inko worried as she messed with Izuku's hair. Rei questioned, making sure Shoto has all his pockets zipped. "You do have enough pencils, right? Do you need me to get a sharpener? Are your phones fully charged?" Inko asked, turning her attention towards her young daughter. "Himiko, I'm talking to you too." "Don't worry, I charged it all last night," Himiko answered back as Izuku said that they were all ready. "Don't worry, mother and auntie. Me and Izuku have everything," Shoto said while Izuku nodded. "Okay, you both have fun now," Inko looked at them gently. Rei smiled softly. "Tell us all about your first day when you come back home." "We will. See you later. I love you," Izuku said as Himiko opened the door wide for them to get going. "I love you both, see you later today," Shoto added before waving goodbye to them as he followed after the two. Himiko, of course, took the train once again, which left Shoto to ride with her brother. They met up with her at the gate before she dragged them off in a hurry. Himiko quickly explained as they navigated through the halls inside the UA building. "Okay, your classrooms are this way. Lunchroom down that hall. My classroom is all the ways away, so I need to go hurry. See you later. Hopefully during lunch or something. Bye-bye." "Bye, sis." Izuku yelled back at her while Shoto silently waved at her back. "Now, our classroom. You are in 1A, right?" "Yeah, we already knew this." "I know. I just momentarily forgot." "Wow, these doors are huge," Izuku replied, too deep in thought process Ash took in his surroundings. He couldn't believe he was actually here. He was here right next to his brother. "Yes. Class 1A. Seems like we are here," Shoto remarked, staring up at the tall door. "All right, let's start our Hero Academy. It all begins here," Izuku said excitedly while he pushed the door open. "Get your feet off the desk. UA is a respectable academy that doesn't deserve this disrespect. F off, elite. I do what I want," Bakugo announced, tilting his chin up in annoyance from the same glasses guy Izuku saw at the exam. Then a tall guy with a shaved head approached. "I also would like if you put your feet on the ground. It shows disrespect to the desk and the institution. Please and thank you." "Shut up, Baldy. I'm not bald. My head is just shaved." "Damn it, I jinxed it," Izuku commented as Shoto just raised his eyebrows. "Oh hey. Midoriya, right? It's me. From the exam, you saved me. Oh wow, your hair is different." "Yeah, I do remember," Izuku responded before furrowing his brow. Both him and his brother looked at each other simultaneously before turning around to face the ground. Uraraka froze while Shoto and Izuku just stared at the yellow sleeping bag caterpillar on the ground. "It took you 5 seconds to realize that I'm here. Better than I expected, but still not vigilant enough." Aizawa's voice came from the caterpillar before sipping loudly on a jelly packet. "Aizawa-san?" Izuku asked at the same time as Shoto with matching tilted heads. Aizawa glances up at the two with their heads tilted down at him like two giant puppies looking at their human. Meanwhile, a blonde in the background with a lightning bolt in his hair raises an eyebrow because the kids that just walked in apparently already know the guy in the yellow sleeping bag. Aizawa unzipped the sleeping bag, revealing him in his normal comfortable attire. "Hello, I'm Shota Aizawa. I will be your homeroom teacher." "Huh?" most of the class asked, still bewildered from his introduction, while Shoto and Izuku looked the least surprised. They looked like they expected this to happen. Shoto shot over a glance to the tall boy with glasses that called out Izuku during the entrance exams. He narrowed his eyes before looking towards the shaved head of the loud teen that stood up to Bakugo. Wow, he was tall as hell. "Right. Let's get the show over with. Put these gym uniforms on and head outside," Aizawa announced, throwing the uniforms to all of the students in the room. Inasa grabbed the uniform out of the air like a fan at a sports game that reached for the shirt that got launched by one of those shirt guns. Izuku turned to his brother. "I have a slight clue of where this might be going. I think we won't be spotting Himiko at the entrance ceremony," Shoto whispered back, following the class hour of the room with Izuku right beside him. "More like she would have spot us. You have the most recognizable hair out of the two of us," Izuku replied back, pushing Shoto's arm. Shoto gave him a look that made Izuku have to throw a hand over his mouth to keep from laughing. Shoto's deadpan disappointed face was always a treat to see. "We are going to go through a quirk assessment test to see where you are with your quirks so far. Before you ask, no, we won't be going to the entrance ceremony. Ceremonies are pointless. You don't want time on them if you want to be in the big leagues. Here at UA we aren't tethered to traditions. That essentially means that I get to run my class however I see fit. You have been taking physical exams most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks before. Aizawa explained to the class before him. All of you need to know your maximum capacities. It's the most rational way of figuring out your potential as a hero. Aizawa said, stepping back to a large white circle drawn with chalk on the ground. Now, who wants to demonstrate? Uraraka raised her hand up high before Bakugo had the chance. Okay, Uraraka. What was your farthest distance thrown with a baseball when you were in junior high? I think 54 meters? She answered back. Aizawa nodded. Okay, now try doing it with your quirk. Anything goes, just stay in the circle. And don't waste time. Uraraka walked into the circle and picked up the ball laying on the grass. With a steadying breath, she threw the ball while using her quirk. The ball flew through the air a couple of feet before it started to float upwards into the sky. The rest of the class watched in wonder as the ball kept going and going. Aizawa cloaked the distance on his device before turning back to the class to show the infinity symbol on the device. Wow! Talk about major flex on the first day, a boy with the blonde hair exclaimed. A boy with black hair smiled. Alright, we can use our quirks as much as we want. Hell yeah? Bakugo stared at the device like he wanted to destroy it. Izuku looked impressed at the results, already starting to mutter about how useful Uraraka's quirk is. Shoto shook him back to existence right as an unsuspecting soul said that it sounded like fun, which caused the two to freeze. They looked back toward Aizawa to see a bone-chilling expression on his face. Fun? You think this is going to be games and playtime? Today you will complete 8 physical tests to gauge your potential, Aizawa grinned. Whoever comes in last has no potential and they will be expelled. Like I said, I get to decide how this class runs. Understand? If that is a problem to anyone, you can go home right now. Aizawa announced. Uraraka raised her hand. Sir? We just got here. Doesn't this seem unfair? It's just our first day. Oh. Bad choice of words, Shoto whispered. You should never get Aizawa-san started on unfairness, Izuku muttered back. Oh, and you think natural disasters are fair? Power-hungry villains ready to attack the innocents? Or maybe catastrophic accidents that wipe out entire cities? No. The world is filled with unfairness. Hell, even the entrance exam was unfair to many people that don't have flashy quirks that are able to take down robots. If you want to actually be a pro, you are going to have to push yourself to the brink. So go beyond. Plus ultra. Show me it's no mistake that you are here. Prove yourself. Without another word to argue with him, the class moved on to the tests. Izuku looked over to Shoto as they made their way to the first test, which would be a 50-meter dash. Hey, you don't think he was kidding about the expulsion thing, right? Shoto hummed. It's very possible that he is not joking about it at all. Let's just show him that we are both worth keeping. The two watched as the other classmates of their raced before a soft voice interrupted them. The loud boy with the shaved head went against the boy that called out Izuku on the day of entrance exams. They both scored around 4 seconds while Izuku looked close to geeking out about the wind quirk that the loud classmate showed off. And he was already rambling on how the other OE had a quirk similar to the hero Ingenium. Wow, they had to learn names quickly, so they could recognize their own classmates. They already know the angry Pomeranian. A girl with short purple hair commented, "Hi. I just wanted to say your piercing looks cool." "Thank you," Shoto replied back, his fingers tracing over the snowflake stud in his ear. Izuku rubbed a hand through his shorter curls before making his way onto the track. Izuku ran as fast as he could, earning him a total speed of 6.7 seconds. Shoto went next, using his ice to propel him down the track to earn a total of 5.3 seconds. Test 2 was grip strength. Shoto and Izuku were basically grunting together as they tightened their grip on the machine. Their scores were overshadowed by a tall classmate with a mask that scored over 500 kilograms. The next test was the standing long jump. Shoto basically used his fire to propel himself in the air before landing on the ground. Izuku channeled his inner kangaroo to jump as best as he could, which led Aizawa to give a non-committal hum at his result. The fourth test was repeated side steps that they both did their very best on. Izuku used his knowledge gained by the large amount of dancing games that Natsuo introduced him to. The fourth test was the ball test that Uraraka showed off first before the tests began. The next one to show off their power was Bakugo, who earned around 705 meters from his throw. Izuku watched in wonder as many went before him. A dark-haired girl made a literal mini-cannon to shoot the ball in the air. The loud guy with wind powers used his quirk to swirl the ball in a mini-tornado to send it off flying into the air. Shoto used his ice on one throw and his fire on the other throw. Although his ice quirk gained him more meters than his fire throw, just the results that Aizawa showed him. Izuku's turn was last. He thought about what he should do for a moment. He decided to use a form of baseball player from the sports show that Toya and Natsuo watches. He still remembers how they tried to play catch with the classic baseball and glove with each other. So, Izuku took a deep breath and slowly got into position. He focused on where he wanted to throw the ball, shifting his feet to find a good balance. Izuku brought his foot up gently, simultaneously getting his arm ready to throw the ball. Once he brought his leg back down to the earth, he threw the baseball as hard as he could. Aizawa wrote down his results while Shoto looked impressed by his throw. It was barely into the hundreds like the others, but it was close to how far actually professional baseball pitchers would throw. After Izuku got his score, Bakugo sneered at him. He didn't know how Izuku got into this school. Maybe it was just because of connection that he had because his brothers are now some B-lister pro heroes rising in the ranks. Bakugo glared over to the side, refusing to stare at him any longer than he needed. The next test was sit-ups. Shoto and Izuku took turns holding the others' feet as they did as many as they could. Izuku was proud at the end of it since he beat his personal record while Shoto needed to catch his breath. The following test was seated toe touches. It was here when Izuku and Shoto showed off their flexibility. A pink-haired girl gave them a genuine compliment on just how flexible they were. She seemed to be very flexible herself along with another girl with a frog-like appearance. The last test was a long-distance run. Shoto ran as fast as he could, earning him 4th place. Shoto was right above Bakugo. Meanwhile Izuku earned himself 17th place above a shy boy that had a little bird land on his shoulder. But out of everyone in the second half of the rank, Izuku was the only one that didn't look out of breath like everyone else. At the end of the quirk test, the class stood in front of Aizawa as he pulled up the scores. Izuku mentally sighed as he saw that he scored the 18th place while Shoto was in the top 5. The girl named Hagakure made a sound of disappointment before Aizawa grinned. No one is getting expelled. It was just a logical ruse, Aizawa announced to the class. Hagakure cheered when she realized she wasn't going home. The tall boy congratulated the class very loudly about their results from the hard work they put in. Shoto was half listening to the tall boy go on about how they had all put their very best into the tests before them and how it was all so inspiring. They were both in the classroom after they changed back into their regular school uniforms when they finally learned one of their classmates' names. Midoriya? Shoto looked up to see a dark-haired girl in front of the two close siblings. Izuku looked towards Shoto before addressing the girl. Yes? You are Midoriya Izuku and Midoriya Shoto, correct? The girl asked gently. Shoto nodded. Yes, we are. Ah, I'm not mistaken. Hello. I'm Yayuruzu Momo. I learned about you two from your father Midoriya Hisashi. He works at my parents' business as a lawyer. I have so much about you two and the others. He has so many pictures in his desk. Momo gushed, her eyes twinkling as she talked to the two. I would have never thought I would meet the two of you officially here at UA. Oh, my apologies. I must be acting too forward with my introduction. No need. Our dad mentioned you to us a couple of times. He actually always wanted us to meet you, but schedules never really lined up quite that well, Izuku explained. Shoto nodded. He recounted a time that you gave him some of your snacks when one of his coworkers ate his lunch. Momo blushed. That was so long ago. He was always such a nice man compared to other lawyers in the past I have encountered. He often talks about his family a lot to me. I heard many stories. He is so approachable and would always cheer me up if I was ever sad. That sounds like Dad. Hopefully he didn't tell you many embarrassing ones. Izuku nodded with a smile. Not much. I did hear about getting all of you lost at Tokyo Disney and getting temporarily separated from each other, Momo commented before her phone went off. She looked at the notification on her screen. Oh, I'm sorry. But I must leave. The driver will only wait for so long. Would you two like a drive? Thanks for the offer, but I have my own ride. Izuku smiled while Shoto looked like he was debating on accepting or not. I'm sorry I have to leave now. But I will talk to you two tomorrow. I must hurry, I don't want Mr. Kim to worry. Goodbye for now. Momo called back to them as she hurried down the hall. Izuku waved back to her excitedly. See you later. Farewell. Shoto raised a hand to wave. Most of their new classmates has already hurried out of the school except for a few. Shoto and Izuku were making their way to the front of the school where they could see Himiko waiting for them. Himiko was leaning on a tree with her small backpack hanging loosely in her hand. She had a lollipop in her mouth as she swung her backpack in her hand. She turned to glance their way, immediately running over to them. Himiko approached, popping the lollipop out of her mouth to speak to them. I didn't see you guys at the ceremony. So, I can only guess that you Ave Aizawa as a homeroom teacher? Yeah. He made us take an quirk assessment to make sure we all have potential, Izuku explained. Yeah. Aizawa-san does that all the time. Did he expel anyone? Himiko questioned. Shoto answered back, no? Really? DMN, your class must be promising, Himiko said. Hey, Shoto? Do you mind if I ride with Izuku back home? Oh, not at all, Shoto breathed out in relief. I'll just meet you two back at home. Weird request so suddenly. Himiko shrugged. I heard the train would be slow today since there are so many high school kids going home after entrance ceremonies. Izuku hummed to himself, oh, that's why. Yeah. Anyway, let's hit it. Whoa! Himiko cheered, running towards where Izuku parked his motorcycle. Extra. Shoto smiled softly in return, trust me. Side note, if you didn't have loving parents, you would have been adopted into our family soon enough. Shoto. Look me in my eyes, yes. Tell me that isn't the truth, Shoto ordered, starting right into Izuku's eyes. Point taken, Izuku responded, which made Shoto give him a smug look. Momo blinked at their interaction with a confused expression. The morning began like normal with all of the family members rising early to have breakfast before they started their day. Even though Tenko and Toya didn't live in the same house anymore, they still rose at the same time. They could rise later since they didn't start patrols that early in the morning, but they always rose at the same time as always. Back at their shared apartment, they had eggs and bacon. Tenko was in charge of breakfast most of the time since Toya had started to pick up the burn curse from their dad. Back at their home, Inko and Ray were helping each other prepare breakfast for everyone using what they had in the pantry. Most of the time it was cereal, juice, and fruit on the side. But today, they were cooking up some pancakes as well. Hisashi was there over the computer screen like most mornings since he started to live in Tokyo. His bedhead took up most of the screen because of his curly hair that would not be tamed. He watched the two mothers work hard in the kitchen while gathering his things over the computer. And when everything is settled down, he would start eating breakfast at the same time as them to feel like he was there at the table with them. While they began to cook, the children started to make their way out of their rooms. Natsuo was still in his pajamas when he arrived first because he always ate before he dressed up for the day. Fuyumi followed after with a simple cardigan over a sundress for her job. Himiko came out last in her UA school uniform with her hair styled down. She yawned loudly when she walked slowly into the kitchen. Ray glanced up at Himiko to greet her while Inko studied the pancakes to find the right time to flip. Morning, Himiko. Did you sleep well? Himiko bobbed her head while she yawned. I had a nice dream. I don't remember what it was about, but I had a vampire girlfriend which was cool. That does sound cool, Natsuo replied with a smile. Himiko paused in thought before turning her attention to the fridge. She hummed while she opened the fridge door to grab something from the bottom shelf in her special spot. She pulled out a vial of blood in a Ziploc labeled with Natsuo's name. They learned through the years that Himiko's quirk had a few drawbacks on her when she didn't consume blood. So all of the family members donate their blood with little vials to keep in the fridge just for her. Fuyumi also knows of a cafe that caters towards quirks like Himiko's, so Himiko would get pig blood-infused desserts when Fuyumi passed by the cafe on the way home from her job. That sounds like a nice dream. I think I dreamed something about a zombie apocalypse. Himiko started to sing that one zombie love song in my dream which woke me up fast. Himiko sipped from the vial, regaining the color in her cheeks. She smirked, that does sound like something I would do. I got new stickers to encourage good behavior for the new school year. I have my sophisticated pointer, Fuyumi said while running her fingers over the retractable pointer. She always wanted one of them. She always checked herself over in the morning before eating breakfast and after to make sure everything was in place. Also, I packed everyone's lunches ahead of time last night. I better not hear that any of you skipped out on eating everything in those bentos. I mean it. Himiko looked back to the fridge. Oh, that's why I saw so many bentos. Thanks, sis. Natsuo hummed with a mouthful of pancakes. He swallowed down the pancakes before asking, what are you having for breakfast, Dad? I have some toast and blueberries. I also have some leftover smoothie I got last night, Hisashi punctuated with a loud slurp from a styrofoam cup. Those pancakes look delicious. Next pancakes, Inko announced, holding up 2 plates of pancakes with 2 stacked on top of each other with maple syrup and melting butter on top. Izuku stood up from his seat at the table to carefully take both plates for Shoto and himself. Ray slid over a plate to Himiko who gratefully took it to see strawberry syrup running down the sides. Natsuo was stuffing his cheeks full of pancakes in the background while Hisashi's laughter came through the computer speaker. Himiko ate her pancakes quickly with Shoto and Izuku following behind her with speed. It always like they was in a mini competition with each other. It wasn't long before Himiko had scked her pancakes down using the fold-up method where she rolled up the pancakes into a cylinder tube of pastry. Himiko gathered her things in her backpack before messing up Shoto and Izuku's hair while they ate. Natsuo welcomed her hand messing up his hair because he still had his bedhead which he could fix after breakfast. Fuyumi was taking her time eating when Himiko hugged her. She blew Dad a kid over the screen before launching herself at Ray and Inko, who pulled her into a giant mom hug easily. She said goodbye to everyone before rushing out the door to make it to UA faster than Izuku could on his motorcycle. Shoto had already accepted the fact that he would most likely be driving with Izuku throughout his school years now. Ray fixed Shoto's hair while Fuyumi accepted an additional pancake with blueberries from Inko. Izuku ran his fingers over his undercut while trying to tame the mess of curls on his head again. Not too long after, Izuku and Shoto finished their food. They both said goodbye while fixing the straps of their backpacks on their shoulders. Both of them headed outside where Izuku's motorcycle was waiting for them. "Alright, time to go to school. Hop on, Shoto," Izuku stated, patting the seat. Shoto caught the helmet thrown to him with ease, pulling it over his head as he walked up to the motorcycle. He was fixing the straps when he spoke up. "I still can't believe that you got an early license to do this." Izuku froze for a moment. He slid up the visor to look his brother in his mismatched eyes. "This is a hero society that has a lot of corrupt things happening. Do you honestly think they care that much about a quirkless kid that they would care that I have a motorcycle early?" Shoto pursed his lips in thought, point taken. Shoto stumbled while getting off of the motorbike. "I can't believe you swerved that hard on that turn. You didn't have to." Izuku pouted. "There was a little squirrel. And I was not about to run over them full speed." "Hey, you too!" A girl's voice yelled out from behind them. Shoto turned around at the new voice. "Oh, look, it's one of our classmates. Do you remember her name? Because I forgot about it." Izuku glanced behind him as he watched the girl get closer. "Uraraka. She is the one I saved at the entrance exam." "Ah, I remember now," Shoto nodded, slightly remembering who she was. "She also got a high score on the Quirk assessment yesterday." What does she want?" "Hello," Uraraka greeted happily. "Good morning, Midoriya-kun." "And Midoriya-kun." "Hi," they both greeted her at the same time. Izuku raised his hand in a wave while Shoto just gave her a brief nod of acknowledgement. "I didn't get a chance the other day, but I wanted to finally say thank you for helping during the entrance exam. You were so heroic," Uraraka said before walking ahead of them. "I'll see you in class." "Hee," Izuku awkwardly laughed while his cheeks turned a bit red from the praise. "It was nothing." "That blush doesn't look like nothing," Shoto whispered close to his brother. Izuku elbowed Shoto in the chest out of embarrassment. "Ow. You have a pointy elbow." "Suffer," Izuku pouted. "I guess Himi-chan arrived earlier than we did." "I don't see her." Shoto shrugged. "She must have caught the earlier train. Either that or she ran fast." Izuku hummed. "Good point. Speaking of running fast, let's get to our class before class starts without us." The first class they had was Midnight's class, where she taught about modern history. Then they had ectoplasm for math, which came before Cementos's modern literature class. The next class was present mix English class. Shoto looked over to Izuku when they noticed their neighbor walk in. Man, he must leave early in the morning since they never see him or Eraserhead on the way there. And then they finally had lunch. Shoto got cold soba and Izuku got katsudon. They both ate at a table while Izuku started to talk about what he expected the next class would be like since it was their hero training class. Their answer would come soon in the form of their new hero teacher. "I am." All Might appears out from the doorframe of Class 1A. Coming through the door like a normal person. Shoto's eyebrows shot up when he saw All Might enter the room along with Izuku. Izuku's eyes sparkled when he saw one of his hero inspiration enter the room. "Welcome to the most important class at UA High." All Might greeted loudly. "Here you will learn the basics of being a pro hero and what it means to fight in the name of good. Today's lesson is battle training. But one of the keys to being a hero is your costume." With a confident gesture towards the wall, multiple ports with numbers on them slid out of the wall. These were made based on your Quirk registration forms and the requests you sent in before school started. "Get yourself suited up and meet me in Training Ground Beta." The class looked very excited as they took their packages happily. Inasmuch was the loudest one as he proudly held the case to his chest as he briskly walked out the door to change into his hero costume. Everyone followed after him to change into their own designed costumes. Izuku's costume took inspiration from his older brother, Tenko. He had a cape with a hood around his shoulders that was white. He wore a jumpsuit-style costume that fits like a comfortable glove with padding for his safety. He wore a belt with several pouches on it to hide small items like medical supplies and support items or help him out. There was also a holster on his legs to hold any weapons he might have. He had fingerless gloves to match the color of Tenko's. Shoto's costume took some inspiration from his older brother, Toya. His jumpsuit was a charcoal gray color with stripes of blue running along the seams that matched the color of his left eye. He had black steel-toed boots that had a strong heel to them. Also, his shoes had retractable blades on either side, so he could ice skate using his hero costume boots. He had a belt much like Izuku's with many pockets to hold medical supplies and other support items. All Might's laughter boomed, which got their attention back on track on the exercise that they were about to do. "Shall we get started, you bunch of newbies?" Everyone settled into position. All Might cleared his throat. "Now that you are ready, it's time for combat training." Ida raised his hand. "Sir, this is the fake city from our entrance exam, correct? Does that mean we are facing robots again?" "Not quite." All Might shook his head with his signature smile. "I'm going to move you ahead. Most of the villain fights on news take place outdoors, but the most dastardly evildoers get taken down indoors. For this exercise, you will be splitting into 2 teams, the good guys and the bad guys. Then it's going to be a 2-on-2 indoor battle." All Might explains to the class, "The situation is the villains have planted a nuclear missile in one of the floors of the building. The main objective for the hero team is to either secure the bomb inside the building or to restrain both of the villains inside. The main objective of the villain team is to restrain the heroes or protect the weapon. Time is limited. The villain and hero teams that are going against each other will be chosen by a random ballot." All Might paired each person off into teams of 2. Team A was Midoriya and Midoriya. Team B was Urashi and Ida. Team C was Yaoyorozu and Shiro. Team D was Bakugo and Uraraka. Team E was Ishido and Aoyama. Team F was Jiro and Kaminari. Team G was Tokoyami and Azui. Team H was Hagakure and Ojiro. Team I was Kirishima and Koda. Team J was Shoji and Sato. Now, before we start, I want to set some ground rules. I don't want any of you to endanger your classmates. You can show off your quirks and powers as long as you don't cause any major injuries to your fellow peers. You don't want to cause any unnecessary harm to your fellow peers." All Might explained. Both teams are provided time to set up and a special tape that is used to restrain the opposite team. "And with that, let's get started if there are no questions." He grabbed 2 ballots to see 2 letters printed on them. "I declare the first team to be D and A. A will be the heroes and D will be the villain team." Shoto looked over to Izuku with a hint of mischief in his eyes. "This will be fun." "Why not? This is the perfect environment for me to deal with Bakugo one-on-one. It is the perfect chance. Shoto, we have to work together on this. Kaken can easily melt your ice. And if you use your fire combined with his explosive sweat, things will go downhill since we are in close quarters." "I doubt that," Shoto said, nothing how Izuku seemed to call Bakugo, Kaken, again almost like a reflex. "He will no doubt come after me. So I was going to use that to our advantage. Using that move, I can distract him while you can run ahead to get the bomb," Izuku explained, stated to mumble furiously while talking about the plan. "You can move faster using that ice skating move you do with your ice. I have a very strong feeling that Bakugo will just come after us and leave his partner behind with the bomb. So you can take care of Uraraka by at least freezing her to capture the bomb." "Are you sure? About Bakugo?" Shoto asked, already gotten used to Izuku's mumbling to make sense of it. "I can freeze him before I run off to gain you even more time." "That sounds good. Let me catch him off guard first before you freeze him and then you can run ahead." "Why can't I just take you with me when I freeze him?" "Because his explosions can melt that ice quickly or break it apart faster. Plus I have my little plan involving some support items I had specifically made just to fight him with." Izuku smiled, patting the side of his pouch on his belt. "Okay, I'll trust you," Shoto said right as All Might announced that the exercise has started. They both enter the building with their nerves on edge, just waiting to hear the infamous voice of the explosive Pomeranian waiting for them. Shoto holds onto Izuku's arm as he starts to use his ice to skate across the ground quickly to cover the ground of the first floor efficiently. "Now if I were a boy with anger issues, where would I be?" Shoto asked out loud. "Deku. Found him." Shoto started the obvious, blocking Bakugo's small explosion with a wall of ice. When Bakugo tried to blast his way through, Shoto made the ice crawl around him to trap his hands and feet. He even made the wall thicker. "Shochan, the stairs are right over there. Remember the plan," Izuku said, already backing up from the ice wall to get a head start. Shoto nodded. "Got it." Bakugo's voice called out, "Shitty nerd. Come back here and face me." Shoto sent one more thick ice wall between Bakugo and them before he ran up the stairs. Izuku ran up the stairs behind him to find somewhere to hide to draw out Bakugo. Shoto continued to skate ahead to try and find the bomb quickly, while Izuku jogged through the halls to find a quiet spot to evade Bakugo. Himiko straightened up in her desk in the middle of her English class. The girl behind her noticed how she quickly sat up straighter than she was the entire class PRD. The girl tapped her shoulder to get her attention. "Hey, are you all right?" "Oh?" Himiko tilted her head before replying with a whisper. "Oh, yeah. I just felt like a big sister urge kicking in. My brothers are probably in their hero class right now, so maybe that's why." "Oh, I get that. I have a younger brother I watch out for too, the girl responded with a smile before quieting down when their teacher threw a glance their way. Himiko nodded and turned back to her notebook to continue with her English tenses that were sitting on the page. I wonder if I have a potential friend. Himiko thought to herself, glancing back at the transfer student behind her. She was really pretty, and she looked like she would look good in red. The ice forming at his fingertips makes a wonderful sound as it cascades down from his arm onto the ground as Shoto skates along. He scours the building floors until he makes it to the 4th floor where he can hear pacing. He carefully peeks his head into the room to see what he was dealing with. Uraraka was standing in front of the bomb with a lot of items floating above her like a trap waiting to happen. He carefully enters the room on the tips of his toes to hide behind a column. He slowly moved out from the column, but Uraraka had already spotted him. Uraraka pushed her finger pads together to release the objects floating above them. Shoto took the defensive as he dodged the falling objects while Uraraka made her way towards him with skill. When he was distracted, she floated him into the air. "Huh. Got you," she exclaimed, gathering the capture tape in her hands. He floated in the air, not knowing how to move correctly. He glanced down at her as she made herself float towards him while he started to experiment by using his left side to heat the air around him. He floated higher, which made Uraraka swim through the air towards him. She aims her capture tape multiple times at him while he continued to avoid it by either using the warm air to float higher to using his ice to block her from touching him. How do I get to the bomb? Wait, maybe I could just use my ice to weigh myself back down, Shoto's thought as Uraraka made her way towards him again. Only one way to find out. Izuku was avoiding Bakugo with all of his might. Each time he thought he heard the other approaching, he would stealthily move away from his spot into a brand new one to hide from him. He just needed to distract Bakugo away long enough for Shoto to get to the bomb. All of a sudden, in the piece of the hallway he was in, Izuku heard a faint click coming from behind him. "Found ya, Deku. You thought you could avoid me, didn't you? Did you think I wouldn't find you? Come on, coward. Let's fight for real," Bakugo stated with a feral grin. He heard a crackle over his earpiece. "Izu, I'm on the 4th floor. Uraraka is putting up a fight in the air." Izuku brought a hand up to his ear while Bakugo continued to approach him. "Are you okay?" "Hey, don't ignore me. I'm talking to you, Deku," Bakugo interrupted. He threw his fist towards Izuku's face only for Izuku to turn the tables on him and flip him over onto his back. Bakugo gasped in shock when his back met the floor harshly. From the floor, Bakugo readied a large explosion in his hand. Izuku smiled, reading for something in his pouch. Right as Bakugo's hand started to spark, Izuku smacked his grenade brace, covering it with a ball that exploded into a sticky substance. "Do you like it? I requested it specifically for you. It's a chemical ball that explodes into a substance that breaks down the nitroglycerin in your sweat that can extinguish your explosions." Izuku bent down. "How's that for a quirkless Deku?" "TCH, Bakugo sked, reading the aim of his grenade brace. "This brace has been storing up my sweat this entire time. All I have to do is pull the switch and it ignites into a huge explosion. How about you write that in your nerd notebook after we finish this fight?" Izuku's eyes widened at Bakugo's threat, already taking a step back. Maybe if he could run behind the wall fast enough, he wouldn't take as much burn damage from the blast. "The hero team has won." All Might's cheerful voice came from over the speakers. "Huh? It looks like Shoto got to the bomb," Izuku thought to himself. He looked down to see Bakugo angrily slam his hands into the ground. Shoto calmly walked over after the announcement to where Uraraka was slumped on the floor. She put a hand up to her head when he crouched down beside her to offer a small amount of ice in his hand. He used the capture tape to wrap the ice before placing it against her head like a makeshift ice pack. "You put up quite a fight back there. Maybe you could take martial arts, so you can HRNSS more physical combat into your fighting style," Shoto informed her. After their match, they continued to watch everyone else's teams go against each other. Izuku was talking off Shoto's ear about how well Inasa and Ida teamed up on their villain against Hagakure and Ojiro, which gave them their win. Bakugo watched from the back as he took in all the videos about all of the extras in his class. But he can't clap them extras since these weren't like the followers back at Aldera. A lot of the people in his class had really strong quirks. He gritted his teeth, he just had to show them who was the strongest. After it was all done, they all changed out of their hero costumes to go back to their classroom. Shoto was protecting Izuku from Bakugo's sight, glaring when the blonde tried to get close. He scoffed back at Shoto before taking off his huge grenade braces. Shop and Izuku walked side by side back to the classroom, entering the room to gather their items since the school day was over. Uraraka came over to them to praise them for their work in the battle test. Momo joined in their conversation, which led to Izuku praising over her quirk and how well she strangely was in the battle test. They continued to talk to their classmates for a long time because they lost track of time. Shoto checked the time on his phone. Oh, we should start heading out. Himiko should be waiting for us in Recovery Girl's office today. Right. Izuku walked behind Shoto, who was already steadily heading towards the door. Izuku waved back to the class, see you tomorrow. Himiko has already shared her plan with her family over the summer of what she has planned to do. She was aiming more of an underground hero since his quirk was a perfect fit for a spy. And she had confessed that she accepted an offer to work in Recovery Girl's office to help the older woman. Once they got to the office, however, they noticed how Himiko didn't look ready to go home yet. If her unpacked school bag was a hint. Himiko perked her head up when they came through the doors. Sorry, guys. I might be getting home a bit later on. It might take another hour here before I head to the train station. I'll be in time for dinner though. No worries about that. No problem with that. But be careful when coming home. You never know what kind of creeps are hanging out at the train station, Shoto informed her. Don't worry. I'm carrying one of my favorite knives with me. If they even try, I'll act in self-defense. Himiko reassured her younger brothers. Oh, but I can't wait to tell you about some new friend material I met today. A friend? Who might this be? Himiko laughed. I'll tell you more details when I get home. I already texted Mom and Auntie Mom about it. Now get out of here and hit the streets before the traffic rush comes in. Okay. Love you, sis. Izuku yelled out, dragging Shoto behind him. Shoto loudly replied to her to say that he loved her as well and wished for her safe return home. But as he said that, his voice kept growing softer with every step that Izuku took. See you later. Love you too. Himiko called back to them. Recovery Girl watched the lovely exchange with a soft smile. She turned back to the hero and returned to sorting out the bandages. The two of them were heading out to Izuku's bike when they were stopped by the familiar yell of, Deku. Here we go, Shoto whispered, turning in his heel to face down an angry Pomeranian boy who was angrily stomping towards them. What do you want, Bakugo? What the hell was that in FING class? What do you mean? Is it the fact that he beat you? Shoto asked, stepping in front of Izuku to block Bakugo's attack range. I am not taking that sheet from you or stupid Deku. I won't take either of you looking down on me any longer. And I'm going to prove it next time I get the chance, Bakugo snarled back at him angrily. Izuku paused when he saw Bakugo's pupils shift before getting defensive himself. When have I ever looked down at you? I have never done that in my entire life, Izuku argued back. Kaken, why can't you just believe that? Aizu, let's just go, Shoto said, pulling Izuku's sleeve to get him further away from Bakugo. Bakugo glared at him like he was challenging him to face him instead of turning away from him. Izuku opened his mouth to disagree before sighing. Izuku allowed Shoto to drag him away towards their ride home with Bakugo watching their every move. When Shoto and Izuku leave on their bike, Bakugo stares after them from his place on the sidewalk outside UA. It was bad enough when Deku thought he was weak. But then he started to gain a lot of siblings who kept proving that they were stronger than me. Hell, 2 of them are already pro heroes. And that DMN half and half stole away half of the praise back in their old school. Whenever someone mentioned he would be a good pro hero, it was automatically pushed back when someone mentioned how Deku's brother had a better quirk than him and how his attitude was so much better than his. He heard it every day at that point. And it wasn't just at their old school, it was when they were still growing up. Right after he began pushing Deku away since he didn't want to see how his friend looked down on him. Then his older brothers showed promise even if they weren't in the same grade as them. How the one with the blue fire had made it into UA first and how the crusty one did right afterward. How his sister made it there right after she graduated. It all seemed like Deku had told them that he wasn't anything to amount to. He always heard how the extras or Deku was praising his siblings even more than what he used to praise Bakugo for. He thought it would change when he got to UA at least a little because then he would show off how hard he worked to get here to a whole new group of people. But his classmates are near the same level as him already, with some of them already being so strong because of their quirks like that ponytail girl. Bakugo drudged off towards the train station in a bad mood while thinking about what other training he can do to strengthen his quirk even more. Meanwhile, a pair of dark eyes stared at the gates of UA unknown to anyone around. Chapter text. Fuyumi had made sure that everyone had left with their bentos filled with food, especially Natsuo, since he had a bad habit of forgetting about them. She finished up her breakfast that both mothers had cooked, which was blueberry pancakes. She even ate some strawberry yogurt with it as well as a cup of cold milk. And after the kids are gone for their high school, Fuyumi headed off on her bike to the elementary school she works at. She waved to both mothers and her brother before she took off on her bike. Her bike was almost the same as Inko's with a basket at the front to hold her school items, but it was a nice white color instead of Inko's turquoise. She biked away down the street with all her stuff inside the basket, including the graded papers she did last night if everyone's homework. Everything was going right. She left a little late, which must mean that the other teachers, including the new one, would be there waiting along with most of the children. But a bit of trouble ran into her when a gust of wind blew by, which caused some of her papers to fly straight up into the sky over the street. Fuyumi watched in horror, immediately stopping her bike to see where the papers would go. If she could make it, she would grab those papers. Her students probably wouldn't care, but she would. She even got little stickers to put on their graded assignments to encourage them further. She grabbed the handles of her bike as she started to walk fast or jog backward to where the wind was blowing her students' papers. No, 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 Fuyumi chanted. But then all of a sudden a figure of blue and white passed right by her at an incredible speed. The wind caused the papers to change direction and go even a little higher. But the disappointment didn't last long before the figure in mostly white armor jumped up to grab the papers from flying away even more. She watched as she finally recognized who the pro hero was. Ingenium landed in the alleyway because of the force of his jump. He stumbled slightly on his legs while clutching the papers in his hands. Fuyumi guessed it might have been the force of his arm engines or the fact he doesn't want to be crowded with fans that he landed in the alleyway. Either way, it doesn't seem anyone has noticed yet that a pro hero had just jumped up on the street and disappeared into the alleyway yet. She walked over to the entrance of the alleyway, pulling her bike beside her as she walked in to meet the pro hero halfway. Ingenium walked up to her to stand behind a dumpster to try to not catch anyone's attention. He tidied them up against the chest plate of his hero suit before handing them to her. I'm guessing these belong to you, miss? Yes, thank you so much, Ingenium, Fuyumi nodded, placing the papers underneath her items in the basket to keep them there. I had no idea that you patrol this close to the area. Yeah, just for now, Ingenium explained. He gestured over his shoulder to point in the direction behind him. I'm working with the backdraft agency near here. I was on the way there when I couldn't help but stop since you seemed like you needed a bit of help getting your papers back. Ah, interesting. That makes sense since you normally patrol near Hosu and not Mizutafu, Fuyumi responded. Oh, you recognize my patrol. A fan of mine? Ingenium asked, leaning against the alleyway wall. Fuyumi chuckled, I'm familiar with a few heroes' patrols since my brothers are pro heroes. They tell me about others sometimes when they work with certain ones during their patrols. They have talked about you before. Ingenium rubbed the back of his neck with his glove. His helmet moving a bit at the scratching movement. All good things, I hope? Fuyumi nodded with a calm smile. They are good judges of character. I trust their opinion of everyone, especially you. Don't worry, they like you and the way you work. Oh, good. I was worried I might have given them the wrong impression of me somehow. Ingenium expressed his genuine worry. Thank you, by the way, Ingenium, Fuyumi said, and have a good day on patrol. Oh my. Is that Ingenium? Ingenium sighed, that might be my time to head off. Hopefully, I can see you soon, Miss Teacher. Maybe if you're lucky, Fuyumi shrugged while she boarded back on her bike to finish her route to school. With a short wave, she backed up of the alleyway and continued on her way towards her job. Behind her, she could hear Ingenium's voice and some fans screaming out because of him. She ran up to the school building with her stuff after parking her bike since she was running late even more now because of the distraction with the papers. She arrives to work only to hear about one of the new teachers having some trouble from a coworker. Her coworker gestured with a tilt of her head, we sent the new male teacher in to see if he could handle the older kids. Let me guess, he is more situated to daycare? Fuyumi winced as she heard a thump against the wall. Like the young kids, no quirks level? Her coworker nodded, he has only dealt with the kids who have not have their quirks come in like 2 and he is dealing with the 4 to 5 right now. Ah? A shrill voice came from inside followed by several laughs from the children. Fuyumi glanced back at the homeroom. Her coworker winced, yet I don't think he will come out without at least some of his hair burnt off or something. Yet I probably need to go in there to help him out. See you at lunch, Fuyumi said as she approached the door. When she opened the door, all she could see was the poor male teacher who was currently tied up in jump rope. One of her students was using their quirk inside the class to scare him a little with the ball floating in the air and suddenly chomping at him with sharp white shark teeth. Her class was the most rambunctious of the other classes at the school. She mostly helped out a higher number of kids with mutation quirks than the other teachers do. Her class was filled with the more problematic children, but they were the sweetest little kids. Well, most of the time. Most of the other classes with her more insufferable coworkers dealt with more heroic quirks that were flashy enough compared to other kids in that class. In her personal opinion, that particular coworker was not that good of a teacher from the way she ignored some of her students to a point where they came to her for help on their assignments since she won't help them learn more. All right, everyone. That's enough. Settle down, Fuyumi called out only to see how the students were ignoring her completely to continue causing a ruckus. I guess no one wants to hear about how I talked to a pro hero on the patrol after he had rescued your homework. Fuyumi placed her things at her desk in piles as soon as she said that. While she untied the new teacher, the kids began to settle as they considered her words. She could already hear the whispering. A pro hero? Which one? I bet it wasn't a cool one. It was probably Backdraft or someone like that. Hey, Backdraft is my favorite one. Just yesterday Wash was your favorite. The kid whisper yelled back to their friend, I have too many favorites. As soon as the teacher was untied, all the kids had mostly quieted down. Taking the chance, the teacher profusely thanked her before getting out of the room as fast as he could. Fuyumi turned to face the class who was waiting for her to say something. So I'm guessing you all want to hear about what happened this morning? Yes. Yeah. Please, sensei. Alright, Fuyumi smiled as she sorted out the things at her desk. So I was running late, so I hurried up while I was riding my bicycle. And then suddenly, the wind blew my papers up into the sky. And do you know who got them just for me? Who? Hawks. Good guess, Shinkuin. It is a hero who doesn't usually have patrol around this area. Fuyumi paused for dramatic effect with the curious eyes of the children watching. It was Ingenium. He's my favorite. But I can have multiple favorites. After teaching the kids about the water cycle, she released them outside to play during recess under the watch of the other teachers. With a pleased sigh, she gathered her prepared bento to go outside where the other teachers were eating while watching over the kids from a safe distance away. She took her bento with careful hand as she ventured outside to see those particular coworkers talking to another who taught a higher grade. When she passed them, she could hear some words exchanged between them through whispers. She couldn't catch what exactly they were saying, but she understood that they were talking about her and the new teacher. Fuyumi heard certain phrases like Todoroki daughter and male teacher. Kidding. Most people don't bat an eyelash at her or her last name. But some people who have dug into the trial and aftermath will recognize her based on her appearance. They will notice that she was Todoroki Fuyumi before she changed her last name to Midoriya just like her siblings. And one of those people was her insufferable coworker who she didn't even remember the name of. She kept silent as she passed them, only glancing once towards the teacher in the higher grade to look her dead in the eye. The teacher subtly moved back from the cold stare of Fuyumi's eyes. She continued on the way to her table to eat with the new male teacher who was talking to her coworker friend from earlier. Natsuo took the train like most people to get back to his college, intent on staying the week at his dorm. He mostly spends a week at home then a week at his dorm. He doesn't spend that much time at the dorms except for when he has a heavy workload of homework that he has to get done or cramming for exams. The dorm situation and tuition weren't that bad considering the amount of money that the family had combined over the years. Hisashi has been working as a lawyer for a long time, and his pay increased when he went to go work for the Yayorozus. And apparently, they had been paid a large sum of money after Hisashi out Endeavor in jail due to some legal stuff happening. And no one is complaining since it has helped everyone out so far and it allows Ray to continue to go to therapy. But since he is in sophomore year, he doesn't spend that much time at his dorm anymore because he got most of his general classes out of the way and all he got now is his dance-focused and business classes to look forward to. He is minoring in business to open a studio in the future that won't discriminate against anyone. But yeah, he has a little cheap dorm with a roommate who was majoring in nursing, so that kid was always there and appreciated the quiet when Natsuo left. He was chill, just very tired most of the time. But the bright side is that he bought the textbooks from the guy to keep medical textbooks just to keep. Once upon a time, he wanted to major in nursing to study up on quirks that weren't fit for certain bodies until he just found a passion for dancing. With all his athletics through the years, he naturally found a place there. Although he still likes to dabble in medical type stuff, he doesn't think he can become a doctor. But he could at least perform simple first aid as far as he learned. Natsuo was already changed for the earlier scheduled dance class taking place at the studio in the Fine Arts building. He was wearing a simple gray tank top and a pair of thrifted shorts that kind of look like the carpet at an arcade. He entered the dance studio with his bag for his later classes that day. Natsuo swung open the doors to the studio and quickly found a place to put his bag near his classmates' backpacks. He jogged over to join the rest of the class while they stretched before the teacher had gotten there. Natsuo started by sitting on the ground to stretch by extending his arms to grab at his foot. He looked over when he noticed a pair of ruby red sneakers that reminded him of his brother's. He turned his gray eyes only to freeze in his trench once he saw who the shoes belonged to. They belonged to a girl. Natsuo had never seen them before. Her black hair was in an asymmetrical bob with one of it tucked back behind her ear. Her ear had multiple piercings like an industrial, 2 helixes, and 2 other piercings on her lobe traveling towards her outer lobe. None of her piercings were hanging, which was good, or else she might have to take them off before they started to dance. "Alright, class. Nice to see everyone here." Their teacher came in with a slight job. They were wearing leggings and an old t-shirt like they always have. "Sorry to be late. Let me start roll so we can begin." So the teacher began to say everyone's names, which Natsuo mostly ignored. "Hankaru? Wait, who is that?" Natsuo thought to himself just as the new girl raised her hand. "Here. Midoriya Natsuo?" He raised his hand in the air, present. "So I will just tell everyone now that Hankaru is new to this particular class. She has moved into this morning class, but she was originally in the afternoon class," the teacher announced while Han nodded her head at their words. The teacher cleared their throat. "Now let's start it with the exercise we have been working on for a week now. I want to see how many of you have been practicing the like I have been telling you. Let's get you set up with partners. Midoriya, you will dance with Miss Han as our first team." He nodded back at the teacher while Han did the same. They both traveled to the center of the studio with the rest of the class surrounded both sides of them to see how well they did. Natsuo cleared his throat. "Hey." Han glanced at him with her dark eyes. "Hey yourself." They wanted for the cue of the lyrics in their stance. As soon as the cue hit, they stepped away from each other and started to dance. Natsuo focused on raising his hands and swinging them down on beat before he hit the twirl. When he came out of twirl to swing his arm around, he noticed how Han was keeping up with a sharp focus in her eyes. Together they danced away from each other but remained almost perfectly synchronous, much to the surprise of the class. Some classmates were already cheering them on. He glanced at the face of someone who looks like they already forgot the choreography when he dips to his knee on a move. Yet as soon as the chorus had begun, he met Han's eyes and just felt memorized. He continued to move along with her in perfect sync. And it all came to a close when the final move was coming up. They slowly becoming closer until spinning yet again only to land on their knees. Once they landed safely, he slid upright to her just as she did. And he once again met her eyes as they were both catching their breath from the invigorating routine they had just performed. The class clapped around them, but he didn't care as he rose to his feet. He extended a hand to Han, who grabbed onto his wrist to steady herself on her own 2 feet. After their turn, different teams that the teacher had assigned performed. Some were good because the members remembered. One team had a member who did not remember anything, and it was clear from the way they kept glancing at the others to see how they should move next. After the dancing, the teacher called out for everyone to practice for the next class to see where everyone stood so she could begin the next minute of the choreography. Everyone started leaving to pick up their bags and go. Natsuo noticed how Han wasn't that in a hurry like everyone else. "Do you have class after this one?" Natsuo asked curiously. Han looked at the time on her phone. "Not for another hour or so." "Same with me." Natsuo nodded. "Is this your major?" "Nope," she shook her head. Her earrings shined under the lights of the studio. "This is just my minor. My major is criminal justice." "Wow. That's cool." Han asked, "Is this your major?" Natsuo nodded his head, folding his arms behind his neck as he walked with her. "Yeah. But I'm minoring in business. I want to open up a dance studio in the future." "That sounds nice," she commented. "Do you have any other plans for it?" "Well, I'm not that far into planning into it since I still have a few more years to go at school," Natsuo declared proudly. "I do want it to be open for everyone. I don't want anyone to face discrimination in the studio at all." Han smiled. Natsuo could see her dark eyes shine under the light, making them look more inviting rather than intimidating. "Sounds amazing." They continued to talk as they wandered out of the studio. The two of them sat at one of the benches outside to converse more with each other to pass the time. "Do you mind if I bring up quirks? Like, I kind of am curious on what kind you have. Does it have to do with dancing?" Han questioned, her hair moving forward when she tilted her head. And then she tucked it back behind her ear again. "No. My quirk doesn't help with dancing. It's just a very weak version of my mother's ice quirk. I can frost things? Like, not completely freeze something solid, but at least out a light freeze over it to keep it cold," Natsuo explained. He flexed his hand with his palms facing up. "My hands are cold all the time too." She looked down at his hands and extended one of her own hands. "Can I?" "Yes, sure," Natsuo answered. She held his hand. "Ooh, they are cold. But it's like a nice cold. My mom always said that cold hands means the person has a warm heart." His eyebrows raised while his face became red. "Did she?" "No," she said, letting go of his hands gently. "I got that line from a dating simulator game." Natsuo laughed, causing her to follow him with her chuckles. Han tried to cover her mouth to contain her laughter, but Natsuo could still hear the lovely giggles behind her hand. Right. Hold up, it's my turn." She calmed herself down before explaining about her quirk. "My quirk is called Aroma. I can make smells based on my emotions and the people around me. It can either attract people to me or repel people from me. Her hair bounced while she was explaining. Like if you like trees, I could make it smell like a pine forest was right next to you. I can make it smell like there is a fire nearby. But it just happens on instinct, I can't stop it from affecting people. If I'm scared, people will smell things that can trigger things to make them scared as well. But I can't smell what my hair gives off. Like right now, I have no idea. Natsuo shrugged and smelled the air around him. I don't smell any. I kind of smell the beach. Like just a nice scent of salty water. Do you like the ocean? Han asked, trying to determine what the aroma was meant to do. I love it. The next day when both Midoriya brothers arrived at school on Izuku's bike, they were surprised to see the entrance swarmed with paparazzi. Ah, it must be because of All Might, Izuku commented quietly. Shoto calmly got off the bike with Izuku because he didn't have to drive the bike through the crowd of people. That was a lawsuit waiting to happen. Maybe we can avoid them? Shoto offered as they slowly approached. How exactly would we do that? Izuku asked. Hey, you two. The ones with the motorcycle. Too late, Izuku mumbled, spotting the blue-skinned reporter coming up to him. He flinched when the microphone was pushed into his face. How are All Might's classes? A woman reporter asked Midoriya, several photographers and cameramen surrounding them. Shoto rolled his eyes, slowly dragging Izuku towards the entrance to avoid it. We have to get to the nurse's office right away, not the time for questions, Shoto lied. Immediately the microphones backed off from his deadpan face. Izuku peeked over to see some of their classmates stuck in the crowd of reporters as well. Very muscular. Uraraka answered another woman's question about All Might. What do you think of All Might as a teacher? The woman asked Ida. While they walked away, Izuku could spot Ida, Urashi, and Bakugo in the media crowd as well. Shoto continued walking ahead with his brother while a reporter tried to continue questioning Aizawa back at the front gate. Hey! Just a little time is fine. Just let me see All Might dash, the woman reported groaned, starting to walk through the entrance. Ah, idiot, a photographer warned as the UA security went off. A strong barrier suddenly came down to block the entrance. What the woman gaped before falling onto her knees. It's the UA barrier. That's what we call it, the photographer explained. Anyone who tries to get in without a student ID or a pass to enter makes the security system kicks in. There are sensors all over the school. Another reporter complained, what the heck? They think they're so high and mighty. They could at least given a brief comment about him, it's not that hard. Meanwhile, Class 1A students gathered in their classroom to get started. After making a few comments on the students' performance during the battle training exercise, Aizawa announced that the class would vote for a class representative. The class immediately started raising their hands to state how they wanted to be the class president. Shuji covered his ears with his extra limbs as the class got exceptionally loud with their pleads to be representative. Silence, please. The class turned to look at Ida, who yelled out to get everyone's attention. It is a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you, Ida explained to the class. Urashi nodded as Ida continued, agreeing with the points he is saying. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. That would be. The role as class president and vice president holds responsibilities. I have experimented with being a member of my school board in middle school, but I was never president, Urashi said to the class clearly with his strong voice. Ida replied to him, I have experience of the class representative role since I was one at my old school. We haven't known each other for that long, so how can we have trust in voting? Azui questioned out loud. If that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves, Kirishima noted. Would that just makes things a bit harder? Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? Ida asked them. Urashi shouted over to Aizawa, who was zipped up his sleeping bag at the front of the classroom. What do you think, Aizawa-sensei? I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over, Aizawa replied as he fell to the ground to sleep. Thank you very much. Urashi and Ida exclaimed their thanks to the homeroom teacher. With that in mind, everyone started to vote for representatives. Ida had won the role of class president with Yaoyorozu having the role of vice president. Both representatives accepted the roles graciously. Izuku looks over to Shoto to mouth the words, who did you vote for? Shoto studied his lips moving then replied, Yaoyorozu. Izuku hummed. I voted for Ida. Come on. I need to at least get a picture of All Might to give to the station, a reporter woman complained. Who wouldn't love to learn how All Might is as a teacher? Unknown to her, two people started to come up behind her and through the crowd. The taller figure was carrying a weird-looking camera while the shorter figure held a pen in their hands. The pen never stayed in one place, flipping between the figure's long fingers. The taller figure had a huge coat on, hiding their beard behind the huge amount of fabric. They were silent as they trudged their way through the crowd of people rudely. The smaller figure had a coat on that went down to their knees covered in monochromatic scales that looked quite eerie and expensive. "Hey, are those guys staff?" One of the cameramen questioned, getting ready to point a camera at their face if that was the reason that they were approaching. "No, no." A woman pointed with a pen, "They look like some more media. But it's strange, they came here on foot without any news vehicle." An intern commented, "Maybe they parked at a street over like we did to avoid getting in the way further." "Maybe. But what studio are they from?" A male reporter responded, "Last time I checked, I thought there was a team from every single studio here already." All of the press watched as the two mysterious figures that they assumed were part of a news station walked straight up to the gate. All of them started to crowd around, wondering what the other two were doing. "What are you doing?" One of the reporters came forward, noticing quickly how the smaller figure had a knife strapped to their leg. A cameraman started to record the encounter. The figure turned around, their dark eyes locking onto the woman. "You did say you were desperate for a story. Desperate to get inside to see the #1 hero." The figure turned around to face her. Their voice sounded warm and welcoming, but their eyes were cold and detached. "Didn't you?" The woman shrugged, "Yeah, but we can't just break in." "You can't," the figure answered, their voice changing through the cloth mask they were wearing. It was like they were doing a voice impression instead of using their real voice. But their voice sounded rather feminine despite having a rasp to their tone. "But I have someone who can." The figure approached the taller figure staring at the gate. "Nomu. Melt through the door." The press heard the taller figure with a camera on their shoulder shrug off the camera on their shoulders. One of the cameramen focused on the camera, notching how badly the damage the camera already was before it even hit the ground. It looked like they just picked up an old camera from a junkyard of electronics. The cameraman croaked a strange sound from the back of their throat before launching a huge mass from their mouths. Reporters backed away when the mass landed on the gate. The huge mass bubbled once it hit the gate. Most of them covered their nose from the horrid smell that the mass was emitting. The figures backed away, allowing the mass to grow quickly through the gate. The reporters moved forward, watching as the mass spread throughout the entire gate door. It was bubbling like crazy and the smell only got worse as the gate melted through. Everyone watched as the melted gate collapsed until all that was left was melted metal laying on the ground. The press took this chance, rushing through the gate despite witnessing the crime. They were too desperate for a story to care about the safety of the school or the fact that the suspicious figures were getting away. All except one, the cameraman who stopped right inside the gate to turn around. He tried to find the two figures, but couldn't find anything. If only he looked inside to see the fake reporter figure raise their cloak above their head to become invisible to the eye. The scales of the cast flipped around to replicate the surrounding area like the scales were cameras to replicate the space around the figure. Dark eyes traced the windows outside the school, trying to locate something to pinpoint where All Might be. They stopped outside a classroom, a warp gate forming under the legs for them to steal what they could inside the school. They only had 2 minutes to find what they needed. They had to start with the hero classrooms first. "Ready to not?" "Here I come," they whispered as they dropped through the warp gate. Himiko waved to her brothers from her table near the windows with a girl right next to her at the table. They both waved to her while they waited in the line for their food. Sooner than later, Izuku and Shoto were eating with their classmates at the lunch table. Shoto had gotten soba while Izuku had settled for a pork cutlet bowl. "This rice is so delicious." Uraraka beamed while she ate white rice from the bowl. "Ah, Midoriya," Ida cleared his throat. "Yes?" Shoto and Izuku raised their heads at the same time. "My apologies. I meant to simply talk with Izuku-kun about my previous behavior," Ida said. Shoto went back to eating while Izuku waited for Ida to say something. "I have reflected on my past actions against you specifically during the entrance exam and I wish to apologize to you directly. I meant to apologize earlier than this but I never really got the chance to truly express my feelings to you." Izuku waved his hand. "It's okay, Ida-kun. No hard feelings. You were probably just nervous about the exam like everyone else. It's no big deal." "Ah, well. I also wanted to comment on your ability to truly see beyond the point system in the exam. I had to reflect on what I could have done better during the exam because of your heroic actions that I saw firsthand during the entrance exam," Ida explained. That means a lot to me. No one at my old school saw me as heroic. Well, no one except my family. They are my biggest supporters." Izuku knocked his shoulder against Shoto. I understand the importance of family," Ida started to gush. "My own hero is my brother Ingenium. He is very supportive of my dream. And I want to be just like him. This might be the first time I've seen you smile, Ida, Uraraka told him honestly, putting another spoonful of rice into her mouth. What? Really? I smile all the time. Ida looked confused. An alarm rang through the school, startling the students sitting in the cafeteria. An alarm? Midoriya gaped. An automated voice came out over the speakers, there is a level 3 security breach. What? Ida gasped. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. I repeat, what's level 3 security, Dot? Ida asked a student beside him while others ran for the halls. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry, too, the student replied before running after the others. The 4 of them started to retreat with everyone else, but it suddenly became too crowded too quickly with everyone trying to fit through a smaller door frame. I wondered what it was, but it's just the media, Ida whispered. Izuku could hear his words as he and Shoto fought against the stampede of students, hanging into the window for life. Ida called out, everyone, calm down. Ida was pushed against the glass, no one listening or even hearing him. Urashi was gripping onto Kaminari and Kirishima to make sure neither of them was run over by the crowd of people. Yaoyorozu was in a human chain with some of the girls from Class 1A intent on keeping them against the wall as students tried to pass by them. Where are the teachers? Are they busy trying to deal with everything? Izuku asked out loud, wincing when someone stepped on his foot. Everyone, stop. Slow down. Slow down. Urashi tried to calm the students down. Everyone is too panicked. We have to tell them the situation to calm them down, Shoto yelled out towards Ida. Ida nodded looking around as a plan started to form in his head. He started to think about what his brother would do in this type of situation. The solution came to him when he looked to his opposite side to see Uraraka presses tightly on the wall to avoid being trampled. Gasping, he reached for Uraraka next to him. I have a plan. Please make me float. Uraraka swiped her hand down onto Ida's arm, causing him to float above the crowd. He rolled his pant legs up to show his engines, shouting, engine boost. Ida slammed into the wall above the emergency exit. He yelled out to the crowd, everyone, everything's fine. It is just the media. There is nothing to panic about. Everything's fine. This is UA. Let us act in a way befitting the best of the best. When the crisis was over, everyone went back to lunch. Himiko checked on them as soon as they sat back down at their table. She rushed over with her hair messier than usual in her regular buns to them as soon as they sat down. What in the hell happened? The intruder alarm went off. I couldn't see either of you. I would have searched but there was a huge crowd so I ended up just hiding underneath the table with my new friend. She's over there by the way. Himiko gestured over to her table that showed a girl hero student. She was swinging her legs and sipping on a juice box. Once she spotted them, she gave a polite wave towards them. She's nice. She always has these strawberry and watermelon candies in her book bag. Anyway, what happened? I got sidetracked. Nothing happened. It was only the media. Everything freaked out and Ida calmed them all down, Izuku explained to his older sister. Oh. This is Ida, he is one of our classmates. And this is Uraraka, she is another one of our classmates. Hi. Uraraka greeted cheerfully. I like your hair. It's an honor to meet you, Ida greeted stiffly, extending his hand to shake. Himiko took his hand with grace. Wow, so polite. Sup, I'm Midoriya Himiko. These two are my little brothers. Shoto is the baby of the family even though he is taller than Izuku just in case you wanted to know. Himiko, Shoto whined softly, extending the, oh. Himiko laughed, clapping them both on the back, well, I was checking you too since that's what older sisters do. After that, Himiko bid them farewell to get back to her new friend. After dealing with the break-in of the press, Nedzu thought ahead to hire some help from 2 other pro heroes that can help assist through the USJ. And so, Phoenix and Nova were staring at the phone after ending the call with Nedzu. They had heard something already from their younger siblings that experienced the break-in for themselves. Himiko had texted them a short video of her hiding under a table with another girl during lunchtime with a huge crowd of people's feet running towards the exit. Something like that never happened when we were there, Tenko stated. Stirring the ramen in his bowl to scoop out a good chunk of it to stuff into his mouth. Toya nodded, I know something bad is going to happen since Nedzu reached out for us since we are outside heroes instead of just regular staff. You know something serious is like that when they reach out to us of all people. Like what is the reason? Maybe it's because of the break-in? They reviewed the security camera to see a weird reporter and cameraman melting the door. And if that wasn't enough, a lot of reporters kept the video on the cameras to show more footage of the gate melting, Tenko replied. I already searched up some stations and from what I could see, there is no one with a corrosive quirk that could match. Safe to say, the two weren't just an amateur reporter and a cameraman. I mean, this is Nedzu we are talking about. Of course, he knows more about the situation to decide what to do. Toya looked up at the ceiling of their shared apartment. Why would the break-in happen in the first place? Tenko rolled his eyes, digging his chopsticks into the ramen bowl. Duh. Because of All Might. They want to know why the #1 hero has suddenly become a teacher. They are probably worrying that the symbol of peace is going to retire soon. Toya paused with his chopsticks in his soba. Isn't All Might supposed to be at the exercise as well? Yeah, Tenko replied. He continued to eat his microwave ramen until he froze with the noodles in his mouth. He slurped up the noodles into his mouth silently, eating the noodles quickly. He turned back to his brother. Ooh. Now I have a bad feeling about this. Toya shrugged, slurping up the soba into his mouth. I mean, why else would they contact us? Before long, a new school day arrived, which meant that Shoto and Izuku walked into the classroom with helmet hair again. Today we will be doing rescue training. You will be guided by me, 13 and All Might, along with 2 alumni heroes who were invited. These 2 have been called in at the last minute since they will have expertise with this type of training just like 13 does, Aizawa announced at the beginning of their hero class before sending them off to change into their hero costumes. When they drove to the locker rooms to change into their costumes for the class, Shoto leaned over to his brother to ask, why are there so many heroes just for one class? It could be a security measure because of what happened yesterday with the gate, Izuku guessed with a furrowed brow. You think so? Yeah, Izuku nodded as he zipped up his jumpsuit. And I have a nagging feeling I know who the 2 guest heroes are. Shoto took a moment for his brother's words to register in his head before pausing right when he was starting to lace up his shoes. No. They couldn't. You honestly think they wouldn't pass up a chance like this? Izuku questioned, which made Shoto shake his head. No, they would agree in a heartbeat just for the chance to humiliate us in front of our classmates, Shoto agreed while not noticing how Shoji glanced back at them. After the long bus ride to the building, the class got out just to be greeted by the sight of the 2 well-known heroes, Nova and Phoenix, standing next to 13. Hello everyone. I've been waiting for you. 13 greeted warmly with a wave. Woohoo! Uraraka cheered to herself. 13 is one of my favorite pro heroes. Oh my gosh. That's Nova and Phoenix. Mina exclaimed, pointing out the 2 heroes that were waiting right by 13. They are amazing on the field, Ojiro fanboyed as Nova tightened the white cape around his shoulders. Urashi nodded excitedly with stars in his eyes, they are very respectable heroes. Nova grinned at his brothers who were standing with their classmates. Why, hello there. That took a while, Phoenix pointed out. Couldn't drive any faster? Aizawa narrowed his eyes tiredly at the duo, just when I thought I wouldn't see the 2 of you again. Oh come on, Eraserhead. You love us, I know it, Nova remarked jokingly. You have a soft spot for both of us in your heart no matter how much you deny it. You haven't gotten rid of us at all. In fact, you just got another pair, Phoenix nodded his head over to his brothers. He whispered over to his old teacher, even if we moved away, the Midoriya family are still your neighbors no matter what. Aizawa rubbed the space between his eyebrows, let's just get through this class with no unnecessary distractions. Do you think they will cause a scene? Izuku leaned over to whisper to his brother. Nova dramatically turned his head and covered his eyes with the flat of his hand like he was a pirate searching for treasure. He exaggeratedly gasped like he just found them even though he knew that they were there the entire time. Are those our little brothers? Ah, you took inspiration from us. I knew we were your favorites. You just had to jinx it, didn't you? Shoto asked in return as Phoenix and Nova whipped their heads to fix their gazes on their little brothers and the chance to embarrass them in front of their class. But for now, they kept their distance away from them even though their classmates were now looking between them with obvious growing interest in their eyes. They had no doubt that their brothers would probably try and embarrass them during the training. Maybe bringing up stories of how they had to rescue them from various things like deep puddles or getting trapped in blankets during movie night or something like that. Izuku was praying that they did not bring up anything too embarrassing that will make him regret looking into the eyes of his classmates forever. Hopefully with luck, his brothers will try to humiliate Bakugo more because they dislike him. Izuku noticed out of the corner of his eye how Kaken had subtly moved out of their gaze as they all walked into the large building in front of them. Ah, he must be thinking the same thing, he thought to himself. Alright, let's head in. I can't wait to show all of you what's inside, 13 said. Shoto nudged his shoulder which made Izuku look past his classmates to see the surrounding area. They all walked inside the building to see just how much there was inside. There were zones that looked vastly different than each one. There was a huge mountain area with white covering the top right next to a large lake with a boat floating on the surface. He could see closed-off buildings which held who knows what inside. In the middle of it all sat a tall fountain that had water running down the sides into the base. It looked so peaceful as the centerpiece in the cool landscape that surrounded it. Zero commented, "Holy crap. It looks like an amusement park." 13 spread out their arms: shipwreck, landslide, fire, windstorm, and more. "I created this facility made to train all of you in rescue work in different types of disasters. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it USJ for short. Just like Universal Studios Japan," Sato added. Everyone else had the same thought run through their heads. Nova nudged his old teacher and mentor, switching to a serious tone to address the students. "We got called in because of the security breach so we could give some extra help to all of you." "Where is All Might?" Phoenix whispered to Aizawa, looking around the huge area for the muscular man in red, yellow, and blue. "No idea," Aizawa shrugged. 13 leaned behind Nova to shrug at the others. "He is supposed to be at faculty room resting." "Why is he resting?" Phoenix asked with a lowered voice. 13 took over with a clap of their hands. "Before we start, I have a few things to say." Nova hummed as he walked over to the other two while he messed with the gloves on his hand. "It might be because he was out this morning with patrol, right? Even heroes need to take breaks sometimes, like if he got hurt or something during it. But why would he do that if he knew that he was supposed to teach today? He doesn't know when to slow down," Aizawa sighed. "Anyway, we should be okay with all four of us here together. Maybe All Might can join us a little later in the exercise," Phoenix added, turning his attention to the area to keep his eyes peeled for anything. Eraserhead cleared his throat. "All right, let's start." Nova walked up next to 13 as they explained how easily their black hole quirk could kill. He waited for them to finish before continuing, "And I'm sure you all know how my quirk works as well." They all nodded back at him. Ever since Nova became a rescue hero, his disintegration quirk was the main topic because of how powerful it was. "I have trained under 13 as a sidekick before, which made me make my decision to specialize in rescue missions," Nova started, brushing back his shoulder-length blue hair back. "With 5 fingers, I can disintegrate anything I touch. When doing rescue, I can easily get rid of any debris that is trapping people inside. When fighting, I could use my quirk to disintegrate any weapon in their hands. But with one wrong move, I can easily kill someone by turning them into ash before anyone can stop it. That's why I wear my gloves. And I can cause a whole lot of damage from my flames since they have been known as the hottest fire compared to any other fire quirk user in the entire East." Phoenix joins in. "I'm sure I don't have to explain further because of the examples already given." Right as 13 was about to finish their inspiring speech, the lights around the USJ dimmed down. Nova and Phoenix turned around quickly and immediately noticed a portal starting to form in front of the fountain in the middle of the plaza. "Stay here. Don't move." 13, protect the students, Eraserhead states, readying his scarf. Izuku noticed the serious look on his brothers' faces instantly. It wasn't like any expressions they had when they were just playing around. That was the faces of the hero version of their brothers. The face they saw on television when they were taking care of the civilians or fighting the villains. This must not be part of the exercise. And from the cold grip on his arm, Shoto noticed it too. "What is that? Has the training started already?" Yurashi spoke up. Ojiro asked with a tilt to his head. The fur on his tail spiked up with his nerves. "I thought we were rescuing people." "I don't think this is part of the training," Shoji said with one of his limbs. "Stay back," Eraserhead ordered, pulling his goggles onto his face to protect his eyes. He pulled back his hair quickly as he explained. "This is real. Those are real villains." The portal began growing wider, letting out a huge crowd of villains. Izuku froze at the sight of one villain that had an exposed brain step out from the portal. Nova stiffened when a figure stepped out besides the huge villain with a chain in their hands like it was their gigantic pet. Phoenix pursed his lips. "The alarm sensors aren't being triggered. These villains must have a quirk that is masking their presence. They must have thought it out." "Oh. All Might isn't here like the schedule had listed," the figure stated before pulling up their simple black face mask. Their dark eyes gazed up at the class blankly. "I guess we can bring him out by putting lives at stake. Killing or capturing, whichever comes easier." Eraserhead glared down at the approaching villains with mutation quirks coming straight towards the stairs. He glanced behind him while adjusting his yellow goggles on his face. "They might be jamming our regular communication. Kaminari, try contacting the school using your quirk." Kaminari nodded, immediately getting to work using his visor. "Yes, sir. Got it." "I'll leave it to you, 13, Eraserhead stated, immediately running down the stairs to take out the first 3 villains waiting for him. Nova and Phoenix looked at each other before nodding like they had telepathically come up with a plan. Nova took 13's arm and started to direct the students back to the door as Phoenix ran ahead to help out Aizawa with the crowd of villains waiting for him. What are you doing? I thought you would have already learned by now, Phoenix smirked, readying a controlled flame in his hand. I'm not that great at following directions. Nova ran forward, guiding the children quickly to the front door to try and escape with them, with 13 near the back to watch over them. He skidded to a stop when a portal formed right in front of forming a vaguely human-shaped man. We are the League of Villains. It is a pleasure to meet you. I know it's impolite, but we decided to invite ourselves in. I am called Kurojairi, the villain introduced himself rather politely despite the situation. Get behind us! Nova shouted out, crowding the hero students behind 13 and him so they could act as a shield between them and the unknown villain. He must have a body that can be harmed, but he is just covered in gas, Nova thought to himself, examining the metal brace around the villain's mist-like head. Maybe I can aim towards the neck brace to hold him down. Bakugo and Kirishima broke straight through the barricade while he was thinking, rushing forward to hit the villain in the face. He could hear someone face-palming behind him and could only guess it was either or both of his little brothers. Bakugo, Kirishima. What the hell do you think you're doing? Nova scolded loudly at the two students. He was glad that he memorized most of the students' names the night before. Kurojairi started to create a huge portal that formed into a tunnel around the class. Kirishima and Bakugo were pulled into the portal first. Izuku was trying to cling on to Shoto while the rest of his class tried to hold on to each other. Zero was about to sail off into the portal before Shoji grabbed onto him with one of his limbs. Aoyama's short yelp went right by Izuku as he heard multiple voices getting swept into the portal. Izuku looked back at Shoto, who was trying to get a grip on the ground using his ice. The strength of the portal scked Izuku up, making Shoto lose his grip on Izuku's hand and his ice. Izuku! Shoto shouted as both of them were pulled towards the portal. He used his quirk to create a huge ice block around himself and wrap it around Izuku before he flew off. Nova cried out at seeing his two younger brothers disappear into the portal. No! Nova yelled as his two younger brothers disappeared along with half of the class that he was supposed to watch over. His furious gaze turned to the wispy man who blocked the only way out. You son of a beach, Nova cursed at him while the student behind him looked properly scandalized and somewhat understanding at his choice of words. Both of the Midoriya brothers fell through the air held together by an ice block made by Shoto's powers. Shoto used his quirk to melt the ice around them as they fell through the air. Izuku grabbed onto the back of his jumpsuit right as Shoto made a strong ice shield so they wouldn't be hurt from the harsh landing. The ice wasn't exactly soft, but it did break their fall. Izuku groaned as he straightened up. Where are we? Shoto rolled over onto his stomach while Izuku looked around. From the height, I'm guessing somewhere on the mountain since that was the tallest one I remember. Besides that abandoned building zone. Suddenly a gust of wind was twirling in the air, causing the water from the lake zone to rise up in the forming twister. Shoto squinted his eyes as the wind grew stronger and stronger as water started to climb up the cyclone. I'm guessing that's Yurashi, Izuku started clearly, hearing the amount of shouts coming from the zone. He got up from the ground and extended a hand towards his brother while glancing back at the hurricane. Hopefully he doesn't overdo it. Right as he said those words, the twister slowed down to a stop with the water sloshing back into the lake it came from. Huh? That was quick, Shoto commented as he slowly got up from the ground. He brushed off the legs of his jumpsuit. I wonder what happened. We can ask later. Right now, we have to get out of here to get back to the others and help, Izuku replied, looking around quickly before grabbing onto his brother's arm. Where do you think you're going? I was thinking about the Bahamas. It would be a good change of scenery, Izuku quipped back as Shoto stared at them with a fierce look in his eyes. He bent his knees to get his fighting position ready just in case any of the thugs moved. But Tokyo Disney is my family's personal favorite. The thug wrapped his lips around his fangs before charging at the two with the several men surrounding them crowding in. Izuku ducked as one man tried to punch him in the neck, using his arm to flip him onto his back quickly. Shoto covered the ground in slippery ice that made all of the thugs stumble and fall. A man on the ground tried to attack his legs with a knife to slice a tendon on his heel, but all he got was a kick to the face with Izuku's boots. Shoto froze all of the thugs by their hands and legs to keep them in place. Who are you working for? Shoto asked with a commanding tone. The thug scoffed, we don't have to tell you anything. Technically, you don't, Izuku shrugged his shoulders as he looked at the men who looked confused that he wasn't trying to push them for information yet. That is if you don't want to keep the feeling in your fingers and toes. Shoto raised an eyebrow as the men paled at his words. One of the thug's teeth chattered as he spoke out from his frozen position, you two are supposed to be hero students. And? Shoto questioned coldly. Why should we give mercy to any of you? As far as we can tell, you all went after 2 high school students in the middle of class. That isn't very nice of you or smart of you considering you don't know any of our skills, Izuku smiled over Shoto's shoulder. So if you don't mind, give us the information. And if we don't? A man challenged, but it was obvious from the shivering shoulders that he wasn't as intimidating as he thought he was. Well, you could leave you here with the ice and you all can just wait for the heroes to show up. But frostbite or frostburn does start to affect the body in as little as 10 to 15 minutes. And as far as we know, we don't really know how long it will take them to show up, Izuku explained as Shoto glared at them with a stare that was similar to Phoenix's own signature threatening glare. And from the amount of ice you all are encased in, it shouldn't be long before you start to feel the first effects. Shoto asked with a blank expression almost like a broken porcelain doll in a horror movie, so do we have a deal? One of the thugs struggled against the ice, already feeling the numbness creeping up his limbs. Geez, what are they teaching you? Not much. This is only our first week, Izuku answered back. Shoto solemnly nodded behind him while the men were looking back and forth at each other looking confused. Hisashi was hard at work when he felt something was off. He looked around the office before plucking his phone out of his pocket. He went back to see the last texts he had sent his oldest sons, which was only last night when Tenko was asking if he wanted to grab a bite of something to eat later today with Toya. And just before that, Toya was telling him not to say anything to his other sons about them coming as surprise guests to their lesson today. He kept gazing down at the text messages with something swirling in his gut, shouting at him that something was amiss. The same kind of gut feeling when Natsuo fell into the river when he wasn't looking, when he knew something was happening before he even heard the splash. That gut feeling is just one of the perks of being a dad to a lovely family that he loved more than life itself. That's why he decided to click on the call button on Tenko's contact page, which pulled up a picture of him at his UA graduation with a bright grin on his face. If they were busy, they would instantly decline their phone and send a quick text to call back later or something along those lines. They were never without their phones in case they got calls about villain attacks. And it was easy to do it with the support item watches they had that Hisashi gave them when both of them became official heroes. Hisashi waited on the other end of the phone as he heard the tone go on for far too long. His frown deepened when he heard the voicemail. Did it start? Oh hi. I can't come to the phone right now, but just leave a mess. His oldest son's voice spoke up from the background. Where's the hot sauce? You used it all. Tenko's voice was muffled slightly. He could picture him covering the speaker just so he could yell back to his brother. I'll leave a message, I'll get back to you. Hisashi stood up from his desk calmly and collected his things. He did all his needed work before lunch started, so he saw no problem in leaving early. A male coworker noticed him packing and asked curiously, Hey, where are you going in such a rush? I have a gut feeling. I'm checking out early to check on my sons, Midoriya answered back quickly, shoving a folder into his large bag. Which one? All of them? Another coworker asked with a worried tone. Most of them. Hisashi called back while exiting the office to check himself out. Is his gut feeling his quirk? One worker asked quietly when Hisashi was out of the room. A woman piped up from her cubicle, No, I believe it is fire breathing. Maybe the fire inside his gut guides him? Either way, he got his work done already, so we're all good, one of the men said. I hope everything's okay though. Nova watched with a heavy heart when his brothers had disappeared into the dark mist, transporting away before he could reach out to save them. And he couldn't even chastise the blonde brat since he got teleported away somewhere else too. 13 whispered, Nova, do you have any plans forming in your head? Ideas forming, but no real established plans yet. Give me like a few minutes to soak in my surroundings to plan something out, Nova replied. He looked down at his brother working with Eraserhead to take down the thugs on the ground level. His blue flames flowed in the air, followed by a short scream by the villains. The villains' eyes trailed over them once again, making note of any movement they made before gazing back at the scared teenagers who didn't sign up for any of this. Screw this. Nova, get the children to safety, 13 ordered, rushing forward to stand in front of the children, blocking them from the mist villain. 13 uncapped their glove to allow their black hole quiet to start skiing Kurogiri into it. For a brief moment, Neva thought it would be fine until he noticed the portal forming right behind 13. He shouted, 13. Shut it off. Quick. 13 turned around just in time to see the portal start to use their quirk against them, pulling chunks of their suit away. 13 stopped their quirk, but they weren't quick enough to stop the damage already done. Nova rushed over as the villain backed away, satisfied from the damage they inflicted on Nova's old mentor. Uraraka and Mina rushed over to where Nova was kneeling next to 13 and helped him perform immediate first aid from the items he had in his utility belt. He knew the gauze and silly bandages with ants printed in them wouldn't fix the gaping hole. He had to come up with a plan to get the kids safe and call for backup. Nova's eyes surveyed the area until they landed on the shiny leg engines of Ingenium's younger brother. And suddenly a plan started to form in his plan, or at least part of one. Nova waved the tall, blue-haired boy over to him. The armored teen followed his direct instruction and strides over, avoiding the gaze of the villain watching over the group. Nova started, "Ida, I have a job for you to do." "Yes, sir," Ida nodded stiffly, awaiting any orders with a determined look on his face. "What do you need me to do, Nova-sensei?" "I need you to run as fast as you can out of the building. You need to run to UA and get back here to help us. I can't just leave my classmates like this." "Ida, this is an order from a superior. I know the hesitancy you are feeling right now. But trust me when I say you will help a lot more of your peers if you get to run to get help instead of being stuck here like the rest of us." Nova explained quietly to the student in front of him, trying not to draw attention to them. "Do you understand, Ida?" Ida waited for a moment before nodding. "I understand, sir. I'll do my duty as class president to ensure everyone's safety." "I believe you will," Nova responded honestly, clapping a hand on the teen's shoulder. "I will provide cover for you, so just run and don't look back." Ida gritted his teeth before taking off right past the warp villain in front of them. "No, if the other teachers find out, things will get worse for all of you," Kurogiri states, opening up a portal right where Ida was running. Right as he was about to run into the portal of the warp villain, Shoji grabbed the portal with his massive arms and rolled away from him. "Run, Ida!" Shoji shouted. "You're a little conniving," Kurogiri started to complain, trying to reach out towards the running students with his mist to transport him away. Somewhere far away from the door where he won't be able to save his classmates in time or be able to get the heroes. Uraraka gazed directly at the metal brace holding the villain's shape and pointed it out to Nova. Nova nodded, bringing her closer to the villain while he was still distracted. "Can I kick down the door? Will I be strong enough to accomplish that?" Ida thought to himself, trying to outrun the reach of the warp villain's quirk. Uraraka's finger landed on the villain's metal neck casing, making his reach towards Ida pull back as he was floated up. The villain yelled out right as Ida made it to the doors and started to pull them open. Nova ran to the door where Ida was still struggling with the door latch. He ran quickly to help the student, removing his gloves with his teeth as he sprinted as his life depended on it. When he got close to the door, he touched the ground, causing the ground and the door to disintegrate slowly. When the villain tried to reach towards him again, the co-binder forces of Ciro's tape pulling him down by his physical body and Sato's strength pulled him away before tossing him back to the ground to keep him still and under their watch. Nova cheered as Ida made it past the doors and heard the sound of the students' engines bursting to a faster speed to run quickly to UA. "Will those guys be okay?" Izuku asked, turning his head towards the snow-covered mountain that his brother and he were traveling down by a small ice slide that Shoto made. "They won't die," Shoto called back as they continued to slide down the frozen water. Izuku rolled his eyes. "Thanks, that is reassuring." It didn't take long for them to reach the bottom of the mountain, looking around for any other peers who had escaped their zones. "Do you see anybody?" Shoto questioned as he turned his head around to survey the surroundings all around them. "Not really." "Wait a minute, I think I see movement in the center," Izuku answered as blue flames drew his attention towards the center of the USJ. "Yeah, that's fire, blue fire. Toya is done there. And by the looks of it, he is fighting some of the thugs down there with Aizawa-sensei." Shoto and Izuku approached, hiding the greenery in between the mountain and water zones. Both of the young teens watched as their older brother fought side by side with their homeroom teacher who lived right next door. Toya's flames danced in the air while Eraserhead's binding cloths tied up one man just to swing him into the next thug. It was epic to see. Shoto muffled him when he saw Izuku start to mumble at the fighting techniques he was watching. But Shoto's laughter died down when the monster started to talk towards the fighting duo. Aizawa's red eyes tracked up, but did nothing to stop the monster from capturing him into his huge arms. Phoenix turned around just to see the leader point down at the ground with their finger, making Nomu follow orders by pushing Aizawa into the ground harshly. "And here I thought UA would be more of a challenge from what my master told me. Now that All Might isn't here and the lousy teachers are down, I might as well leave some damaged children for the heroes to find," the leader said. Their brother, Toya, turned towards the villain with his blue eyes shining in the reflection of his own flames. "Over my dead body, beach." The leader avoided the flames that their brother was throwing at them, not caring how much of his own skin was burning. The villain pulled out a knife. "That can always be arranged." "No." Izuku and Shoto shouted right as the knife pierced through the upper shoulder of Phoenix, making him wince. Toya looked towards them and saw their expressions, only for his eyes to widen. He opened his mouth. "Run." The leader of the attack turned towards the teens who were watching the entire thing. "Ah, I found some volunteers." Nomu, take care of them. Izuku tensed as the beaked monster screamed out loud and started to walk towards them menacingly. Phoenix raised his other hand to burn off the monster sled's on to receive another knife that pierced through his other arm, near his elbow. Shoto readied his stance, preparing to make an ice wall for cover so they could run and get a head start. But just when the monster was about to reach towards them, it cried out. Izuku recognizes the flowing white cape behind the monster. Tenko. Nova stood strong as he forced his 5 fingers directly onto the horrifying-looking monster right into its brain with a battle cry, causing them to turn to ash starting from the top of their body downwards. It wasn't long until what was left of the monster fell back onto the dirt in ashes. There was silence with only grunts of pain from Toya and the welcome sound of Aizawa trying to lift his head from the ground to continue to help. Izuku watched as the leader started to float towards his other older brother, starting to form a plan in his head. Nova was watching over the children, making sure Kurojairi didn't leave his sight while glancing back at the disintegrated door to see if anyone was on their way. Uraraka and Mina were making sure 13 was okay with him while the other students flicked around the group in a protective circle. Rikido and Shoji stood guard as 2 of the tall people in the class. His eyes traveled back to the center where his brother was fighting the large group of villains. He gasped when he saw that Aizawa had been taken down by the large monster that walked through the portal with the leader. He stared as the leader loudly ordered the monster to pin him down. He could almost hear the pained grunt from where he was shut from looking at the monster pushing Aizawa's face into the dirt hard. Phoenix shouted out and started to use his blue flames on the monster who screamed in pain from the flames. Kids, don't look, Nova ordered softly. He didn't want to make the kids watch something like burning skin. But he could see the smoking tissue was reforming and regenerating once Toya pulled back his hands. The monster must have some sort of regeneration quirk. No. Get up, Aizawa, Nova pleaded as he gazed at how still Aizawa's body truly was. He hoped that the hero just had broken limbs and not anything else. He couldn't hear what the villain was saying, but it must have been bad from how Toya reacted to them. Phoenix started firing his quirk at the floating villain. Only for them to dodge his attacks swiftly, digging a hand into their coat while avoiding the fire. He watched as the villain threw a knife that pierced through his brother's body. He cried out, making the students he was watching over look towards him with worry written in their faces. And it was just then when he caught sight of his 2 younger brothers watching the altercation. But he wasn't the only one who noticed how Toya's attention was taken away, which made the villain leader tilt their head back to stare at the young teens who were watching. He couldn't wait any longer for backup when he saw the villain floating towards his younger brothers after harming his other family. He started to run towards the center with all the power he had. He could hear the leader demand that the monster take care of the children, which resulted in a roar from the figure with the exposed brain. Nova could only watch as his younger brother held onto each other, Shoto already starting to ice the ground to make an ice wall while Izuku desperately tried to find any movement that would indicate the leader's next move. He reached out desperately with his ungloved hand and shouted out, "Don't you dare!" His hand landed perfectly on the monster's back, which immediately started to turn to ash, but he wouldn't stop there. He jumped onto the monster, which was still focusing its attention towards his brothers, and planted his hand right on their brain. The weak spot that all easy bosses had in the video games he played with his brothers. He didn't take his hand off until there was nothing but a small piece of them left while it rested in a pile of ash. Kurojairi had apparently escaped the children's hold since he left his position with them to help out the leader. And now the mist villain was staring at him while the leader of the attack floated over to him only a few inches off the ground. Nova feels weird when the villain starts to make their way towards him. He could feel their gaze on him, scrutinizing every detail of his costume from the cape to the stitching in his custom shoes. Ah, so this is who I replaced. Nova tilted his head up to look at the dark eyes looking at him with an unreadable expression between recognition and pity. Their black hair escaped from the hood, hiding the majority of their head. What a shame. Master had his eyes on you first before someone already took you away. Nova's eyes widened at the meaningful weight of their words. What did they mean? They couldn't mean that day, could they? The day his life changed when someone finally reached out to him to offer him help, to offer him a home and a loving family. If his mom hadn't saved him that day, would this have happened to him? Himiko was in the middle of class when it happened, when all of the heroes at UA were called down to the USJ. All teachers report to the USJ. There has been a breach and villains are attacking Class 1A. I repeat, all teachers report to the USJ, Nedzu announced over the intercom. Study hall from here on out. I place the class president and vice president in charge of the class. Lunch rush will supervise all of you, their teacher said with authority in their tone. No, I can't. Himiko shook her head to herself as soon as their teacher exited the room, running down the hall. Himiko's friend tapped her shoulder, making her turn towards her. Are you okay? No, Himiko answered. She looked at the girl behind her. My brothers are in there. Himiko searched out the window, her eyes finding a spot in the grass where Izuku had parked his motorbike. If she was able to sneak out of the class, she could ride his motorbike to the USJ herself. Would she be breaking a lot of rules? Yes, but she would be able to get there for her brothers. She waited for a brief moment before striding her way to the door, announcing that she was going to the bathroom over her shoulder. If she could travel around the way to where the teachers were going, she could sneak out into the outside and get the bike waiting for her. I'm coming. Just hold on, she thought to herself, trying to reassure herself that she would be there to help her brothers before anything could happen. Her mind frantically tried to comfort her that her brothers were perfectly safe. Vlad King ran right into her when she was heading the same way. And where are you going? Himiko swayed on her feet. The bathrooms. The bathroom is not this way, Vlad King said. And you would know that since you are already in your second year, Midoriya. My brothers are at the USJ. They need help, Himiko said with a fierce tone, trying to look around him. Vlad King frowned. Midoriya Himiko. I can't just stick around and do nothing while my brothers are out there. Himiko stood her ground. I know that, Vlad King assured hurriedly, glancing behind him in the direction he had to head in. I have been your homeroom teacher, so I know exactly how you are. I wouldn't forget one of the Midoriya children so easily. Himiko was easily swayed, frowning at the teacher who has guided her and tutored her when she needed help. Look, Midoriya, I promise that I will bring them back to you safe using all the strength I have, Vlad King promised, putting his hand on her shoulder to try and give her any comfort. Himiko tried not to pay attention to how he worded it. How he didn't promise to bring them back unharmed. Okay, just bring them back. It's my responsibility as a hero, Vlad King nodded back at her before running to the exit to head straight to the USJ as soon as he could. Himiko sighed, digging the toe of her shoes into the hallway ground. She waited for a moment before heading into the actual direction of the bathroom. She could only hope that both her brothers were looking out for each other. But if her brothers were actually hurt, she would go past the heroes and go hunting down the ones responsible no matter what villain she had to face. When she got back to class, she saw that her friend had placed a few candies on her desk to cheer her up despite the worries running through her mind. She thanked her before slamming down on her chair to wait it out with the rest of the class, hoping that they will be okay. Kurogyri tracked his gaze towards him as the main villain started to float towards him menacingly. What a shame. Master had his eyes on you first before someone already took you away. Nova's eyes widened at the meaningful weight of their words. The villain approached Nova, staring at him like he is a nuisance or a piece of chewed-up gum that they found. On the bottom of their shoe. Their black hair escaped further from the hood until the hood fell completely, exposing their face to him. When he saw their face, he froze. His red eyes stared into the dark eyes of someone he used to know. A face that he remembered smiling at as she told him that she lied to their father about becoming a housewife instead of a pro-hero. The face that lied to their father about the photograph of their grandmother causing father to beat him while everyone just watched from the side. Hannah. Phoenix froze for a moment, overhearing the broken tone in his brother's voice and the familiar name that came out of his mouth. Toya looked back to see his brother's expression for a brief moment, observing how confused he looked. How? Nova asked with a heartbroken expression on his face. He remembered that night in brief flashes, all of his family died by his own hands. But his dead sister was staring right back at him with the utmost amount of glee. Someone found me. Rescued me from the crater you left behind and reformed me back to how I was using the amount of power they had. Hannah grinned at the shocked expression written across the hero's face. Her face was scarred with lines of faded pinks like she was stitched or glued back together from the leftover pieces he left behind. Nova slowly backed up as she steadily approached in the air like a spirit coming back to haunt him for a mistake he made all those years ago. Hannah approached him slowly in the air like a prowling lioness going in for the kill of their prey until a loud noise interrupted the two of them. Nova flinched and watched Hannah's expression harden from what was behind him. Don't worry. I am here. All Might's voice shouted out from behind him, causing Nova to slightly relax at the sound of the number one hero's voice. Not noticing how the Nomu he had mostly disintegrated was reforming from a chunk left behind in the ash pile. It remained silent as it regenerates its limbs slowly, ready to take on its next opponent. All Might was grateful for Ida giving him the message about the USJ, making him run faster to the building. He was already on the way to remedy the fact he was late to the exercise when the student ran past him and alerted him to the villain attack. He ran as fast as his body could take him until he had the USJ in his sights. He punched the door from off its hinges. There was a group of students crowded around the top of the stairs with an injured 13 in between them. He shouted out in reassurance, "Don't worry. I am here." The students crowded around looked at him in relief as he approached steadily. He bent down to check on the injured rescue hero. Bring 13 to the entrance. The other teachers should be on their way with reinforcements behind them. I'll take care of the villains. Uraraka nods to him, getting up from the floor with Ashido and touching 13's suit with her finger pads. Ashido and Uraraka gently guided the injured hero back to the open door. The other students followed behind them after All Might waved them towards the entrance to get them out of harm's way. All Might lets his smile fall after the students are out of the way. He frowns at the sight in the middle of the grounds, his mood worsening when he realizes that the villain has cornered Nova. The villain looked up to him with a face that made him pause. Why does the villain look so much like Nana? All Might thought to himself before shaking his head at the idea. He couldn't be distracted with their familiar looks. He needs to defeat them so his master's grandson would be safe since he had a family waiting for his safe return. He glanced down to see his master's grandson on the ground with his adopted brother pushing away 2 students from the scene. He recognized the 2 students as Nova's younger brothers who were steadily pushing against Phoenix to get back and help him. His frown gets even deeper as the anger rumbles inside his chest, jumping over the stairs and landing on the ground so hard it formed a crater. The main villain didn't break eye contact with him as Nova looked back at him with hope in his eyes. All Might marched forward until he was in front of Nova and could see the damage that Aizawa had taken as he gazed at him on the ground. I don't know what you are doing here trying to hurt these students, but I won't allow you to go any further in your plan. All Might stepped closer to the villain and moved to the side to hide Nova from their sight. The villain barely moves her gaze as she tilts her hand up in the air as a screech fills the air. All Might could see a monster step forward on unsteady legs while one arm was regenerating skin and muscle. Nomu, kill All Might. Where did you guys even land? Toya asked, continuing to push his little brothers back from the scene to try and get them away from the creepy villain who may or may not be Tenko's dead sister. In the mountain zone, Shoto answered swiftly, trying to look behind Toya's shoulder. Izuku quipped, Shoto froze a bunch of villains and we made them scared enough to tell us their plans. Phoenix froze, wait, you froze them in ice? Yes. They are currently incapacitated. And they might deal with the possibility of frostbite if the fight goes on for too long, Shoto replied. But we did learn that they came here just to fight All Might with that giant monster thing, Izuku explained with a serious look on his face, laying down whatever information he had for his brother. The only thing that the others are here to do is just to fight against us and Eraserhead to slow him down. Sheet, Toya glanced up at the mountains, wondering how many goons are going to lose their fingers or toes. Really? They both nodded. God damn it. Look, you have to get away from this area, Phoenix ordered his brothers who looked unhappy with the demand. Find somewhere safe while I take care of this. We can't leave 10 Nova alone without backup, Izuku protested, trying to look back at his brother as All Might came closer to the scene to confront the villain. Yes, that's why you two need to leave this area. I can't have you two be around this fight any longer than you have to be, Phoenix winced, yanking out the knife from his shoulder. It's not safe. She already targeted you once. Toya, Shoto raised his hands in a late fort to stop him before Phoenix planted his own hand on the wound to cauterize to slow down the bleeding. You're injured. I'll be fine. My only job now is to get you two safe before returning to provide assistance in any way that I can. Phoenix started to guide them away from the fight and towards the entrance until he noticed sounds coming from behind them. The 3 of them glanced back, ready to fight any thugs that wanted to try and escape only to find some of Class 1A students staring back at them. Inasa greeted the group with a grin, we escaped the water zone. Tsuyu hopped to the ground from his back. Do you guys need any help, Karo? Whoa! Is that All Might? Kirishima yelled, drawing their attention to him and the disgruntled blonde next to him. Good for you. Yes. And obviously. He answered in order. Phoenix grimaced at the sight of the blonde. Has anyone else escaped from their zones? As far as I know, negative, sir, Inasa reported stiffly with a fixed grin on his face. Phoenix didn't look happy in front of the 6 high school students who looked eager to jump into whatever. Please, we can help. Just give us the orders. Fine. I am a guest teacher after all, so you need to follow my rules. Got that, Sparky? Phoenix directed the question at Bakugo. Bakugo sneered, Ha! You and Redhead over there can take care of the left flank of zones, Phoenix ordered. Try and get your classmates out of whatever situation they might be in but keep damage to a minimum. Midoriya, Phoenix bit his lip to keep from laughing for a brief moment. It was going to SCK when a teacher wanted to call on just one of them. You take care of the right flank of zones. Rescue your classmates from whatever danger they might be in and keep any damage caused to a minimum. Phoenix looked at the 4 students in front of him. Both of your teams must stick to the plan and keep an eye out with you and your partner. After your classmates are saved, find a safe spot to wait out the rest. What about Aizawa? Shoto questioned. Phoenix looked back to where Izawa lay in the ground as All Might started to fight against the huge creature. I'll take care of that part. Now go, that's an order. Both two teams nodded back at the hero before running to the first zone they could come across. Phoenix looked back at the other two students. This is going to be risky. But I won't be able to carry Izawa safely in my condition. So I need you two to act with me. Part of him wanted to act with his brothers since he knew they were capable of something like this. But the other part of him was coated in fear because of the chance that whoever this Hana villain was would go after them. Since she was so focused on Tenko, he didn't want to bring her attention to them again. She was so close to hurting time with that Nomu thing before Tenko had stepped in. You two need to act fast and quickly in order for this mission to work since we only have a small window of time to work with. There are two villains distracted by the two active heroes on the scene. Our mission is to get your teacher back to the entrance while they are still distracted. Azui, keep Izawa's body steady. Urashi, you must provide the speed with your wind. And I will provide cover for both of you so neither of you get hurt under my care. Inesa and Tsuyu both nodded back at him. Phoenix looked back at the scene and raised his arms halfway to stop them from running off too quickly. He glanced down at the wound in his shoulder, choosing to bite down on his collar as he promptly cauterized the wound. He made sure to turn away from the students and do it as quickly as he could so he wouldn't lose more blood. Wait for my signal. And don't allow any distractions to pull you away from your duty, Phoenix instructed strongly as he started to watch his brother rise from the ground towards All Might and the Nomu. He winced before circling his arm around to get used to more movement before he ran into the fight. Get ready. Now. Nova watched as All Might fought against the Nomu, wincing as the monster dug into his sides with its reformed fingers when he landed a hit. Punch after punch, All Might was defending against the monster who continued to chase after him to defeat him. Tenko winced as the fight continued, noticing how the symbol of peace was trying to hide how he was hurt behind his gritted teeth. He had always admired the hero in a way while he was growing up with his younger brothers being two of his biggest fans. And he knew that the older hero didn't have many people beside him to fight with except his two most notable sidekicks Dave Shield and Sir Night-Eye. He starts to rise up on his knees from the dirt, standing up unsteadily to go towards where All Might was fighting. His movement made both villains' eyes stare right into him like they were waiting for him to do something. Get away from him! Nova shouted, rushing forward with a reborn boost of energy. Right as All Might knocked the monster back, Nova raised his hands to use his quirk against the villain once again. As he stood by All Might's side, he felt a strong gust of wind blow right by him, strong enough to throw Kurogyri to the side. Well, it was more like one of the students, he thinks her name was Azui, kicking him away as she flew past with Urashi guiding their path with his wind quirk. Nova watched as Phoenix appeared with a strip of cloth hastily tied around his arm where the knife wound was. He immediately headed towards Hana while keeping an eye on the students. Hana turned her attention towards him, floating out of his reach while gathering hidden throwing stars hidden away in her cloak. Come on, Spooky Beach, Toya taunted, dragging Hana's attention away from Nova and the students behind her. She wasn't as fooled and turned away from him only for Toya to shoot out a wall of blue flames to corner her and so she could only focus on him. The blue walls grew taller when she tried to float above them, scorching her clothes as Toya's confident smile grew. You didn't think that was the last of me, did you? Nova and All Might glanced at each other, deciding to use this chance to gain the upper hand. Nova ran forward to the Nomu, disintegrating both of his limbs as they screeched into the air. All Might ran behind him to start pummeling the creature into the ground as Nova sprinted towards the students who were trying to take care of their fallen homeroom teacher. Azui was wrapping her tongue in a tight hold to carry him more safely as Yayurashi made a softer wind gently hover him above the ground. Good job. Loosen your hold on him slightly, Azui, so you won't cause any further pain to his injuries. And just like that, Yayurashi, you're doing great. Keep the wind at a steady height, Nova instructed as he walked with the two students towards the stairway. He looked down at the injured man. You're safe now, Eraserhead. Your kids got you. Izawa grunted in response, somewhat still conscious despite the injuries he was dealing with. Nova watched their backs as they carried their teacher up the stairs where the rest of their classmates were waiting. He took a deep breath in before looking back at Hana deep in battle with Toya who was adamant on getting her away from Nova. But the fight was briefly interrupted by an explosion. Nova whipped his head past Hana who looked to where the sound was coming from only to see a blonde student exploding his way towards Kurogyri. And in that brief second, Kurogyri was pinned down by the metal neck above his suit by Bakugo and Kirishima on top of him. Nova's eyebrows furrowed as he noticed how more students were coming out of the different zones with Shoot and Izuku at the lead guiding them. Shoto hurriedly frosted the ground and shot up pillars of ice like a staircase for Toya to reach Hana while she was in the air. What the hell are you doing? Phoenix yelled out to his brothers. I told you to focus on safety and rescue. Shut up. This is safety and rescue. Izuku shouted back at him, running past him with Koda and Tokoyami behind him. We are rescuing you and ensuring your safety. That's what a hero does. We already dealt with the rest of the thugs, Shoto reported back loudly as he skated across the ice just past his brother. Most of us already had it handled, sir. Ojiro called out as he ran around the fight zone with the invisible girl behind him. Many other students were guided around the fighting area by Shoto and Izuku to the stairway. When they walked up, their attention was set back on the villains. Phoenix commented, "You idiots." He shook his head before stomping up 2 pillars to launch a controlled ball of fire to Hana. She tried to throw another knife into his opposite shoulder only for him to duck behind the next larger pillar so she could only hit a block of ice. Meanwhile, All Might had punched Nomu into the ground, still engaged in a fierce battle. Shoto shot out his ice when Nomu started to stand up to freeze its legs to the ground while All Might continued to punch his heart out. Nova looked to see thugs starting to make a reappearance and trying to sneak off from their hiding spots. Some of them looked soaking wet, likely from the shipwreck zone. He gritted his teeth, ready to take on whatever number to save the students when he heard heavy footsteps from above. "I have brought help," Ida announced, running to the edge of the stairwell. And there they were, the entire UA staff of pro heroes except Lunch Rush at the top. Present Mike used his quirk against some of the thugs that were trying to escape the pro heroes. He hesitated when he saw more students down in the fighting area before setting off another scream. "There are a bunch of little listeners down there, I don't want to hurt." Snipe's gun started shooting off towards the villains to take them out before Mike could finish. Mike only stared at him with widened eyes behind his glasses as Snipe shot at the floating villain with accuracy. "UD-." Hana yelled, holding her elbow as she tried to dodge through the air, only succeeding in getting hit in the legs 2 times. Toya hit her with another flame blast when she wasn't paying attention that knocked her to the ground. Kurogiri escaped from Bakugo's grip with its gas form to reach around Hana to block her from the bullets. Bakugo tried to chase after Kurogiri's form but he had become the whirling form of a dome before disappearing into the air. All Might threw the Nomu to the other side of the building, cracking the glass where its body hit the wall. As the pro heroes circled around the student at the top while Nova and Phoenix looked at each other before focusing on their 2 younger brothers. While Shoto and Izuku were paying attention to All Might, who looked like he was smoking from his body? Their vision was blocked off by Cementos, who raised a wall that surrounded All Might. Eraserhead and 13 were escorted out the building by an ambulance with Present Mike standing worriedly by it before it took off. The one who didn't want to go on the ambulance was smothered by his brothers as they got out multiple first aid supplies from their belts. The students around got to watch as 3 brothers hounded another pro hero with bandages. "I said I'm fine. I already cauterized to stop the bleeding," Phoenix says while waving off the alcohol wipes. "I don't need bandages." "You reopened it around the edge from the movement," Izuku stated while pointing out a slight bead of blood escaping from the edge of his cauterization. Phoenix glared at it, frustrated that apparently he didn't enclose the wound all the way in his haste to get the injured Aizawa out of the way. When they were finally able to take the bus back to school with Cementos driving them, Nova sunk further into his seat when he saw who was outside the window waiting by the entrance. Oh no, he had a gut feeling. Phoenix cursed to himself, quickly checking his watch to see if their dad had called while other students remained confused. Who had a gut feeling? And why does it relate to you hiding? Ida asked stiffly, glancing back at the man waiting at the entrance stairs. "Our dad," Izuku and Shoto said in unison as the bus came to a stop at the side of the school building. Toya was taken to the recovery girl's office to take care of his wound with Midnight as his escort there. Shoto, Izuku, and Nova were waved off by Cementos to go to their father. When they questioned it, Cementos said they were already going to call the parents to say that the students were free to return home. "And we are probably going to have a brief meeting to discuss, so there is a strong possibility that the school will be closed. The announcement will be made this afternoon," Cementos replied as more students got off the bus. "Just go change out of your hero uniform." Nova was about to follow his brothers before remembering that he came to the school like this. So Cementos directed him to the teacher's lounge to collect the change of clothes that Toya and him brought beforehand. They couldn't travel to and from with their hero uniforms to their apartment or else people would start to stalk them back to their home. So they had left with civilian clothes on before changing for the USJ class. Toya's bag was already gone, so it was possible that Midnight had taken it with them to the nurse's office for him to change there. So he excused himself to the bathroom to change back. He pulled on his white pair of gloves with the black shirt and blue jeans he wore to UA. After he had changed, he met his brothers outside their classroom with other students waiting inside the room. He leaned against the doorway as the students directed their attention to him. Bakugo turned to face the window so he didn't have to look at him. Wow, you look cool with and without your uniform, Mina complimented, zeroing in on the tall young adult in the doorway. Hagakure called out, are you single? Tenko shrank away from the attention. Thank you. And that's classified. Please don't start to flirt with our brother, Izuku pleaded while Shoto looked at Hagakure with a baffled expression on his face. Ida straightened up and stepped forward to the front of the classroom. He bowed before the hero. I apologize for not being able to get help more quickly. If I were faster, help would have arrived sooner. Tenko stepped forward in full Nova mode. Hey, you went beyond plus ultra to run as fast as you could to the school. Ida, you acted like a hero to your classmates. That's right, class prez. Kaminari called out, joined by Siro who hooped. Your brother would be proud of what you did today, Nova stated more quietly with a hand on Ida's shoulder as most of his classmates reassured him. Ida smiled up at him before he moved his hand away. Well, I need to leave with my brothers now to go home. Shoto and Izuku practically pushed Tenko out of the classroom before the other classmates could say anything else. Tenko laughed a little as they walked towards the entrance only to see Himiko waiting there with Hisashi. They both turned towards them, running to them. There you are. Hisashi rushed forward to hug all three of them in an awkward group hug with Himiko glomming onto the side. He breathed in before pulling away to ramble quickly. I was worried sick. You weren't answering your call so I thought something happened. Then I remembered what you said today was. So then I started freaking out about all four of you in trouble so I left work early. And then I heard there was a villain attack and I had no idea where to find you. And the lunch rush hero made me wait out here since he couldn't allow anyone inside. And wait, where's Toya? Is he in the hospital? Dad, calm down. He is in recovery girl's office. We can probably head there now, Tenko reassured his father as Himiko took over the job of squishing her two younger brothers into a hug and squeezed both of them to her. I was about to steal your motorbike to go after you too but Vlad King stopped me, Himiko admitted loudly with Shoto and Izuku wrapped around her. Let's go check out the office to see if he's done yet, Tenko said. And while we do that, you can call Mom to update her. Ah, right, Hisashi responded, trailing after his oldest son while gathering up his younger offspring behind him. He reached into his pocket to start dialing his wife while Himiko started relaying her backup plan to her brothers. Inko and Rei were relaxing at home, curled up on the couch with warm tea watching a drama on television that just captured their attention. Just when they cheered at the shared kiss between two characters, Inko's phone rang at the same time that the house phone rang. Rei and Inko looked at each other before Rei shot up to go answer the house phone. Inko picked up her phone while pausing the program on the television. She saw that her husband was calling right before she accepted the call. Hello dear. Hi darling, Hisashi answered breathlessly. I let work earlier because of a gut feeling I had. Oh, what's wrong? What? Rei's voice raised louder than Inko had ever heard before. Inko whipped her head around to see the harsh grip that Rei had on the landline phone. Villains. Well, it seems you already got the news from what I heard in the background, Hisashi coughed. I'm at UA now to pick up 5 of our children. 5? Inko questioned before the remaining 2 names filled her head. Toya and Tenko are there? What happened? Long story short, our 2 boys were guest teachers for our other 2 boys when villains attacked. Toya got hurt in the shoulder, but recovery girl is taking care of it. And I basically excused all of them so they could come home faster. Oh. Is Toya alright? Inko fretted, latching at her cardigan. Did no one else get hurt? Everyone is mostly fine, just Toya got a shoulder wound. I'll be back home with all of them soon, Hisashi promised over the phone. The teachers said they have an extended weekend, so no school tomorrow for them to recover from this incident. Inko took a deep breath in. Honey, can we sue the school? Within our rights, absolutely yes, Hisashi answered straight away. Oh, recovery girl is finishing up, I'll talk to you later. Okay, honey, Inko smiled softly. I love you. Love you too, darling. Bye for now, Hisashi said before ending the call right in time to hear Rei place the phone back on the wall gently. Rei? Are you alright? Rei breathed in slowly, dragging her hand down her face. Does he know? He's there already waiting to take them home, Inko replied. I'm going to call Fuyumi. Rei stepped back to the landline, picking up the phone. If you would, can you call Natsuo to tell him to come home? It's still the first week, so he won't have much homework to do that he can't do at home. Okay, Inko responded, still holding on to her phone tightly. Rei? Yes? Rei asked before she could press any buttons. Inko bit her lip as she recognized how anxious Rei had become with the news. They're okay. Everyone is alright, Inko reassured. Rei frowned. She looked at Inko with a sincere expression. I don't want any of our children to be hurt. I want them safe. And they will be, Inko promised. They'll all come home and then we can smother them with affection like moms do. Ray chuckled, making Inko look back at her with an understanding smile. You're right. I'm just frustrated that they weren't safe. Why weren't they safe? Tenko, Toya, and Himiko never had a problem like this at UA. I'm not sure what the reason is. But I think we both will feel better once all our children are home. Inko started to scroll down her contacts to find Natsuo while Ray typed in Fuyumi's school number. Midoriya? Fuyumi looked up from her teacher's desk. Her class of young students glanced up to see another teacher waiting in the doorway. We have your mother on the phone. Something urgent came up. Fuyumi excused herself from the classroom politely, but quickly before practically jogging down the elementary school hallway to answer the phone in the teacher's office. Mom? Hello, sweetheart, Ray's voice came through the receiver. We need you to come home as soon as you can. What happened? Fuyumi asked, filled with worry over what had happened when she was at work. Is anyone hurt? Villain infiltrated UA during the hero class, Izuku and Shoto's class. Fuyumi heard a sharp inatem of breath. She didn't know if it was from her or her mother. Toya and Tenko were guest teachers there when it happened. Toya is injured in his shoulder. And I can get home as fast as I can, Fuyumi interrupted, trying to reassure her mother. My class is just waiting on their parents to pick them up because they finished the work earlier than usual. I can set something up with one of the teachers so I can leave a little early. Are you sure? Ray asked. Yes. I'll be home as fast as my bike can take me, Fuyumi said quickly, already running down plans in her head to try and beat whatever traffic might be around this time. I'll see you soon, Mom. Love you. Love you too, Ray answered right as Fuyumi hung up the phone. She twirled around and practically jumped out of her skin when she saw one of her supervisors at the doorway. Ma'am. I apologize but I need to go home. Her supervisor nodded, waving off her worry with their hand. I overheard some of the conversation. We have it covered. Just collect your things and go home, Midoriya. A substitute can fill in for the rest of today and tomorrow if you need it. Yes please. Fuyumi replied, walking fast out of the office door to pass by them. Thank you. Her supervisor returned the smile. Just give me some of those infamous white chocolate cookies and we'll call it even. I'll make a whole batch just for you, Fuyumi promised with a grateful smile overtaking her face before jogging back down the hallway into her classroom so she can gather up everything into her bag. Natsuo was just in the middle of doing his homework in his dorm room when his phone started to ring wildly with a cheesy pop song blasting through the speakers. He glanced down to see it was one of his moms calling. Mom? What's up? Hi, sweetheart, Inko's calming voice came through the receiver. Are you busy right now? Not much. Just some forums I need to respond to online, Natsuo said, reading the question on his laptop that he needed to make a 300-word response about. Okay, that's nice. Listen, something happened. Hisashi called to say he followed a gut feeling. Really? Is there a villain attack or something? Natsuo asked, taking a break from looking at his notebook to take a swig of water. That's the thing, I got the call from him telling us that he is at UA because there was a villain break-in during class. Natsuo shot up in his chair as water sprayed his desk. His laptop screen getting covered in little water droplets. What? Are they okay? As far as we know, yes, Inko explained. It was a break-in during Izuku and Shoto's class that they were both chaperoning. Himiko is fine since she wasn't in their class. Toya was injured, but I think it was taken care of by Recovery Girl. But I was wondering if you might come home a little early. Already packing my stuff as we speak, Natsuo said, throwing his thermos into his backpack. I can finish what I need to tonight. And my class tomorrow is online, so I could just stay home for a little while until the beginning of next week at least. That's good. Make sure you come home safely. The train shouldn't be too busy around this time, Inko said over the phone. Be safe and I love you. Natsuo smiled, love you too, Mom. See you later. Natsuo stuffed his laptop into his book bag, shoving all his chargers into the pocket quickly. He grabbed his notebook to shove it in the main pocket while plucking his phone off the desktop and pushed it into his jean pocket. Okay, so, homework tonight after dinner probably. It's not due until midnight, Natsuo started to mumble to himself as he scrambled to pick up his keys. Which was basically only his home key and his dorm key with a bunch of keychains attached to the metal ring holding them. And hopefully, all 4 of my brothers didn't get themselves hurt. Himiko will probably smack them over the head if they got themselves hurt. So who is taking the bike home? Himiko raised the question as everyone was walking to the school exit with Izuku's motorbike parked safely to the side. Because I don't think we all can't fit with the bike inside the car too. I'll take the bike and follow you guys home, Tenko volunteered. Izuku tilted his head, undoubtedly about to ask why he couldn't just drive it. And before you make a fuss, Izuku, I kind of still need a minute to process what the hell happened in there. And I don't want to have a breakdown in the car. Izuku closed his mouth with a popping sound as Toya nodded at his words. Himiko looked confused at what he was talking about. What exactly went down? I'll tell you all the details when we get home, Tenko said in response. Right now, I just want to get home. So everyone else can get into the car, and I'll follow behind you with the motorbike. I think it'll give me some time to cool off. Hisashi nodded, telling the others where his car was parked on the street. Himiko walked in front with Shoto trailing behind her while Izuku watched over Toya. Hisashi turned back to Tenko and walked with him to the parked motorbike. Hisashi noticed how silent his son was. He turned to him and asked, Tenko? I am going to say that a lot of stuff happened. I think only Toya noticed what actually happened. Tenko's voice cracked. He walked forward towards Hisashi to give his dad a hug. Hisashi was surprised for only a moment before wrapping his arms around him tightly. I just wanted to say thank you. For taking me in and not just leaving me behind when Mom came back with me. I wouldn't know what would have happened to me if you didn't. Hisashi hugged him silently as the rest of Tenko's siblings went towards his car parked on the side of the street. He could hear the infamous Midoriya tears starting with sniffles right next to his ear. I would never leave you behind, Tenko. You became my son as soon as Inko walked in beside you. He stood there as solid as a rock as his son held him tight. It reminded Hisashi of the time they went to go hide and seek in the park when Izuku was still young and Tenko got so upset he started to cry because he couldn't find him. The game ended shortly because he needed to go comfort his son and reassure him that he didn't lose him in the trees or anything of that sort. Are you sure you don't want to ride in the car? Hisashi offered. I can ask the school if they can keep Izuku's ride here over the weekend. No. I'll be fine on the way back home, Tenko replied, tucking his side into Hisashi's neck like he used to do when he was younger. He sniffled, I might need to stop by our apartment to grab some clothes for the weekend. Okay, Hisashi said, swaying a little with Tenko still in his arms before pulling back slightly. When Tenko let go, Hisashi released his arms from him. We'll be waiting for you. Get ready for Inkos and Ray to act like mama bears over all of you. They'll stuff you full of food. I'm prepared, Tenko sniffed. See you back at home, Dad. The drive home felt too long. He had stopped at his apartment to grab more clothes for the weekend and grabbed toothbrushes as well. But he broke down on the floor as soon as he locked the door. It took him a while to even get up and start breathing properly without reflecting on the fact that Hana was out there. Nevertheless, he finally made it home on the motorbike, but it was later than he would have wanted. With the sun already past the skyline, making the sky darker than he would have liked. He parked right next to Fuyumi's bike outside the apartment building before making his way up the stairs. When he knocked on the door, it flew open with Hisashi waiting on the other side. Tenko walked in to see Ray, Inko and Fuyumi working in the kitchen with Izuku helping to cook dinner. They all shouted their hellos at him with Inko telling him to go sit down and rest. He walked in further to see Natsuo talking with Himiko on the floor by the television while Shoto sat with Toya on the couch. Hisashi took his overnight bag and walked into the hallway to put it away into one of the bedrooms after locking up the front door. Tenko drudged his way to the couch and plopped down on the cushion next to Toya. He was finally able to take a deep breath in and smell the vegetables in the air with the meat sizzling in the stove. He peeked around the kitchen to see Izuku near the rice cooker before focusing his gaze back on the oldest. You okay? I feel better after Recovery Girl did her thing, Toya shrugged, watching the show. He turned to Tenko with a calm expression. How are you feeling? Tenko breathed out, not too good. Are you going to tell them? Not today. I want to relax for tonight before dropping the bomb, Tenko answered as he listened to Inko laugh in the kitchen making Hisashi look back lovingly at his wife. He could hear Natsuo groan with Himiko giggling at whatever she did to him. He smiled, leaning his head back against the couch cushions to relax with his family surrounding him. Ugh, Hana groaned as they landed on the floor. Her black hair cascading into the ground with tangles in the waves. Can someone call that dumb doctor? All for Zoom glitched on the television screen. Did the Nomu perform well? How devastating was the attack? All Might didn't even get to fight Nomu before Nova came in and basically destroyed him, Hana complained loudly, wincing when she moved around too much. When's the doctor coming? Should be here in a few minutes, Kurojairi responded quickly, brushing back the hair from her face. Rest, young Shigaraki. All right, Hana replied, gritting her teeth from the pain. Thank you, Kurojairi. Kurojairi gave a short bow before returning to his spot behind the bar, leaving behind a glass of room-temperature water. I should have brought my invisible scale coat, it would have been better to escape that way, Hana thought out loud to herself. I'm bringing more knives next time since I replied too heavily in the cannon fodder and Nomu. So any updates on All Might's condition? Hana looked back at the screen to see All for One waiting for her response. Oh right. From what I saw, he doesn't look like he is getting weaker, so whoever gave you that information was wrong in their analysis. I'm sure everything will come together in the future, All for One reassured with a grin over the television screen. For now rest as the doctor heals your injuries. Next time, I will have him prepare more Nomu for the future attacks. Yes, sensei, Hana gave a thumbs up to the screen before it turned black. She groaned from the pain of her movements. Man, that Phoenix hero really does pack a punch. If my appendix wasn't already gone, I would have thought he ruptured it from the amount of fire he was throwing at that spot. At least Tenko got to be the hero that we used to talk about, Hana thought to herself as she saw the doctor teleport into the room. Even if he had to drag me down before he stepped out of the crater that used to be home. No matter. Now I know that I need to better strategize for the next time the League strikes. The next day when everyone is free. Tenko talks about the villain and what she means to him and what he can remember. The next morning was filled with everyone sluggishly heading towards the living room. Izuku was dragging Shoto behind him who looked like he would rather be sleeping still. Tenko passed by everyone with a yawn and flipped himself onto the couch where Hisashi and Inko were sitting. Rei was in the kitchen getting a cold glass of water with Natsuo and Fuyumi behind her gathering cereal bowls for everyone. Himiko stumbled in after everyone settled down, slumping on the floor by the coffee table. After everyone got a cold drink, they started to wake up from sleepiness. All except Shoto who was still trying to fight off from napping onto Izuku's shoulder from where they sat near Himiko on the floor. Tenko gulped, leaning back against the couch cushions. Toya leaned against the kitchen counter, seeing how Tenko was acting. I have some information about what happened yesterday. Tenko? Hisashi looked worried. We, Toya and I, were both called there because of a break-in that happened during the school day earlier this week, Tenko began slowly, analyzing everyone's reaction and to see if they were listening. And sure enough his family was paying attention to his words. Izuku furrowed his eyebrows. I thought that was just the press? The press broke in. Because someone opened the door for them, Tenko answered. He could see Natsuo, Fuyumi and Rei somewhat lean against the kitchen counter while Toya crept closer to the couch. And I believe they took a class schedule that would give them the information needed to plan their attack. So they called us in at the last minute to be the guest teachers. Toya picked up where Tenko left off. And then everything went to shit because villains broke in and we couldn't communicate back to the school to get backup for the amount of villains coming in. One of the villains separated the students and hurt 13, Tenko continued. I ordered the fastest student, Ida, to run to the school and get backup from the teachers there. Toya added in, and that's when the villain decided that maybe hurting some children would get All Might to show up since that's what they wanted in the first place. But All Might wasn't there since he was late. And before the main villain could try and hurt my brothers with their monster, I stepped in, Tenko breathed in. Only to find out that the villain is connected to me. I don't know if everyone exactly knows this, but something happened with my quirk when it first arrived. The day it showed up was the same day I accidentally caused the death of my first family. His words made the room feel even more silent than it was before. Shoto fully awoke at those words, looking up to see Tenko cower back into the couch. And amongst my first family was my older sister, Hana. She was dead, disintegrated to ash and body parts by my own hands. I no longer had a home until Mom found me when she was pregnant with Izuku. Tenko stopped in the middle of explaining to look towards Hisashi and Inko. And even then, I still couldn't stop the nightmares of accidentally causing the same thing to happen to my new family. I'm still in therapy for it now. Tenko refocused his gaze down at his hands. Now you can imagine my shock at seeing my dead sister staring right back at me as the main villain who was about to kill my brothers. Fuyumi looked like she ate something sour while Natsuo muttered, oh geez. Yeah, Tenko nodded slowly. I didn't know that was happening, Himiko stated. DMN, I should have followed through with my bike plan. Yeah. I didn't know what was happening either for most of that time. I know she hurt Toya before he took Izuku and Shoto somewhere to protect them. But it just became a big blur after I saw her face all scarred like she was stitched back together somehow, Tenko said, continuing to talk to his family about what he experienced. She kept saying she had this master who took her and fixed her. But she was also saying that this master wanted to go after me before Mom picked me up. Inko frowned, her hand flying up to her mouth. One moment. Are you telling me that some strange and evil man wanted you? I guess so. I'm not entirely sure, Tenko frowned, thinking back to the moment. But I'm certain that if you didn't save me that night, I could have been the villain in this attack. So, how are you feeling now that you got that off your chest? Toya asked, bumping their shoulder into his. Tenko sighed. He let the silence fill the air until he spoke up again. Honestly, not great but better than I was yesterday, that's for sure. Well, that's good. Shoto mumbled in response, not knowing what else to say to him. But then, Hisashi dragged Tenko down into a hug with Inko reaching over to comfort him. Oh my little boy, Inko mumbled, tears starting to come in her eyes. There it is, Toya grinned. I was waiting to see how long they would hold BA. Toya didn't get to finish his sentence without Hisashi's hand coming from around Tenko's back to grab at his sleep shirt. You're getting in here too. No escaping. Hug attack. Himiko started with a smile, making Izuku and Shoto stand up with her. Toya didn't have a chance to run away from the hug with Hisashi's hand holding him there. So 3 of his younger siblings hugged themselves round his waist and moved him towards the other family hug. Natsuo came out from the kitchen with a launch attack at his older brother who groaned at the sudden move. Fuyumi and Rei followed behind, placed their glasses on the coffee table and slowly wrapped their arms around the outer family embrace. I'm okay, Tenko opened up a bit more while being surrounded by warmth. Himiko rubbed at Izuku's curls next to him to mess them up further. It's not like they followed us home. Tenko, Hisashi spoke, making Tenko glance up at his stern tone of voice. I don't know who the hell thinks that they could steal you away in the first place. If anyone tries, like whoever this old guy is, I'll protect you along with the rest of this family. No one is going to hurt you under my watch. Tenko smiled at his words while Toya bumped his shoulder into his again. Hisashi gazed at every single one of his kids, his wife, and Rei. And that applies to everyone in this family hug. I can breathe fire on anyone you need me to. Same here, Toya added while Shoto nodded his head as well. After that morning talk, everything calmed down with a nice, sugary breakfast. Hisashi holed up in the corner of the couch to hopefully take care of some online work ahead of time so he could be free for another day of spending time with his kids. He was wearing one of his goofy ties that had cats printed all over the material even though he was wearing pajamas instead of a normal suit. Natsuo was doing his online forum with his laptop on the floor, using the coffee table as a desk. Himiko lay down on the floor by him, playing on her handheld game. Tenko was relaxing on the other side of the couch when Fuyumi walked out of the bedroom and entered the kitchen. Right away, she starts pulling out baking ingredients. Toya, Izuku and Shoto were away in a room with the 2 younger brothers watching a movie and Toya napping. Rei and Inko were planning out something in the bedroom. Tenko tilted his head before walking over to the kitchen island while Fuyumi prepared the dry ingredients in a bowl. Are you making something? Yes. I promised to make my boss some cookies because they were really helpful yesterday. A whole batch goes to them, but I'm making another one for everyone here, Fuyumi explained while she stirred around the powders in the mixing bowl. Tenko asked, do you need help? Oh, most definitely, Fuyumi said, making Tenko immediately walk towards the cabinet where the mixer was hiding. Thank you so much. No problem, Tenko shrugged. He didn't need to do any patrols. It's not like I have much to do today. Tenko started to help out by starting on the wet ingredients in the recipe. Toya walked into the living room yawning while holding onto his previously injured shoulder. He stretched his arm and circled it in the air, which made Natsuo look up from his laptop. Natsuo gazed at Toya. You good, man? Yep, Toya stretched his arm out, wincing a bit. Just a little sore. That's all. Izuku and Shoto walk in the living room, taking up the rest of the room on the couch since Tenko moved from his spot. Toya waved at them with his better arm before slipping down on the ground right next to the couch beside the boys. Hey, Natsuo, Toya started, making Natsuo glance up after he pressed post on his online post. What are you planning on doing since you are staying here with the rest of us for the weekend like the rest of us? Well, I'm planning to practice extra hard on the routine the dance teacher wants us to learn by the end of the next week. Isn't that routine short? Fuyumi asked all the way in the kitchen as she slowly mixed the wet with the dry inside the mixer that was on a low setting. She raised her voice slightly so they could hear her over the low hum of the machine. Since you haven't been in the semester that long, shouldn't it be short? Yeah, it's only like a minute or so long. But I just want to master it, so I don't mess up in the slightest when we show off, Natsuo answered, shutting off his laptop since he was done with his homework. He relaxed back on his hands while Himiko looked up from her game. Plus, I want to check out the sports team's practice during this week, so I might not have enough time to practice when I get back to the dorm. You sure are working hard, huh? Hisashi questioned from behind his screen, peeking out his head to smile at the boy. He ducked back in when Natsuo responded back to him positively. Natsuo's smile was interrupted by Himiko's slowly growing grin. Does learning this routine perfectly have anything to do with this new friend I heard you talk about last night? And just like that, Fuyumi and Toya's head whipped around to face Natsuo, who was rapidly turning red. Hisashi slowly pulled his computer screen down at the sudden news. Tenko flipped off the switch of the mixer with a grin forming on his face from the incoming embarrassment. Oh yeah? A new friend? Toya asked. Who is it? Hisashi questioned, leaning forward over his screen. Natsuo looked to the side with a reddening face. Her name is Han Karu. Oh, it's a lady. Fuyumi clapped her hands together softly while Tenko leaned over the kitchen island. Inko walked in with her hair tangled up in a bun, followed by Rei, who still looked sluggish. What's going on? Natsuo has a lady friend that he didn't tell us about, Tenko piped up. A lady friend? Rei repeated back. Inko reached for her imaginary pearls as she said. Oh no, is our boy growing up? They grow up too fast, honey, Hisashi responded back to his wife. I can still remember when he had that crush on the character from that movie he used to watch obsessively. Dad, Natsuo whined while Himiko laughed. He pushed at her side, making her flip over onto her stomach. Tenko watched as both mothers walked into the kitchen to help with preparing the cookies. We have enough for a third batch if we need it, Inko commented while she bent down to collect a pan to bake the cookies. Inko went to pass by him, but stopped short to give him a little kiss on his forehead. Thank you, Fuyumi said while Rei moved around her. Rei stopped to pat her head before standing on her toes to reach the top shelf for the icing bags hidden away with the other plastic wraps. It was later in the day, hours before dinner would be prepared, when Tenko got a message on his hero communicator. He was just hanging out in his room when the notification rang out in the air from his duffel bag. He walked over and pulled it out to read what it said, only to discover a message from All Might asking him to meet him at UA to discuss some things. After reassuring his family that he wouldn't take long with the meeting with All Might, he rushed to UA while borrowing Izuku's bike to get there faster. He had to take less than an hour or Toya would come storming in to drag him back for dinner. He walked inside the faculty room that All Might said he would be aiming in just to find the muscular hero waiting for him with 2 cups of tea prepared. Tenko called out while walking inside the room. All Might, you called for me? Ah, young Nova. It looks like you are doing well physically, All Might replied to his greeting with the toothy grin he was known for. I wanted to talk with you. I also have some black tea for you if you are feeling thirsty. Tenko thanked the man before sitting across from him. He took a sip of the tea before asking, what did you want to talk with me about? All Might cleared his throat, about something that not many people know about. That is why I wanted to meet with you in this secure location. Tenko raised his brow. One of the office rooms in UA? Well, Nedzu already knows about this secret. And UA is more secure than any other place, All Might rubbed at the back of his neck nervously. Plus the security has increased, so something like what happened yesterday wouldn't happen again. It better not, Tenko scowled with a glint of fierceness in his eyes. I have 3 younger siblings that are going here. And if something happens to them, I promise I will protect them with all I have if something like this happens again, All Might promised, bowing his head. I will take responsibility for what happened since I was not there in time to prevent it. Thank you for your promise, Tenko replied before remembering why he was here. All Might, what were you trying to say before? Not many others know this, but I am working on a time limit. All Might coughed up blood before a plume of smoke erupted from his body. Nova waved away the smoke, obscuring his vision to see a blonde skinny man behind the vapor. What the hell happened to you? Did you get hit by a quirk? Do I need to call recovery girl? Tenko frantically asked questions to the now frail-looking man. No need. I didn't get hit by a quirk. And I do not need medical attention, at least for right now, All Might said, wiping away the blood he coughed out with a napkin from his suit pocket. What about the blood? Tenko asked, gesturing to the bloodied napkin. All Might shrugged. This is just a normal occurrence. Is this what you wanted to show me? Not quite this way. I didn't realize that my time limit was so short though, I must have miscalculated the minutes I had left, All Might answered back honestly, his skeletal face more sharper than before. Tenko narrowed his gaze, digging down in his memories of where he had seen that face. Wait, you sort of remind me of someone. Moving on. I still need to tell you the truth behind my quirk. It may help you on the journey ahead. I have found out more about what happened when the villains attacked the USJ. All Might sobered up while he talked, leaning forward to take a sip of the tea. He set it back down on the table before continuing. My friend in the police force found some disturbing evidence relating back to a villain that my master once fought against. A woman that was your grandmother. Tenko's eyes widened. You knew my grandma? Wait, which grandma? I haven't met any of them, Tenko thought to himself. Hisashi's mother had died when he was younger, and Inko's mother passed away not long after she was married. And Rei's mother was probably still alive, but she didn't want any contact with her. Her name was Shimura Nana. She was my mentor that gave me One for All and taught me everything I needed to know about the power it had. She was an amazing hero that wanted to keep a smile on everyone's face. All Might smiled softly as he talked about her. Before his smile turned downwards. She was targeted by a villain for her quirk, the power that she had given me. So much that he killed her love. So she had to give her son up for adoption before dying in a fight against him. Tenko connected the dots to how much his dad hated heroes because of what happened to him in real life. But still couldn't find the true sympathy for the man who hurt him. And when All Might continued to talk, he started to piece together certain details of a man from his past. And I made promises to her that I intended to keep, even ones that were left unsaid. I promised that I would do my best to watch after her family, her son. All Might sighed sadly. But I failed in that regard. Until I found out that the last of her family was adopted into a nice and caring family. And so I took it upon myself to watch over them to keep my word. Wait. Tenko gasped after he listened half-heartedly to All Might's words. You're that guy from Tokyo Disney, right? All Might averted his gaze. Wait a second. How long have you been watching my family like that? Tenko's eyes looked suspiciously at him. Were you intentionally behaving like a stalker? No. I wouldn't say it like that. All Might waved his hand, crossing his arms into an X while denying. I was just overly worried given that my mentor was like family to me. So I wanted to ensure that her family was taken care of too. Right. Well, you said that her power was given to you. Like, are you my uncle or something? You said something about this thing called One for All. Tenko replied back, still not wanting to let go of further questioning the number one hero on how long he had been looking over him, and to extension, his family. Yes. My quirk that was passed on to me was called One for All. It is the only quirk that can be passed down or given to someone else. I was born quirkless, but this power passed on to me has given me the incredible strength I need to be the hero that can bring a smile on everyone's face just like Nana wanted me to be. You are quirkless? Technically, yes. My body is still quirkless even though I have One for All. That means you are like my brother, Izuku. All Might nodded back at him. Indeed. But why are you telling me all of this? I still don't understand. I believe that you are owed an explanation for everything that happened. If I protected you earlier, then your previous family might not have perished. If I had shown up to the USJ and not run out of time, I could have helped the class more efficiently, All Might replied earnestly with a somber expression on his face. I am sorry for not being strong enough. All Might, you are just human. I get that you won't be able to do everything at once. Like I know you rescued all those people during yesterday morning. So I don't want to blame you for anything that happened during the USJ. Tenko thought back to the image of All Might fighting against the monster, struggling under its strength and dealing with its regeneration. A multiple quirk monster fighting against one man that it was apparently made to kill him. You do your best to be the hero everyone needs. I appreciate your words, young Nova. I wish you and your family the best. All Might swallowed down. And that's why I need to tell you another detail. Something important that my friend has suspected. Tenko frowned. What else is there? The monster at the USJ. It was genetically modified to hold two quirks. Tenko blinked at him. Yeah, I assumed that with its regeneration and strength. Yes. But it was also found to only behave with instructions. It followed the police's orders easily enough as soon as it was separated from the villains that were controlling them, All Might continued. And they found out at the station that the monster has DNA from a criminal that had gone missing. What is this connection to? The monster was the criminal, but someone had genetically modified him through human experimentation and forced another quirk onto him, All Might responded. What? Tenko was so confused, trying to piece together how it would be in his head. How? The villain that One for All always faces down is called All for One. It's the same villain that your grandmother fought against that she lost her life to. I thought I had gotten rid of him when I fought against him 7 or 8 years ago. All Might went up his shirt slightly to show a large scar that scaled up his chest. But with this evidence of a modified villain with multiple quirks, it might be possible that either he is still alive or someone is acting underneath him to take over his role. Tenko thought about Hana. He shakily exhaled, or both. I wanted to tell you this because I didn't want to leave you in any sort of darkness since you have some connection to him. All for One would try to come after my master's only living relative, All Might said. Tenko gritted his teeth. He already got to Hana, my sister. She was the one at the attack. But she was saying that her master wanted me, but he didn't get me. He chose her. Tenko reached for his hair with his hands, tugging at his scalp as his thoughts started to race through his mind and coming out of his mouth in mumbles. So if I was picked, maybe she would be living a normal life? Or maybe she was dead and he brought her back just for spiteful reasons. We don't know what he wants for sure. But whatever happens, I will protect you and your family, All Might coughed. There is no doubt that he would be out to get me if he is still out there. So using all the strength I have, I will fight against him again, as long as I need to so I can protect everyone. All Might, Tenko breathed in, looking down at his tea that would be cold by now. Tell me everything you know about All for One. All Might softly nodded back at him. My name is Toshinori Yagi. You can call me Toshinori when I am like this. After an eventful extended weekend, it was time for school to go back into session. After breakfast, Hisashi left with Toya, Tenko and Natsuo to get them back to their respective places before he settled back into his home in Tokyo. So Shoto and Izuku had to face school again after the break-in only a few days ago. And safe to say, both of them were not excited about it, Shoto more than Izuku. I hate how everyone knows about our class now. You heard them talking when we were at the red light, didn't you? Izuku nodded with an unsteady smile at the reminder. When stopped at a red light, they could hear from the television in the window and the people walking down the street were all about the freshman class of UA encountering villains within their first week. Yeah. I get why they have the attention on us. But let's hope that this blows by quickly and we can get back to a relaxing school experience. The sports festival has been moved up so now it will commence in 2 weeks from now, Aizawa announced to the classroom. Shoto facepalmed then slowly turned to see his brother with his hands covering his face. He held back a small snicker as he remembered what his brother had said earlier that day. Other than that, the classes went by without a problem after the announcement until it was lunch. When it was time for lunch, all anyone could talk about was the incoming festival. Too bad you can't bring your motorbike into it, Shoto said as they waited in the lunch line. Can you imagine using it? Izuku laughed. When it's time to fight, it's just some person with me waiting on my motorbike on the other side. And I just chase after them until they go across the line. That sounds so stupid. After the two got their separate lunches provided by Lunch Rush, they both glanced towards the tables. Izuku looked around the room with his lunch tray in his hands. Now come on. Let's find somewhere to sit, like with Uraraka and Ida. They're pretty nice to us. They aren't like the classmates we had before. What happens if they turn out to be like them? Shoto lowered his voice when he asked, a seriousness burning deep within his mismatched eyes. Or any of our classmates? Shoto stared at his brother as Izuku flinched at the reminder. How their peers had treated him poorly because of his quirklessness while Shoto was untouched and praised like Bakugo. And even though Shoto kept trying his hardest to stop any bullying he saw, it did nothing to stop the incidents that happened during class. Then we move tables and ignore them. Simple as that, Izuku shrugged. He looked towards the table with the class president. Who knows? Maybe this place will actually surprise us. Plus, it's only our second week. We don't know everybody in our class that much. Aside from those two, Shoto replied as they approached the table with the brown-haired girl and the blue-haired boy. Uraraka waved at them until they both were seated with the two at the lunch table. He looked to find his brother waving back happily as Ida looked up and started to wave at them by chopping his hand in the air. After lunch, they were all resting in their homeroom before their next class started. It wasn't until before the bell rang when all of them headed to the door that the six saw a crowd of people blocking their way. Great, you know what we look like. Now move it, extras, Bakugo said with a scoff. His comment made Shoto look towards Izuku dramatically because of his classic behavior. Izuku stifled a laugh as he saw the class present try to carefully and respectfully make his way to the front. Don't call people extras. That is extremely rude, Ida shouted out near the back of the classroom. Urashi yelled strongly, I agree. We should all work towards being remarkable students that are respectful towards each other. Hey! We're from Class 1B next door. We heard you fought villains, a guy with silver hair and long silver eyelashes yelled from the crowd of students. But don't think that just because you are Class 1A that you think you are better than us. Suddenly from the crowd, a purple-haired kid walked up with eye bags under their blank purple eyes. They rubbed the back of their neck with a bored expression before saying, wow. Here I thought at least some of you were going to be impressive, but you just sound like an but with that little extras line. Tell me, is everyone in your class as delusional as you? Ha! Bakugo sneered back at the teen who was making their way through the crowd until he stood right in front of the door to stare into the room. I guess this whole class is full of egomaniacs like you, the purple-haired student continued with a deadpan expression. Many of us were forced to choose a different track other than heroics because that's the way life works for people like us. But know this, if any of us do win in the sports festival that means we can transfer into the hero course no sweat. And then they'll kick any of you out to make it possible. So consider this a declaration of war. Screw this, Bakugo said, walking out of the classroom. Bakugo, where the heck are you going? Kirishima called out when the blonde pushed his way past the purple-haired teen. Aren't you going to say something? These people don't matter, Bakugo glanced over to the purple-haired guy then to the crowd. The only thing important is that I will beat them. Hey! I'm coming for you! The one silver-haired student from Class 1B shouted after him as the blonde disappeared down the hall, leaving the rest of them with an angry crowd. The purple-haired kid shook his head and walked back into the crowd after giving the classroom one last look. As the crowd murmured, Shoto hummed to himself wondering if it was finally over. One of the students in the crowd scoffed, "They just look like a bunch of brats that think they are better than the rest of the school because of that attack." Apparently it wasn't over just yet. Hearing those words made some of their classmates look towards each other while others clenched their teeth at the student's wording. Shoto walked over to the door, followed quickly by Izuku, who looked scared about what his brother might do. "Pardon me? Can you repeat what you said?" Shoto raised his hand politely. A few of the girls in the crowd started to look at him like the old classmates he had before in their old middle school. But the middle school girls were even more confused since they treated his brother like dirt, yet still expected him to find their presence acceptable. He shook his head and continued, "Something about how almost dying makes us better than you in some way." "Huh?" one of the members of the crowd asked. "Excuse my brother and me," Izuku said, waving his hands in the air to prevent any more tension. Shoto shifted out of the way as his brother stood by his side. Midoriya smiled uneasily at the crowd of students, "But I don't understand how almost facing death equals us thinking that we are better than the rest of the school. Those villains we faced split us up and were ready to kill us." Izuku started to talk. "Two of the teachers there were injured, and the other two couldn't get to us fast enough since they were fighting the rest of the villains there. We had no backup until All Might and the other teachers arrived minutes later. If they hadn't, all if not most of us would be dead right now. And two of those assistant teachers with us were our brothers," Shoto added, gaining looks from inside and outside the classroom. "So we could have died and both of our brothers could have died from the attack. So we aren't lucky despite how much media attention we got." Shoto narrowed his gaze, "If you want the media on you, go through a villain attack by yourselves and see how well you do." Alright. Everyone back to class before I call Principal Nedzu to take care of this situation," Aizawa called out in the tension-filled hallway, making the students retreat. Shoto huffed as the crowd walked away and looked back of his brother to see Izuku watching the purple-haired student. "Izuku? What are you looking at?" "Oh, nothing," Izuku waved him off, stepping back into the classroom to get ready for their next class. Shoto leaned over to whisper into his brother's ear, "If you have a crush, just tell me." Show dash. Izuku's face reddened under his attention as Shoto stepped back with his hands in the air like he was surrendering. He looked away from his brother to glance around the room at their other classmates. With the sports festival coming up, everyone will be training their quirks to try and win. And he only hopes that their new classmates would not react negatively if the news about Izuku's quirklessness came into light. He turned his cold gaze to stare at the spiky blonde hair of Bakugo. And he had to keep an eye on Bakugo to make sure he would do anything for his brother. But that thought made him realize something. Bakugo hadn't said anything about Izuku being quirkless since they got here. Shoto hoped for Bakugo's sake that he would continue to stay silent. If only long enough so Shoto can see Izuku beat his butt. Himiko sometimes questioned if she could somehow switch to tech support class even if she had no idea how to make support gear. "Hey, did you see how the new first-year hero class is getting some media attention from that villain attack?" And this was one of those times. As soon as she entered into her classroom, the more egotistical classmates of hers that she didn't really like to deal with were automatically complaining about how the freshman class that her brothers were in was getting more media attention. "Yeah. Why are they getting all the attention?" one of her classmates complained loudly. "At this point, us second years are getting pushed to the very back. The first years have a villain attack and all the third years already have more spotlight on them since they will be graduating soon." "Hey, shut up with your whining," Himiko replied back to him loudly across the room. Her other classmates that were ignoring their words slowly looked up at the sound of her voice. She could see a few of them looking up in interest like a fight was about to break out. The boy scrunched his eyebrows in response. "Why? Companies won't notice us when we become third years because all eyes will be on the first years becoming second years. Yeah, they got attacked, but also they almost died, UD-. And remember this, my brothers were in that attack," Himiko shouted back. Her classmates were watching as the other student shrunk back from her engraved voice. "They almost died because the leader of the attack wanted to kill off some of them for fun. So you do not get to play victim right now." It was silent for a moment before a small apology echoed in the room with the other student looking down at his desk with a guilty expression. The other people in class went back to their conversations after the argument dissipated. "Ugh, these idiots," Himiko groaned, slumping into her desk with a tired sigh. "Tell me about it," she heard from behind her. Himiko hummed in acknowledgement before feeling a soft poke in her arm. She glanced back to see her newfound friend staring back at her. "Hey, your brothers are okay, right?" "Yeah. I guess," Himiko replied quietly. "But some of them got hurt. And I was just here sitting around when it happened. There is no need to blame yourself. Plus, didn't you try to escape that day with the whole bathroom excuse? Vlad King stopped me before I could try, Himiko shrugged. See? You tried to get to them to help, so you can't blame yourself for getting caught or following the orders given to us, her classmate answered. The necklace they were wearing knocked against their wooden desk with a clink. They didn't know if there were going to be more villains attacking us once the teachers left. They didn't, Himiko said with a smile. Thank you for getting me back in a good mood, Akatsuka. And if anything like that happens again, I'll break any rule or law if needed to help them, Himiko thought to herself. Her classmate wisely remained quiet when Himiko started to make contingency plans in her head about how to take down villains in any situation until the teacher walked back in to resume class. Nova really didn't want to patrol, but apparently no other hero was available for the area even though there were hundreds of heroes in Japan. Either way, he had to complete at least one patrol before he got to return back to his apartment. And now here he was getting into a fight with a group of robbers with stockings over their face that did nothing to hide the mutations popping out. Well, it wasn't really a fight since they were escaping on a truck when he was stuck on his feet. So that's how he was chasing after a truck while running along the rooftops. Nova stumbled right on the edge of a rooftop that made him almost slip when he landed on the next tiled roof of a small restaurant. He kept running after the truck, and if it wasn't in sight, he only had to keep his ears open to hear the ongoing shouts and harsh laughter of the robbers. They had bags of jewelry and money from the jewelry store they had stole from. Nova had finally caught up to them when a particular nasty turn made them slow down to avoid running into a building in the corner. He took his chance to jump down from the roof he was on with a grappling hook helping him glide right onto the top of the getaway truck. The robbers that were riding in the bed of the truck looked up in fear as he appeared out of nowhere. Nova grinned down at them to distract them from his action of disentangling his cape from his legs. Hey, do you mind returning what you stole? It would save me plenty of time and will stop me from beating you up. Ah, they never go with the easy decision. They always make it harder on themselves, Nova quipped, jumping up when one of the men tried to grab at his legs. He landed right in the center of the truck bed, slapping at one of the men's masked face while making sure his palm didn't hit the horns poking out. Sheet, how am I going to apprehend them and make sure to return all the stolen items? Nova thought to himself as he struggled against keeping hold of one man while another shorter girl tried to swipe at him with her elongated nails. Nova, you need a hand? A strong voice yelled out from behind him. Nova glanced back to see the higher-ranked hero, Maruko, jumping towards him. He ducked when one of the men tried to punch him and sweep his leg to knock them over. Nova shouted back, "It's more like I need a leg or two to finish the job." "Huh. You don't have to ask me twice," Maruko yelled out, bouncing from the ground to the side of a building to project herself onto the moving vehicle. "Get over here so I can beat you all to a pulp. We need to get this truck to stop. Take care of it, Nova." "Got it," Nova replied loudly, making one of the men fall back into the window at the very back of the truck bed. He tore off one of his gloves with his teeth, earned down the side of the truck, and touched the spinning tire with his fingers. He gritted his teeth against the harsh rubber until the tire started to disintegrate. With a yell, Maruko took down one of the larger men with one solid kick right to his head. Nova jumped back from the edge of the truck while the truck started to rock out of control until it had no choice but to slow down. And that was when it all became so much easier to take them down. In no time at all, with Maruko helping him, Nova had no problem finishing the fight. In a little under 10 minutes, the police were there with cuffs on the robbers and he was helping give the large bags of stolen items to one of the officers to return them to the jewelry store. He ignored the minor flashes of the small amount of press that was there along with the citizens who had their phones up. "Hey, thanks for helping me back there. I wouldn't have been able to take care of it so quickly without your help. It's just good for me to get some good fighting in." Maruko cracked her knuckles with a strong grin. "Plus, I haven't seen your Quirk in real life before, so I wanted to see what you could do with my own eyes. And let me say, I'm impressed." "Thank you. And I haven't seen you do your awesome moves in reality. My brother would be so jealous." Nova paused before clarifying to the pro hero. "He does analysis on the hero's quirks." Maruko raised an eyebrow with a smirk on her face. "Oh? Another hero in the making?" "Yep," Nova confirmed with a nod before a groan interrupted their small talk. "I can take care of the paperwork if you want." "Good, because I hate doing that." Sheet, Maruko turned and jumped up onto a rooftop to get away faster from the press. She gave a short wave, "See ya." "Wow," Nova commented as she expertly ran off to fight even more villains around. He watched with admiration. "She's so cool. Izuku is going to hate me when he finds out I saw her fight in real life." Izuku had a feeling in his gut ever since the interaction at the doorway before they went on to do their hero training. There was just something about the purple-haired teen that made him curl to no more. And no matter what Shoto said while teasing him during hero training, he didn't have a crush on him. It was more like his choice of words that he used during the declaration of war against their class were intriguing. What did he mean by him and many others not getting into heroics? Did it mean that they had failed in the exam and had to settle in a class they didn't want? All in all, it was the best answer he had. And if that was the answer, he felt empathy for the teen and the many others in the crowd. He could have been just like them if he had misstepped even once during the heroics exam. Hell, he would probably be another one in the crowd giving a declaration of his own that he won't give up until he becomes a hero. Maybe that's why the teen was so interesting. Because he could relate to what he is feeling. That's why after school, Izuku told Shoto to head home without him since he wanted to see if he could find the teen somewhere. Izuku started his search by walking down the halls near the business classes before jogging to the general education classes where he found him exiting out one of the doors. Hey! The purple-haired teen from earlier froze in his stride and looked back at him. Hello. What brings you here? Does the hero student need to humble himself? What? No. Izuku asked, confused at the other's words. I just wanted to know your name. They raised their eyebrows. You want to know my name without introducing yourself? Oh, my name is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku gestured to himself with a grin. Why do you want to know my name? He asked with a confused gleam in their purple eyes. Well, it would be good to know your name, so when you nail a spot, I would already know you, Izuku replied. That means we wouldn't have to go through awkward conversations later. He questioned, why are you talking so easily about an open spot? Do you want one of your classmates to be kicked out? I'm sure one more person added in would be no problem. But if they wanted to keep it equal, they can just add another person to the other hero course class so there will be 21 students in each one. The teen still looked a bit hesitant. They sighed before straightening up. I'm Shinso Hitoshi. Izuku smiled while the other remained impassive towards him. Nice to meet you. Phoenix was glad that arm had healed up. It did leave a scar that was a lighter pink than any of his other scars from burning himself or one of the villains getting a lucky shot. Phoenix launched himself up to a roof using a short burst of his flame controlled by the support gear he has around his lower arms. He wanted to rest a bit more to have more time with his family, but then he and Tenko had been called in since they were the closest. And somehow he got SCKED into doing a patrol before he went home. But the area he was supposed to be patrolling was deathly silent. There were no kids playing in the park while they played games. There weren't any parents grocery shopping at the corner store. There were barely any people walking on the sidewalk as he watched from above on a tall rooftop. He narrowed his eyes at the quiet street below him, wondering if there was a villain or gang that was threatening the civilians. Or he was just paranoid and this town wasn't hurt at all. In fact, from what he knew about the area, this area had not been attacked by any villain, even a low-level robber, in several months. It was like they were being forgotten. Or protected by something. Was a gang offering protection to the civilians? He had heard of it happening before overseas more often in sketchy parts of America. Maybe I can call it an early night after all. Hell, maybe I can do a detour to visit Dad. He will probably try to cook if I did, Phoenix muttered to himself before chuckling. And then help him order takeout when he burns it. He smiled as he thought about his father figure. And how he had fussed over him with his injury while both of his mothers nursed him back to health. Safe to say, he was taken care of during the weekend until everything had settled. Maybe he should visit more often, especially his dad since he was all the way in Tokyo. Toya knew he could convince Tenko to drive up with him one weekend to bother their dad. And Hisashi wouldn't be bothered by it at all because that's how he was. His peaceful thoughts were interrupted by the sound of trash cans falling. He narrowed his gaze as he locked into the sight of a trash can lid rolling onto the sidewalk not too far away from him. Phoenix didn't wait as he quickly ran over to the fallen lid to see what was happening. Before he was even halfway there, he could hear the sound of struggling followed by a thump. He sped up until he was finally able to look down the alleyway. Phoenix gasped when his eyes landed on the sight before him. Someone had a man pushed up against the wall by their neck with their hands. The stranger had two brilliant shiny wings of feathers blocking a shorter woman from sight. Phoenix was only able to tell when the woman kneeled down to shuffle herself out from the stranger's wings to escape. Be safe, the stranger ordered when the woman looked back at him like she was waiting on his answer. The hostage whispered as the strange man held their neck tighter while the women ran past Phoenix down the street. The woman shouted back, "Thanks, Raven." Phoenix unfroze finally when the strange man finally let go of the man's neck only for the hostage to slump over onto the ground. "Hey! Don't worry. He's only unconscious. Hey Dash!" Phoenix shouted after the strange vigilante as they started to fly up towards the rooftop, but the narrow alleyway slowed them in their ascent. He briefly looked at the unconscious man before rushing through the alleyway to follow after the winged man. He scaled up the fire escape in a hurry, jumping up multiple steps so he wouldn't waste any time. His attempt proved to be successful as he met the sight of the back of the winged man. And with the orange and pink sky illuminating the rooftop brilliantly, he could see the man in more detail. Their brownish hair was wild with a lighter color growing in the roots. The wings on their back were like a liquid black that shined in the setting sun. And the man was simply wearing a sleeveless turtleneck, dark cargo pants with endless pockets and simple brown boots. The man turned when he heard him coming up from behind them. Phoenix lit his hand up in blue flames for a split second from the sheer quickness that the other man had reacted, like a killer instinct. The light of his blue flames bounced off their black-lined yellow eyes. Phoenix frowned. "Who are you?" "The name's Raven. And I have one thing to say to you." Raven approached him with his wings stretched to their full length behind him in an intimidating gesture, especially from the sun setting in the background that made their wings cast a large shadow over Toya. "Don't come back here, hero," Raven stated with no trace of humor in his voice to illustrate the threat he was putting behind his words. He leaned over and blew at the blue flame between them like he was trying to put it out like a match. Phoenix lowered his hand and extinguished the flame. Raven's yellow eyes met the blue eyes of Phoenix. And slowly, a grin formed on his face that felt uneasy, like he was giving a customer service smile to ease the tension in the air. "This area is mine to protect. And I don't need some wannabe heroes piling here when I can take care of this place by myself," Raven stated simply before he launched himself in the sky, his strong black wings moving him into the air. Raven saluted, then quickly flew off while creating a strong gust behind him. Phoenix watched as the mysterious man disappeared into the night. Was he an underground hero? Or was he truly a new vigilante? How long had he been out on the streets for? Who was Raven?
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.